America, success in both fame and fortune. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 226: The First Property in Life. June in Los Angeles marked the hottest time of year, and beverages, led by the two cola brands, also saw peak sales. Coca-Cola, rebranding its old brand, released a large number of bottles featuring the image of Martin, the leader of the cola cult. The concept of the cola cult attracted a large number of young people. Coca-Cola also helped spread the word that Martin would be traveling to Washington, D.C., to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom in just 2 weeks. This surge in sales carried over to Coca-Cola. From supermarkets to convenience stores to street advertising, posters and advertisements featuring Martin in costume appeared everywhere. Red was hot, and blue wasn't far behind. Pepsi launched 2 advertisements, one for sports and one for entertainment, featuring all the actors dyed their hair the signature blue. Then, they were savaged in newspapers and online. Look at Martin's highbrow style, then look at Pepsi's bizarre photos. The difference is obvious. I don't expect Pepsi to come up with something as high-end as the Coke cult, but isn't this silly image too weak? Coca-Cola used only Martin Davis to crush a whole host of entertainment and sports stars, including Britney Spears and David Beckham. Many die-hard Pepsi supporters jumped in to fight back. Red and blue are irreconcilable. Drag anyone who drinks red out for 10 minutes of target practice. The red and blue sides clashed fiercely online, but Martin remained a constant topic of discussion. Just like the market share of the two colas, red supporters held an overwhelming advantage, ensuring Martin's positive influence. In the Pacific Pictures office, Thomas rubbed his face vigorously and looked up from his computer. Jessica, with dark circles under her eyes, said, "The two sides we hooked up are arguing online, and Coca-Cola is pushing it too. They won't stop anytime soon." Emily stretched. "I've been working over 10 hours these past few days. I can't do it anymore. I need to get some beauty sleep." Thomas had been busy since returning from Atlanta, looking for new job opportunities for Martin while also coordinating Coca-Cola's promotional efforts. He had been working non-stop for days. As the three of them worked overtime, carrying heavy loads, Bruce drove out of North Hollywood and into Sherman Oaks. "Actually, that house in Malibu is pretty good. It's in the mountains, with a great view, and the price is not expensive," said Antonio, sitting in the back seat with his belly bulging. $2.6 million is definitely a steal. Martin shook his head. "There's only one road there. If a fire starts in the mountains, there's nowhere to run." Antonio was amazed at Martin's train of thought. Malibu hasn't had a wildfire in years. Martin vaguely remembered that in the gossip he'd read, Malibu is always associated with celebrities and wildfires. It would be a lot of fun if they just bought a house and set it on fire. Grilling Martin and Bruce? The thought of it was exciting. Bruce drove to Cody Road, a new neighborhood in Sherman Oaks. Nestled at the foot of the mountain, the homes consisted entirely of detached villas with courtyards, each covering approximately 500 to 800 square meters. All had been built within the past 3 years. Following Antonio's instructions, he parked the car at the entrance of a courtyard. The iron gate was open, flanked by tall palm trees. Martin estimated the area enclosed by the wall to be about 25 by 30 square meters. Antonio made a phone call and pointed inside. Bruce drove straight in. The front yard was a lush green lawn and a long swimming pool. The villa had the typical white walls and red tiles of Los Angeles, forming an inverted L shape. Garrison, the real estate agent he had arranged, was standing at the front steps. The car stopped. Martin got out, glanced at Antonio, who was struggling to move, and helped him down. Antonio sighed. "I'm old. My legs don't work well." "You're not old. You're fat." Martin pointed at his belly, which was bigger than a 10-month pregnancy. "Lose weight." Antonio shook his head. "It's too painful. I'd rather stay in bed." Garrison hurried over to shake Martin's hand. "Mr. Davis, it's my honor to serve you." "You're welcome." Martin looked around. The wall was large enough to block out the view from outside. The inverted L-shaped annex housed a garage with a barbecue grill built next to it, perfect for outdoor barbecues and parties. Garrison was quick to take the lead and headed over. "Shall we start this way?" Martin followed. Bruce glanced at Antonio's trembling belly, worried he might lose his balance and fall, so he walked alongside him. Antonio had told Martin before they arrived that this was a brand new, renovated house. At this point, he wouldn't say anything more, lest he cloud Martin's judgment. The annex garage easily accommodated 3 cars. Entering through the inner door was a small living room. The second floor housed several bedrooms, with a direct access to the master bedroom and the main house. Bruce walked around the annex and was quite satisfied. Regardless, the Russians were a potential danger. He'd been staying at Martin's house for a long time, so he could stay in the annex and be there immediately if anything happened. Bruce knew with a quick guess that Martin, a scoundrel, would definitely mess around, and his presence wouldn't hinder his behavior. They moved from the second floor to the main house, which had 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom was spacious enough with a large balcony, allowing more than a dozen people to gather there for a party. The first floor offered the usual living room, study, dining room, and entertainment room. Martin was particularly pleased with the entertainment room, which also included a small 4-seater screening room. The main house also had a basement divided into a small wine cellar, storage, and fitness room. Like most luxury homes for sale, it was furnished and equipped. After viewing the house, Martin returned to the living room and asked directly, "How much is it?" Garrison quoted a direct price, fully furnished and equipped, $2.45 million. Martin had researched real estate prices and found it reasonable. Sherman Oaks is a wealthy neighborhood on par with Beverly Hills and Brentwood. Cody's location is midway between Sherman Oaks and, while nestled against the mountains, it's not on the most expensive hillside or slopes. Of course, he was comparing it to Louise's property, not MJ's Neverland Ranch or Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston's $40 million mansion. Martin still had a few more properties to visit and wasn't rushing to make a decision. "Let me think about it." The 3 of them got in the car, left Cody, and headed up the mountainside. Martin asked, "Old Bruce, what do you think?" "Not bad. The wall is high enough to block prying eyes from outside." Bruce first considered the safety aspect. "It will also help me install some early warning facilities." He thought for a moment and said, "I will live in the annex building. You will have independent space. If something happens, I can support you in the first time." Antonio heard it and asked curiously, "Is there any sequelae of Burbank Middle School?" Martin tilted his head. Antonio said, "You can hire me as a security guard. With me and the gun of friendship, I can guard the door for you. I can take down any bastard who comes. Don't doubt my shooting skills." Martin had seen Antonio's shooting skills and said, "I don't doubt your shooting skills. I'm worried that you will die with others after you shoot. I can't afford to compensate for the life of an old millionaire." Bruce was surprised and asked Antonio, "Don't you like to enjoy yourself? It must be hard to guard the door. Everyone has a dream of being a hero." "I want to be a hero too." Antonio patted his round belly, as if a basketball was rolling. "Do you know why my shooting skills are so good?" "Because I practiced it specifically because I wanted to be a hero," Bruce said. "The Russians are very cruel." Antonio was very interested in this topic. "You may not know how afraid my generation is of the Russians. There is a psychological curse. I want to break this curse." Martin glanced at Antonio's belly. "You'd better be a landlord, a very promising career." The car quickly arrived at the second house. The 3 of them looked around and came out quickly. The house was beautiful, with all the latest amenities. The problem was, at nearly 1,200 square meters and priced at $4 million, it was too expensive. Martin then looked at a third and fourth house, both beachfront villas. While oceanfront properties were fine for a quick getaway, they were a hassle for a longer stay, and most importantly, the price was high. The 3 of them walked to the seaside promenade and found an outdoor ice cream parlor, where they sat in the sun and enjoyed cold drinks. Antonio kept wiping his sweat. "There are 2 more in Brentwood, but they are more expensive, at more than $4.5 million US." Martin waved his hand. "No need to look." Antonio added, "The boss of the real estate company of the ones we have seen is somewhat acquainted with me. I can help you negotiate a lower price." Bruce put down the ice cola and looked at Martin. "Look again? Or choose?" Martin said straightforwardly, "Just the one in the Cody community." Antonio remembered something. "I know the chairman of the Cody Community Committee. I will introduce him to you later." Martin was curious. "I didn't expect you to have such a wide network of contacts." Antonio drank the cold drink in one breath. "I am an old-fashioned millionaire," Bruce envied. "When I am old, I will also buy an apartment building to rent out." It seems that the profession of landlord is not bad. Martin can't help but think of the landlords in his previous life, typical of both wealth and beauty. "I don't know how many beautiful young ladies with dreams of becoming stars have traveled thousands of miles to Jiangling or tens of thousands of miles away because of unpaid rent." On the way back to North Hollywood, Antonio made a phone call. They spoke for no more than half a minute. The house in the Cody neighborhood had gone from $2.45 million to $2.35 million. Martin told the portly landlord, "I'll give you a big gift later." Antonio seemed to be reminding him. "I already have both a crocodile tooth pendant and the ox horn carving." Really, he'd given away so many things he couldn't even remember. He should have made a detailed list. It would have been so embarrassing if he'd given too many. Bruce couldn't help but laugh. Antonio said, "No need to give me a gift. Everyone knows you live in my North Hollywood apartment. Apartments are so hard to come by these days, and the rent has nearly doubled from last year. Many young actors want to emulate your success." He suddenly changed the subject. "Besides, I've been bringing clients to Dr. Hyena for the past 6 months, and I've earned a ton of commissions." Martin shook his head. "What a mess." The price of the house was based on the Los Angeles properties purchased by many celebrities between 2002 and 2006, so it shouldn't be too outrageous. Chapter 227, Making Stars, Destroying Stars. When the contract was signed and the payment was made, Martin also changed his car. Antonio settled into the spacious back seat of the Escalade, finding ample room for his large belly. He said, "This car is nice. Tough, impressive, and spacious." Martin pointed to the driver's seat. "Old Bruce wants to buy a Hummer." Bruce started the car. "That's a man's toy." Antonio half-slouched in the spacious seat. "Comfort is the most important thing," Martin said. "Did you hear that, old Bruce?" Bruce raised his middle finger. When he arrived at the real estate agency, Thomas and his lawyer were already there. The paperwork went smoothly, and Martin received the keys to the house that same day. Arriving at the Cody neighborhood, the real estate agency had already cleaned the house, leaving it spotless and tidy. Martin took a look around and said, "There's still a lot missing." He looked at Thomas and said, "Give me some advice." Thomas said frankly, "My current home was bought by my girlfriend, and then she broke up with me." He couldn't say anything more. During that time, he was working overtime, and it was difficult to keep up with his girlfriend's demands. Martin said, "Move in first and buy whatever you need. In a place like Los Angeles, if you have money, you will never lack anything." Bruce, however, skillfully took out his camera and said to Martin, "Take a picture of your new home and post it on your blog." Martin praised Bruce, saying, "You are becoming more and more intelligent. Sharing on the internet will soon become a key part of attracting traffic for celebrities." Leaving Thomas and Antonio behind, Martin and Bruce returned to the North Hollywood apartment and moved all of Emily and Jessica's belongings, including Emily's and Jessica's car, in one go. Bruce mainly took clothes and a few guns. Martin also took souvenirs from the crew, jade, and Australian specialties. Thomas happened to see Emily carrying a pile of crocodile tusks into the villa's living room with great effort. Seeing the sheer number, he couldn't help but ask, "Martin, did you pull out all the teeth from the Australian crocodiles?" Martin, incredibly shameless, showed no embarrassment. "I just got the news a few days ago that I legally killed over a dozen saltwater crocodiles over 6 meters long in Australia. My memory's failing, and I can't even remember." Antonio shook his head. With Martin's shamelessness, this kind of thing would sooner or later become rampant in Hollywood. Originally, he'd thought he'd wait until Martin became a star, so he could fetch a good price for the pendants and carvings he'd given him. But now, it seemed he had to sell them sooner rather than later. He could find a tenant who wanted to be a star and sell them to them. Bruce gave Jessica his camera and told her to upload the photos to her blog from the study. Jessica not only uploaded the photos, but also wrote a short essay in Martin's voice. "Today is a special day. I've moved out of my North Hollywood apartment and moved into my new home. I want to share some photos of my new place with everyone." The photos and text were posted to the blog. By the time Jessica checked the fan page, there were already hundreds of comments, and dozens of entertainment bloggers had reposted them. She responded to a few messages under Martin's name, and when she looked again, She found that the official blogs of The Hollywood Reporter and Entertainment Weekly had also reposted the post. Young Jessica felt a special sense of accomplishment. Compared to other Hollywood stars of his caliber, Martin's influence was far greater, even surpassing that of Hollywood and the film and television industry. Outside, Bruce took a power drill and other tools to install some equipment on the fence. Martin and Thomas each carried a bag and went to the basement storage room. 2 metal cabinets stood on the ground, perfect for storing guns. Martin opened the bag, revealing several ARs and shotguns. Thomas, feeling a toothache, specifically asked, "Are the guns okay?" Martin nodded. "They're all registered and legal firearms. I forgot to tell you, the LAPD helped me with a concealed carry permit. In your situation, a gun is safer." Thomas knew about the Russian incident and didn't object to Martin's possession of a gun. All along guns had unusual, awkward grips, resembling hammerheads. After the 1998 North Hollywood bank robbery, California tightened regulations on assault weapons, banning pistol grips on long weapons, including semi-automatic rifles and shotguns. Arms dealers responded with countermeasures, including hammerhead and shark fin grips. Customers didn't have to worry, the dealers always had a solution. After stowing the spare weapons in the basement, Martin returned to the first floor, grabbed another bag, and went through each large room, specifically hiding his weapons. Antonio was speechless. He said he was a coward, daring to stand up and fight an armed robber, or brave, but too cautious. When Martin came downstairs, it was almost noon. He called out to everyone and said, "Let's have a big lunch to celebrate. We're ready to go." During the meal, Antonio gave Martin the contact information of the chairman of the Cody Community Council. Martin had just moved, so he wouldn't visit until he was settled. He was going to Washington soon and planned to throw a party when he got back. In the afternoon, Martin dismissed the others and went shopping with Bruce. They mainly bought bedding and daily necessities. As they left the mall and got in the car, Martin received a call from Julie in the Middle East. He gestured for Bruce to drive and answered the call. "Just saw your blog online." Julie was quieter. "Congratulations on moving to a new place." Martin smiled. "You can still access the internet there, so it's not dangerous?" Julie said, "I'm at the embassy in Baghdad. Yesterday I gave a speech to the Iraqi people, and the response was very good." Martin asked curiously, "What was it about?" Julie smiled. "Congratulations on their escape from the brutal dictatorship of a tyrant and their attainment of precious democracy and freedom." Martin said, "Student, you've learned all my skills." Julie was not available, so she said cryptically, "Teacher, when I get back, I'll pay double the tuition." They quickly hung up. No mistakes in the poem, the content, the book, the forum. Bruce, driving, glanced at the passenger seat and asked, "I remember you taught me that dead stars are more effective at selling movies than living ones." God knows what nonsense Martin had taught Bruce. Martin casually replied, "It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to sell well, but it's easier to market and get better publicity." Bruce said, "I know some people in the Middle East. Brooke, can you please be a decent person?" Martin immediately seized the moral high ground. "We may be bad people, but we're bad people with principles and a bottom line." Bruce looked innocent. "I didn't say anything." Martin changed the subject. "Pack up quickly. We're going to Washington in 2 days to receive the award." Bruce said, "It's just a medal, not even a bonus." Martin was more conscious. "Even if I took that kind of bonus, I'd have to donate it." The two returned home, and the ordered goods were quickly delivered. In the afternoon, Min came over to help. He hadn't been looking for a new role yet because filming on The Departed was set to start in mid-July. In Atlanta, a business car parked outside the Clayton community. From the driver's seat, Alex glanced at the dilapidated house from afar and said to his 2 subordinates, "This is it." Find out more about Martin Davis's past. People who live in places like this are often involved in the burglary business, gangs, and crime. Find useful news leads. The subordinate named Albert said, "Can you offer them some incentives?" Alex nodded. "Sure." Another subordinate, White, reminded him, "Bring your press credentials. This place is quite dangerous." Alex, knowing the potential dangers of the slums, said, "Bring your credentials. If things get awkward, get out." Albert was confident. "There's no news we can't get at the News of the World." Alex gestured, letting the 2 men into the community. He grabbed a newspaper from the side. The social news section listed several individuals who would receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom this year: Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan, boxing champion Muhammad Ali, internet pioneer Vin Cove, and Hollywood star Martin Davis. The news of the world was the weekend edition of The Sun, having arrived in North America many years ago with News Corporation. Alex's news team didn't want to miss out on the big news of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, but like The Sun, they never took the easy route, known for creating breaking news. What was the point of a conventional report? It wouldn't grab any attention. Alex was a master at selecting his targets. Greenspan was a tough target, Muhammad Ali was deeply entrenched, and being accused of discrimination against blacks would be problematic. Vin Cove's net worth was conservatively estimated at tens of millions. Who could be more suitable than Martin Davis? He was famous, influential, and isolated. As for the leader of the cola cult, a fatal blow could be delivered to destroy his public image, creating a fait accompli, and businesses would abandon him without hesitation. This had happened countless times across North America. Alex pointed a finger at Martin's head, his voice strangely superior. I don't know you. I'm seeking you out of a journalist's sense of responsibility. The public has a right to know. What he wanted was actually very simple, a common practice among the media, the news value of successfully creating a star and hero and continuing to promote his glorious deeds was far less valuable than destroying him. Alex muttered to himself, create stars, destroy stars. At the entrance of Clayton Community, Albert entered the small supermarket, selected drinks, snacks and other goods, and went to the checkout counter to pay. The boss, Nanny, was wearing a fan pendant and scanned the code to pay. $25. Thank you. Albert took out two $20 bills and handed them over until Nanny gave him the change, then said, I'm a reporter. And I want to ask you for some information. Nanny had met more than one reporter recently, about Martin. Albert asked, any inside information? He took out another dollar bill and slapped it on the counter, the best and most explosive. Nanny didn't need to cover up for anyone, so he spoke the truth. I've known Martin for 10 years. He's a real punk. He dropped out of middle school. Instead of working hard, he insisted on becoming an actor. The money he earned was not enough to eat, so he had to eat at the Carter family's house. He had been involved with the Carter family's eldest daughter for a long time. He went on for a long time, emphasizing the explosive information. By the way, Martin's parents are both assholes. His mother took too many drugs and died in a car accident. His father was a liar, alcoholic, and drug addict. He seduced the Carter family and the mother of Martin's first love and ran away. I don't know where he went. There are 2 more chapters to come. I am working hard on typing them and should post them at noon. Chapter 228 Embarrassing Things. The van door opened, and White returned first. I've heard something the media hasn't reported. Martin Davis got into a shootout with someone in the neighborhood. A shootout? Alex piqued his interest. White continued, several black traffickers broke into the Carter family's house at night and were driven off by Martin with a gun. One of the leaders was even beaten up by Martin. He's currently serving a sentence in state prison and won't be released for over a decade. Alex's interest waned. This wasn't the news he wanted. White added, and then there's Martin's father. He abducted his ex-girlfriend's mother. He's a complete scumbag. Perhaps we could use him, Alex asked. Any idea where he is? White said helplessly. They say he went to Australia or New Zealand. Someone knocked on the car window. Albert had returned. He shared the same story he'd learned from several people, and it was essentially the same as White's. Alex's brow furrowed as he listened, unable to resist exclaiming, Martin Davis is the epitome of someone who's crawled out of the mire, the real-life version of the American dream. What the neighbors were saying wasn't much different from what had been publicly reported in the newspapers. The only details missing were the gun dealer and that jerk father. But once these details were published, Martin Davis's resume would become even more legendary, his reputation even more illustrious. White asked, can we start with Martin's father? Alex countered, can you find someone in Australia or New Zealand? White fell silent. Albert then said, boss, if all else fails, we can publish these news stories, publish this useless stuff. Alex shook his head, his voice rising. Do you have any professional aspirations? We're journalists, and we have an obligation to expose the hidden truth. This is a power bestowed upon us by the public. After this lofty spiritual discourse, he moved on to the practical side of things. You know very well how much the newspapers reward us if news like this breaks. White and Albert simply ignored the preceding remarks. What followed, however, excited them. The newspaper was unusually generous with its news rewards. ignoring or perhaps even secretly encouraging its employees to use any means necessary to obtain news. Alex added, Martin Davis' ex-girlfriend's family is key. Find them. He glanced at the date on the newspaper. 2 days from now, if there's still no new findings, we'll return to Washington and use our special skills. White, an expert at this, said, this time, all the recipients will be staying at the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C. We've been there several times, and we have many sources. Since 9/11, they've been unstoppable. Alex whispered, there's no news the news of the world can't get. Washington, D.C., National Airport. Martin and Bruce walked out of the gate, met the people who had come to meet them, and got into the car they had brought. The car crossed the Potomac River and quickly turned onto Pennsylvania Avenue. Through the car window, Martin could see the obelisk-shaped Washington Monument and the domed Capitol Hill. The Secret Service agent who came to greet him at the White House said, Mr. Davis, your itinerary is as follows. When you arrive at the hotel, you'll have a press conference, then you'll have some free time. On Independence Day, I'll pick you up at 9 a.m. and take you to the White House for the Independence Day celebrations, where the honors will be presented as part of the ceremony. Thank you. Martin nodded slightly. May I have your name and contact information? The Secret Service agent handed over a card. Jonathan. Martin politely offered his own business card. Call me when you're in Los Angeles. Jonathan took it. Thank you. Arriving at the Hilton Hotel, the car passed through an aisle. Bruce pointed to a spot. That's where Reagan was assassinated. Martin whispered, it's terrifying when fans go crazy. What was the name of the man in the Beetle? He couldn't quite remember. It seemed like he was killed by his own fans. Entering the hotel, Kate, the official reporter from the Washington News, was already waiting in the lobby lounge. The interview was unremarkable. Kate asked formulaic questions, and Martin took over the business pitch, praising the LAPD and Los Angeles, then the authorities and so on. Jonathan stayed by until the interview was over. Kate was about to leave, and before leaving, she said, can we exchange contact information? Sure. Martin also expressed interest in maintaining more contact with the media, creating multiple outlets. The two exchanged contact information, and Kate even called Martin. The hotel had already prepared a suite, and Martin and Bruce went upstairs together. Bruce took a quick look around the room and said, it's quite nice. Martin asked, have Duke and Murphy arrived yet? Bruce checked his phone. They're here. We'll check in once we've confirmed our rooms. He had already made sure to check in before entering, and texted the room number and several rooms suitable for the two men. This is Washington, and Russians generally don't cause trouble, Martin quipped. I'm just worried they might be drunk. Duke and Murphy soon went upstairs and checked into a room just across the street. These two were skilled at observing and detecting stalkers. Martin was quite pleased with them. It was they who had spotted Pratt following them in Atlanta. As Duke went to open the door with a room card, Murphy, who had lagged behind, raised his phone and took a picture of the portraits of several hotel staff members in charge of this floor on the notice board. In hotels like this, each floor is managed by a fixed staff member. Inside the room, Martin had just finished packing his luggage and went to the balcony of the master bedroom. From here, he could see the White House. Bruce came over and said, they're okay over there. Atlanta, Northville. Lily, who had just transferred to another school, walked out of the private high school gate alone and walked along the sidewalk. The clown pendant on her backpack swung back and forth with her long legs. The weather was a bit hot, so she went into a cold drink shop and ordered non-fat ice cream. Lily took the ice cream and sat at an empty table. Before she started eating, a very stylish man in his 20s with a kind face sat down opposite her. Albert said tentatively, hello, I'm Martin's friend. Lily took a bite of her ice cream and said, as usual, how could that idiot and jerk have a friend like you? Hearing the little girl scold Martin without hesitation, Albert felt that he had found the right person. The little girl's attitude towards Martin was very bad. He added, Martin is a star, and I work in the media. Lily understood that this was a reporter. Her thoughts turned, but her face became even more innocent and cute. Albert added, I came here this time mainly to understand some basic information about Martin and write a comprehensive news report. Martin will soon be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Lily thought of the video she had seen, in which Martin foolishly went to save those irrelevant people, and said, that idiot, what else can he do besides doing stupid things? Albert asked, are you not on good terms with him? Has he done anything excessive to you? Lily did not answer, but blinked her innocent eyes and asked, "Which newspaper are you a reporter for? You are not a bad person, are you?" Albert glanced at the harmless and beautiful female high school student, took out his work ID and showed it to her. World News? Lily had never read this newspaper, but the name sounded unusual. A world newspaper, yes. Published in many places around the world. Albert didn't even mention his relationship with his son, and asked in a suggestive tone, "Has Martin bullied you?" Lily subconsciously touched the top of her head. Since Martin broke his leg, he seemed to have been punched a lot. But she could tell the reporter's question wasn't quite right, so she said, "It's not bullying. He just lives off my family. We used to be very poor, with little food to eat. We had to rob for food." Albert, quite disappointed, continued to coax her. "Nothing else? He's been staying at your house for a long time, and your place is small, and girls have a lot of private things to do. Wouldn't embarrassing things happen?" Lily thought to herself, "Many times, but I won't tell you." She was absolutely certain this wasn't a good person. Embarrassing things? "I think there was one time." "What?" Albert asked. Lily wasn't Martin, so it would take some time to come up with a story. There were some hooligans in the neighborhood who always picked on girls. One time they picked on me, and Martin saw them, beat them up, and told them to call me Big Sister. Since then, those hooligans have stopped and called me Big Sister every time they saw me. I was embarrassed." Albert's expression remained unchanged, but he felt disappointed again. He continued to tease Lily, but he didn't get anything useful. Martin had been filming here for over 2 months, and had to go through a lot of patchwork. Everyone should just tell the truth, and there is no need to make up good things for him. The normal bad things that happened in the slums in the past will make his image more full. People who really know what he has done, such as Elena and Bruce, will not speak to the media. After a few minutes, Albert was completely disappointed. The stupid things that came out of Lily's mouth, if they were actually reported, would only become proof of Martin Davis's struggle to get out of the quagmire. The Clayton community is like this, and so is Lily Carter. Albert felt that White would not gain anything in the Beast House. "Thank you." Albert said goodbye and left in a friendly manner. He crossed the street, got on a car diagonally opposite, and shook his head at Alex. "It's useless. There is no gain from White's side either," Alex said. Albert suggested, "Boss, why don't we change our target?" Alex objected. "Don't you think this is a bit unusual? Stars like Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, who have risen from the bottom, all have a lot of negative news. Why has Martin Davis been making positive moves to escape poverty in recent years? Is this reasonable? He will not easily change his mind about things he has made up his mind about, just like he does with certain politicians, the families of the 9/11 victims, and the veterans injured in the Afghanistan war. There is no grudge, just for the news." Alex did not hesitate any longer. "Call White and tell him to return to the hotel immediately. We are going to Washington." On the other side, Lily waited for a while, then immediately took out her phone and sent a text message to Martin. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 229, Exaggerating. Coming out of the Lincoln Memorial, Martin's cell phone rang with a text message alert. He took it out and took a look. It was from Lily. "Another reporter has contacted me to inquire about you. It seems that they want to dig up some scandal about you. They say it's from the news of the world. You have to give me some benefits, otherwise I will tell all your secrets, such as the one with Elena." Martin replied with a text message. "I know." Bruce came over at this time, also holding a cell phone in his hand, and asked, "Ivan said that recently a reporter has contacted people in the club to inquire about news related to you, hoping to dig out your murder and arson." "I received it too." Martin shook the phone and sighed. "Why do people always want to discredit their own heroes?" he asked. "Which newspaper's reporter?" Bruce said. "Ivan asked someone to inquire about the news of the world." It was the same newspaper that Lily mentioned. Martin felt that the name was familiar and sounded very intimidating. Martin thought for a moment and asked, "What newspaper is this?" Bruce knew something. "The weekend edition of The Sun," he specifically warned. "The Sun is incredibly adept at digging into private matters, and their bottom line is pretty low." Martin nodded. "Tell those two guys to watch their backs. You'll soon receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and your fame and influence will soar." Bruce pulled out his phone and sent a text message, adding professionally, "If you were to plunge down from your perch right now, man, the news would be absolutely explosive." Martin suddenly stopped and said, "I don't think something's right." He turned and walked away. "Let's go back to the hotel." Bruce followed him. "Another scoundrel trying to get you. "Can you use a more polite word?" Martin complained, but his thoughts were different from what Bruce had said. The names of the sun and news of the world kept spinning in Martin's mind, bringing back vague memories of the latter using shady methods to obtain news. The two of them got into the car, and Martin spoke to Bruce briefly. Back on the 12th floor of the hotel, Bruce entered his suite. He retrieved his special infrared device and carefully checked every room. He declared, "Nothing's wrong for now," Martin said, "Don't let your guard down. Think about Atlanta." Bruce unpacked his suitcase, retrieved his laptop, and found a hiding place. He then set up 2 small cameras, aiming them at the door in a cross pattern, covering almost the entire living room. He then concealed them so they wouldn't be detected without careful observation. Martin felt safe again. In the hotel lobby, Alex, White, and Albert checked in and took the elevator to the 11th floor. They'd been there before and were familiar with the hotel's layout. After exiting the elevator, they checked the security exit before entering their room. "Boss, Martin Davis is staying on the 12th floor," White had learned. "Suite 1206, with a male escort." Alex checked the time. "Call someone over." White made the call, and moments later, there was a knock on the door, and a hotel staff member entered. "Hey, Wolf." Alex went over to shake his hand. "Big business is here again." Wolf had worked with him more than once. "Who is your target this time?" He realized later, recipients of the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Alex asked back, "Why, are you scared?" "Don't worry, it's not Greenspan, but Hollywood star Martin Davis." Wolf relaxed. "Not today. He showed up after noon and came back more than 2 hours ago." "He hasn't gone out since?" White asked. "Did he find a woman?" "No." Wolf knew what they wanted to ask. "I heard from the lobby manager that he exchanged contact information with Kate, a female reporter from the Washington News. You should have heard of that woman. She is a famous news socialite with a loose belt." Alex understood what he meant. "Great. If Kate goes to the 12th floor, notify us immediately," he specifically said. "Wolf, the reward this time will not be lower than last time. Find a way to let us into Martin's room." Wolf said, "It's a tough day today. He might not be out. Tomorrow morning, Martin will be attending the Independence Day celebrations at the White House, and the hotel's attention will be focused on them. Also, those who have been honored in previous years are always particularly excited upon returning, often engaging in outrageous behavior." Alex nodded. "Contact me if anything happens." Wolf quickly left. Alex then said to White, "We have professional ethics. We can't just write things out of thin air. There are a lot of high-end escorts here, right? Contact the agent and have him prepare a good deal. If Martin and Kate don't do anything, we'll create the big story ourselves." White and Albert didn't see a problem. They were at the news of the world, and their job was to be creative. July 4th, Independence Day in the United States. On that day, Washington would host a variety of celebrations, the most anticipated of which was the Independence Day celebration on the south lawn of the White House. At 8:30 a.m., the 4 Carter siblings finished breakfast and sat together in the living room of their new home, waiting for the live broadcast of the celebration. In another nearby community, Justin, despite taking a vacation, continued to work. He called the Washington branch and had them prepare the appropriate cola and gifts, which would be delivered to Martin's hotel after the award ceremony. Commercial promotion and marketing were ongoing. Thousands of people sat in an orderly manner on the south lawn of the White House. As in previous years, the White House had invited a large number of essential workers, military families, and others to attend the celebrations. Martin sat in the second row, sharing a table with Ali and his daughter, as well as several unnamed sports stars, likely from the golf or football worlds. The highlight of the ceremony was, of course, Bush's speech, which centered around Iraq and called on all Americans to remain resolute in the war. Then came the awards ceremony. Someone called Martin to join the others at the side of the podium. Soon, it was his turn. Martin Davis, a 24-year-old young man, directly saved 16 lives at Burbank High School and indirectly saved dozens more. Bush's gaze shifted to the side of the stage, landing on Martin. He spoke loudly into the microphone. Martin displayed extraordinary courage and bravery in the face of the horrific massacre, reminding us of the moral responsibility we bear in the face of all forms of evil. He led the applause. Martin Davis truly deserves today's honor. On the South Lawn, thousands of people applauded enthusiastically. Martin approached the podium and greeted the crowd, standing erect with a solemn expression. Bush took the white enamel 5-pointed star medal from the ceremonial officer's tray and draped it around Martin's neck. Martin, honored for the tragedy, didn't say much when he stood at the microphone, only a brief, solemn address. May the fallen rest in peace, may evil be banished from the face of the earth, and may God bless America. The audience erupted in applause again. Bush came over to shake Martin's hand and said, "Seeing you reminds me of my youth, when I was so fearless and indomitable. Businessmen were bragging, and Martin wasn't one to be outdone. Mr. President, I heard you were in the military. You must have been an outstanding soldier in your youth." Bush laughed. "I earned my stripes and was promoted to lieutenant." The two stood side by side for the media to take their photo. In Atlanta, Carter's new home, Lily watched the live broadcast and wondered, "Why do I think Martin is more handsome?" Harris, like many young Americans, looked down on the man in the White House, "Because he's got a pig next to him," Hall muttered. "He's such a pretentious guy." Elena glanced over, and her sisters and brothers all shut up. Martin left the stage and returned to his seat in the second row. Hilton Hotel, 12th floor. Under Wolf's command, White and Albert pushed the service cart from the freight elevator into the corridor. The hotel was remarkably quiet during the day, with only the sound of their footsteps. The two stopped at room 1206. Looking around, seeing no one, White pulled out a room card and swiped it in. Every move they made was visible to the person behind the peephole across the room. White closed the door, retrieved a miniature camera hidden on a cart, and began replacing the room's decorations. Albert leaned against the door, observing the activity outside through the peephole. After finishing the living room, White went to the master bedroom, saying, "Don't worry, the celebration isn't over anytime soon. The bus is in the hotel lobby. They'll let us know as soon as they get back." Albert urged, "Hurry up." White laughed. "You've got some explosive news this time, and there's bound to be a bonus. Where are you planning to go?" At this point, Albert perked up. "Las Vegas." White had a more unusual idea. "I'm planning to go to Tijuana. I hear the red carpet there is quite special." He was used to this kind of thing, and he finished the installation quickly. Albert called out to him, "Let's go, let's go." The two men cleaned up the few traces, left the room, and headed for the freight elevator. Just as they entered the elevator, someone in the corner peeked at the floor the elevator stopped on and called, "11th floor." Albert and White quietly returned to their room and called Alex. Not long after, Alex came up from downstairs and asked, "Is it done?" White nodded. "It's done." Alex opened his laptop and tapped on the desktop. A picture of the upstairs suite appeared. He nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Let's wait and see. If there's no news, we'll help him create it." Albert said, "Today was Martin Davis's peak. I wonder how he feels, falling from the peak to the bottom." The three of them laughed. Alex gestured to the trailer and their changed clothes. "I'll have Wolf take it away later." Before 11 o'clock, the White House celebration ended and the guests began to leave. Martin met up with Bruce and waited for Jonathan to drive up. Bruce whispered, "I just received word from the hotel that someone, posing as a waiter on the 12th floor, entered our room." He spoke rapidly. "We've confirmed there are 3 of them. Murphy has opened a new room on the same floor and is keeping an eye on them." Martin nodded, pondering a plan. Jonathan drove over and asked the 2 men to get in. Martin didn't get in, but instead walked over to the driver's seat and said, "John, I've got a situation that could be very complicated." Jonathan said, "I'm just a White House staffer. There's nothing I can do. It could be related to the president, and it could jeopardize the country's reputation." Martin boasted. The 3 shooters in the Burbank High School incident were Russian. One of them had a grandfather who was the leader of a major Russian gang. After the shooting, the LAPD swept through Russian forces in Los Angeles and learned important information. "The grandfather is planning revenge against me because his grandson, the shooter I shot on the head with coke, has died from his injuries." Jonathan's face remained expressionless, but he listened intently. Martin continued, "I'm worried about retaliation, so I hired 2 bodyguards to secretly protect me. Just over half an hour ago, they spotted 2 tall, white men posing as hotel waiters entering my suite." Jonathan was moved. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Martin said seriously. "I'm worried now. What if it's the Russians who want to retaliate against me? Will they set off explosives? Or use guns or something? Those polar bears are crazy. That's not the best option. If they do, the consequences will be disastrous. I need to report this to my superiors." "Please wait a moment." Jonathan picked up the intercom. A few minutes later, He led Martin and Bruce into an office. A tall, middle-aged man came over and shook Martin's hand. "I'm Brian, a senior director of the White House Secret Service." Martin shook him. "Hello." A nearby female staff member came over, asked Brian to step aside, and whispered, "Supervisor, I've contacted the LAPD, and Mr. Davis's relationship with the Russians is true." Brian realized the seriousness of the situation. Martin Davis had just been awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. If you were killed by the Russians, what would America's reputation be? Another bombing or shooting in Washington on Independence Day. Brian approached Martin again. "Can your bodyguard pinpoint their location?" Martin replied, "On the 11th floor." Brian reported this to his superiors again, and the White House took it very seriously. Bush personally called the FBI. A crack team quickly set out and arrived near the Hilton Hotel. Someone had contacted the hotel's top brass. It was almost noon, and Alex had requested a meal from the hotel. As a highly professional journalist, covering news stories for extended periods of time was essential. Before long, there was a knock on the door. "Sir, your lunch is here." White approached, glanced through the peephole, and saw a waiter pushing a food cart, opening the door. The waiter turned and ran. A stun grenade flew over White's head and landed in the room, exploding. White collapsed to the ground, dizzy, and vaguely felt someone trampling over him as they rushed into the room. The pain was so intense that he felt like vomiting blood. Before he could even open his mouth, a hard leather boot landed on his face, instantly tilting his long nose sideways. Alex and Albert screamed. Alex was struck in the head by a shotgun butt, his face covered in blood. Alex was pinned to the ground, a massive knee on his neck. "Don't move," a voice suddenly shouted, "FBI. Here comes the third update of 4,000 words. Please give me your monthly votes." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Identifying a Spy. On the 12th floor of the hotel, Martin and Bruce exited the elevator. FBI Director Navis, who was waiting there, came over to shake his hand. "Something critical has been planted in your room," he said. "We need to enter your room." Martin, prepared, said, "Yes, but my manager and I will be with you the entire time." Bruce, in sync with Martin, interrupted, "Because of the Russians, I've set up some simple security measures in the room to ensure Martin's safety. It's possible they were photographed." Navis glanced at Bruce and said, "This way." Martin stepped closer and asked, "What exactly is going on? Are the Russians really going to attack me?" Navis was at a loss for words. His men rushed in, knocking down 3 suspects with a stun grenade, and violently apprehended the situation. They recovered 3 News of the World press credentials. Through FBI channels, they immediately confirmed that the 3 individuals were indeed a News of the World field team. Further details are still under investigation. "If it doesn't involve state secrets, could you tell me something?" Martin patted his chest, where the Presidential Medal of Freedom hung. "I'm involved, and my life is at stake. You have to give me some information so I can be prepared." Navis immediately recovered and said, "Don't worry, it's not the Russians. It's 3 reporters from the News of the World. They bribed 2 hotel employees to install eavesdropping and hidden camera equipment in your room." Martin's face was filled with shock. "Jesus Christ. They're crazy." He reacted appropriately. "Bruce, call my lawyer and agent. I'm going to sue this newspaper until they shut it down." Then, with a hint of hope, he said, "Thank goodness it's not the Russians." Navis smiled. "We're lucky," he reassured Martin. "Don't worry, we'll handle it together later." Arriving at the door, Martin had just taken out a room card when Bruce took it and swiped it to open the door. Martin invited him in. Navis entered the suite with several FBI agents. Bruce found his laptop and camera, placed them on the coffee table, and pressed play. Navis glanced at Martin. "You're very careful." Martin smiled helplessly. "I used to be quite courageous. But that time at Burbank High School, it was a life-or-death situation. Even thinking about it now still scares me. I've become less and less courageous." "Same," Navis agreed. "The more you experience, the less courageous you become." Bruce fast-forwarded the video and soon saw 2 waiters enter the room. Navis gestured, telling his men to get to work, and then asked Martin, "Can I have a copy of the video?" Martin replied, "Of course." Bruce took the offered drive and copied the video. The FBI had found 3 sets of hidden cameras and wiretaps in the living room, master bedroom, and bathroom. Martin's face was grim, but his mind was constantly recollecting and thinking. Navis received a call and returned, saying, "Mr. Davis, don't let this information get out for now. Keep it within a certain range." This is also what the White House wants. The chief of staff had called him specifically about this matter. Recalling the wiretapping scandal, Martin had some suspicions. He said, "I can cooperate with you, but I need an explanation. The hotel, the newspaper, and so on." He nodded at the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Though it wasn't particularly valuable, it was still somewhat useful. On the day I was awarded the medal, someone tried to secretly film and eavesdrop on me. Their goal was clear: to discredit me. I was receiving the medal from the White House, from the president, Navis said. "Someone will definitely give you an explanation today." Martin sat on the sofa. "I'll be waiting." He wasn't idle either. He called WMA and Coca-Cola. Although he didn't specify the details, he said both sides would send representatives. Coca-Cola, in particular, had a planned event in Washington that was disrupted by this incident. The relevant personnel were also actively contacting each other. In New York, a commercial jet took off urgently, bound for Washington, D.C. Mockridge, the North American editor-in-chief of the News of the World, and Tom, a lawyer who had hurried over, were the only 2 passengers besides the crew. "My latest news," Mockridge quickly detailed the incident. Tom paused, then offered a suggestion: 3 options. Refuse to acknowledge they were news employees, or rather, the actions of temporary employees. That's one way. Mockridge considered it more comprehensively. If it were just Martin Davis, it wouldn't matter what we do, but this involves the White House, and Bush just awarded him a medal. We could call him a pig in the newspaper, but that wouldn't work in a real negotiation. Even a pig needs dignity, Tom added. Take legal action against him. With News Corporation backing us, we can drag him out, he added, and then force him to reach a settlement with us. Mockridge still shook his head. He knew more than Tom, a lawyer, could grasp. Back in London, the News of the World was being investigated for leaks about William's knee injury. As for things like wiretapping and secretly photographing, these had always been the default methods used by newspapers and corporations to obtain information. Tom hadn't mentioned the third option. It was obvious. Mockridge made a decision. Second point, those 3 are merely peripheral sources for the News of the World. Reach a settlement with Martin Davis as soon as possible. With his employer's decision, Tom, the lawyer, naturally wouldn't object. Mockridge pulled out his cell phone and called Washington. At the White House, after receiving feedback on the case, Bush passed a minor matter to his subordinates. The chief of staff approached Cohen, the aide responsible for overseeing progress, and simply said, "The president needs the media's support." Cohen replied, "I understand." The chief of staff added, "The president is also very upset." Cohen said, "I will quickly facilitate a settlement between the 2 parties." The chief of staff said, "The News of the World is on its way. Go to the Hilton Hotel." He then reminded, "The Coca-Cola people are at the Hilton Hotel. They've also contacted me." Cohen knew that Martin Davis could not be underestimated. He also had a powerful force behind him. If Martin was discredited by the News of the World, Coca-Cola would surely drop him. But right now, Martin's reputation was already strong. At the Hilton Hotel, the Asian hotel manager, Brown, entered Martin's suite. Martin glanced at him. Brown introduced himself and then said, "Mr. Davis, the hotel is deeply sorry for the disturbance you've caused. On behalf of the Hilton, I sincerely apologize." He gave a full, 90-degree bow. Martin immediately knew he was either a Korean or a Japanese. Brown straightened up and bowed again. "I beg your forgiveness, Mr. Davis." Martin said nothing. Brown stood there hunched, as if he wouldn't rise unless Martin understood. Martin thought, big companies will have to hire a Korean or Japanese person specifically to apologize to people these days. This talent skill is maxed out. Martin raised his hand. "That's not necessary." Brown quickly straightened up, his spine cracking, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your understanding." Martin was speechless. Wasn't the spirit of a craftsman the spirit of a scoundrel? He kept apologizing, but never offered a single word of actual apology. Martin cursed inwardly and said bluntly, "I've entrusted this matter to a lawyer. I'll let him discuss the details with you. If we can't reach an agreement, we'll take legal action." Brown rubbed his waist. He had been considering bringing in a third person, but after hearing this, he saw no need. Mr. Davis, the hotel is also a victim. Martin chuckled and mentioned two names, Wolf and Bellerin. Due to the large number of tourists during the Independence Day holiday, the hotel hired a group of temporary workers, and they were among them. Brown took out a card and placed it on the coffee table. It's a Hilton VIP membership card, which gives you a 20% discount on bookings at all Hilton hotels. Martin just looked at him, silent. Bruce followed up. When Martin signed the contract with Coca-Cola, they offered him a VIP card with a 40% discount at all Hyatt hotels. This wasn't a matter of a discount at all. Martin got up and went to the bedroom. I'm tired and need to rest, Bruce. You talk to Mr. Brown for a while. The lawyer Coca-Cola has arranged for me should be here soon. Martin wouldn't reach any agreement with the Hilton Hotel until someone from the News of the World or News Corporation arrived. Bruce's approach was to put things off until later. Over an hour later, Martin received a call from White House aide Cohen, who wanted to meet him downstairs. Martin pleaded alarm, saying they had something to discuss. Ever since he received the confirmed news of the wiretapping and secret filming, Martin had been mulling over this matter. The Sun and the News of the World weren't crucial, but News Corporation, the company behind them, had to consider it. This could be very troublesome if not handled properly. As for seeking fairness and justice under American law, he wasn't so naive. Martin kept trying to recall the wiretapping scandal. He seemed to have read a news report about the journalist who broke the news committing suicide. The Presidential Medal of Freedom he had just received today was useful, but it was also useless. Besides, he was just a Coca-Cola spokesperson, not a true son like Knight was to Nike. Even if something really needed to be done, it wasn't now. Martin knew his own situation and quickly decided how to respond. There was a knock on the door, and Navis arrived with 3 people. After entering, he first introduced the 2 parties. Cohen, a White House aide. Mockridge, the North American editor-in-chief of the News of the World, and his lawyer Tom. Martin's side, for the time being, was just him and Bruce. After the suite door closed, the parties began to negotiate, and soon reached a consensus that the 3-person reporter team headed by Alex, all of whom had Slavic ancestors, were spies from Russia. Chapter 231 It's hard for men to protect themselves. The FBI's investigation has completely confirmed the identities of the 3. Sitting on the armchair, Navis spoke truthfully. Alex, White, and Albert are not only of Russian descent, but also have remittances from Russia in their personal secret accounts. We have sufficient evidence to prove that the 3 are spies infiltrating the American media. He glanced at Martin, but seeing that Martin didn't react, he continued. While the 3 were in action, Martin noticed them and promptly alerted the FBI. With Martin's assistance, the FBI captured the 3 spies in one fell swoop. Staff member Cohen praised Mr. Davis. Following the Burbank High School incident, you have once again demonstrated fearless courage and guts, telling the American people what patriotism and the American spirit are. Martin nodded to Cohen and Navis. The FBI acted swiftly and effectively, and protected my safety. I will publicly thank them. Navis smiled and said, You're welcome, Mr. Davis. This is the FBI's job. Martin then asked, I'd like to know the current situation of the 3 spies and the possible outcome of their trial. During the operation, they violently resisted, forcing the FBI to take strong measures to control the situation, Navis said briefly. Alex suffered a broken eyebrow, Albert dislocated his cervical vertebrae, and White suffered a broken nose. They will all be sent to Guantanamo Bay. Tom couldn't help but look at Martin. Without an agent or a professional PR advisor, this young Hollywood star could make such a decisive move. It was truly impressive. Mockridge then spoke up. Mr. Davis, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to you by the newspaper's temporary staff. The News of the World will issue a formal statement of gratitude in its subsequent coverage. Thank you for helping the newspaper eliminate this cancer. He also promised, I can guarantee that as long as I work at the News of the World, your coverage of the newspaper will be completely positive. Cohen and Navis fell silent. It was up to Martin and Mockridge to reach an agreement. Actually, I'm very interested in your newspaper, Martin stated. I used to want to be a writer, but my talent was average, and my submissions never received any response. Mockridge, confused by Martin's intentions, hesitated. Martin then said, I'll contribute to the News of the World for the next 10 weekends. Mockridge nodded. Okay, Martin said, there should be a fee for contributing, right? Well, I won't ask for much, $200,000 per article. Mockridge, wanting to resolve the matter quickly, didn't completely reject it. We're short on space, we can only commit to 2 weekends at most. That's fine, writing requires talent, and Martin, knowing he's the worst of the worst, said, I only need a very small amount of space. After a brief discussion, the two sides quickly reached an agreement. Mockridge, on behalf of the News of the World, invited Martin to contribute 10 articles, each for $120,000, paid in advance and in full upon signing the contract. Bruce then negotiated with a Hilton hotel, which offered Martin a lump sum of $400,000 in compensation. The various parties were quickly finalized. The White House and the FBI simultaneously released press releases to the media. The News of the World would also publicly apologize and thank Martin in its upcoming issue, along with a notice requesting contributions. As for the fate of the 3 Russian spies after entering Guantanamo Bay, few people cared. Finally, the room returned to silence. Bruce ordered dinner and had it delivered by the hotel. Martin took a bottle of water and threw it to Bruce. He picked up another bottle, took a sip, and said, It's been a long day. Bruce said, I was worried that you would lose your mind and fight the news to the death, throwing an egg against a rock. I won't do that. Martin turned and asked, Old Bruce, do you think the News of the World will restrain itself because of what happened today? Those 3 people are definitely not isolated cases. Bruce thought about Mockridge and said, No, we can't afford to offend them now, especially with News Corporation behind them. Martin glanced at Bruce and said, Don't look at me like that. We are just 2 bad guys. If we really go head-to-head, we might commit suicide one day. Bruce said, Individual power is too small in front of the capital group. Martin agreed, so, we can only wait and find a suitable opportunity in the future. The News of the World's actions will inevitably provoke other forces. If a force of similar strength challenges them, their bad deeds will sooner or later be exposed. Bruce was not afraid to wait and said, I hope there will be such a day. On July 5th, while other Washington newspapers were focused on the Independence Day celebrations and the Presidential Medal of Freedom Awards ceremony, several newspapers close to the authorities, including the Washington Herald, broke a crucial story. Martin Davis discovered 3 spies, and the FBI apprehended them. The report, vaguely worded, reported that Martin had spotted 3 journalists infiltrating the media at the Hilton Hotel and urgently contacted the FBI, which, in response, launched a vigorous operation to apprehend the 3 spies. While the source of the spies wasn't explicitly stated, the text hinted at a polar bear. The spokesperson also mentioned the incident at the White House press conference that morning. Was the spies discovered by Martin Davis? Yes, Martin found the clue, notified the Secret Service, who reported it to the president, and the president personally issued the order. What sector were the spies targeting? It involved state secrets. No comment. The FBI later confirmed the information. Martin's fame and influence skyrocketed again. Burbank, Los Angeles. After finishing her jeans promotion tour, Blake slept in, washed up, and went downstairs to find that her brother Eric was the only one left at home. She went to the restaurant to get a sandwich, ate while going to the door to get the newspaper, and sat on the sofa next to Eric. Eric glanced at Blake, looking for news about Martin again? Don't you get tired of reading it every day? Blake picked up a newspaper and said, Martin is my idol. I can't get enough of reading it in my lifetime. She flipped through the newspaper and couldn't help exclaiming, Martin caught 3 spies. Spies? Eric didn't believe it. You must be kidding. Blake quickly read the news and threw it to Eric. Look, what a real idol is. Eric picked it up and read it carefully. The more he read, the more surprised he was. When he read the newspaper again, it was not a tabloid that was just for show. Blake grabbed the remote, turned on the TV, and flipped through the channels until he came across the relevant news on CNN. Don't disbelieve me. Look. Martin's being interviewed on CNN. On the screen, Martin casually said, It was a coincidence that I was able to find them. It was mainly because my bodyguard noticed something was wrong, and the FBI acted swiftly and effectively. Eric grinned. He's so lucky. Luck? Blake bristled. You think that's luck? My brother, if you think that's all luck, go save someone from a gunman and then find a few spies. Eric was speechless. He still remembered being pinned down and rubbed on the beach, unable to even resist. Blake stared at Martin on the TV, his eyes full of stars. I really want to go to Washington to find Martin. I can't wait to see him. Eric couldn't stand it anymore. You idiot. Blake ignored him and ran upstairs to get his phone to call Martin. In Washington, Martin finished his interview and prepared to go back to his room upstairs to pack up and leave in the afternoon. He felt confident in Atlanta. After all, it was where he made his fortune. Los Angeles was also okay, at least he could make it. Washington, this shabby place, was too complicated. To use a phrase from Martin's past life, if you bump into anyone on the street, they might be a congressman or a high-ranking government official. Want to chat? Someone suddenly stopped him. Martin knew Kate, a reporter from the Washington News. She nodded and asked, "Why are you here?" Kate invited Martin to the lounge area and said, "I can't seem to get a sense of what's wrong with today's news, so I came to see you." The person involved, Martin said vaguely, "There's a lot I don't know. I've said everything I can. As for what I can't say, I signed a confidentiality agreement with the FBI." Kate had a keen sense of smell and sensed something was wrong with this spy story, but she couldn't figure out what it was. This was worse than killing her. "Just tell me, okay? I promise not to tell anyone else." If this reporter's words were to be believed, what Little Boo said was truer than 24-karat gold. Martin still shook his head. "Nothing special." Kate looked around and lowered her voice. "Promise to tell me, and I'll go upstairs with you now. Do whatever you want, and I'll be with you until the end." Martin thought to himself, how hard it is for a man to protect himself outside. There are always some female demons setting traps for people. He stood up and prepared to leave. Kate said, "I'm serious," Martin casually said. "Everything you could know has been made public." Kate didn't believe it at all. Martin left the lounge and took the elevator back upstairs. He hoped that the female reporter would not do anything stupid. It would be so bad to become a missing person or something like that at such a young age. Bruce was packing his luggage in the room. When he saw Martin coming back, he said, "Aren't you going to buy some souvenirs to take back?" "No, whatever is available in Washington can also be bought in Los Angeles," Martin joked. "I remember there are still some pendants," Bruce said. "I sent a message to the hunting company in Queensland. They will send a new batch of goods to Los Angeles in a while." Martin helped to pack up and said, "We have to go to Australia when we have time to hunt more saltwater crocodiles and bison. I feel a little ashamed that the things we sent out are not worthy of their reputation," Bruce sneered. In the afternoon, the two left the Hilton Hotel and returned to Los Angeles smoothly. 2 updates today. Chapter 232 Marriage is a Man's Nightmare. Sherman Oaks, Cody Community Council. Chairman Harold emerged from his office and arrived at the main entrance on the first floor. An Escalade was parked in the parking space on the left side of the building. Martin and Bruce got out of the car, and Harold greeted Martin at the entrance, shaking his hand. "Mr. Davis, welcome to the Cody community. Just call me Martin," Martin said with a smile. "Antonio and I are old friends, and he's spoken of you before." Harold smiled back. "I envy him for retiring early." He led the way. "Please come in." Entering the council's office building, Bruce went to check in while Harold chatted with Martin. The Cody community is home to quite a few celebrities, and Martin is definitely not the biggest star, but he has the most acclaim. He's an honorary citizen of Los Angeles, a recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and he just apprehended 3 Russian spies. Harold took Martin on a tour of the Community Council's exhibition room and gave a brief introduction. The Cody community has over 20,000 residents, all with high incomes. We host numerous events throughout the year, community theater performances in January and February, a dance festival in March, a music festival in April, a camping festival in May. Martin understood. There's a major event or community festival every month, along with occasional competitions and even a weekly wine tasting. A high-end community is completely different from a slum. In other words, high-end taxpayers and those on welfare live in 2 completely different worlds. Martin also inquired about the community's funding sources. Besides donations from residents, the majority comes from tax rebates. Property taxes return 1.6 cents per dollar, personal property taxes return 4 cents per dollar, and other revenue, like public parking, goes largely to the community. Community councils must be non-profit organizations, and all this money must be spent. Harold came to a model theater and said to Martin, "We also have a community theater and a community troupe, primarily for children and young people who enjoy performing. Your acting has been highly praised. Would you be interested in joining and coaching the kids?" Bruce, who had just finished his paperwork, came in and muttered to himself, "Letting a jerk like Martin coach the kids is like teaching a bunch of perverts." Martin agreed immediately. No problem. He then asked, is there a neighborhood defense league in this community? Harold said, of course. Are you interested? I have a legal gun license and a concealed carry permit. Martin had researched that joining a neighborhood league would reduce the risk of having to fire a gun in the event of an emergency. He turned and pointed at Bruce. We're both pretty good marksmen, and we have a certain level of vigilance and defensive skills. We'd like to join, Harold said. That's easy. Fill out some paperwork and I'll take it to the Canyon Police Station for filing. Bruce frantically filled out the paperwork, a painful task for a student with poor academic performance. There's a shooting range in the community, and they hold shooting competitions from time to time, Harold said. If you have time and are interested, you can check it out, Martin said. I'll check it out later. After chatting for a few more minutes, Bruce returned and Martin was about to leave. Before leaving, he made a formal invitation. I'm planning a housewarming party for my new home this weekend. Everyone on the community committee is welcome to attend. Harold thought for a moment and said, I'll definitely be there. Martin and Bruce left the community committee and returned home. They visited their neighbors with gifts, mentioned the housewarming party, and politely extended an invitation. One of the houses on either side was currently vacant, the other was occupied by a middle-aged couple who ran an art business. The owner of the house across the street was a plain-looking woman in her 30s. When she opened the door and saw Martin, her face was filled with surprise. Martin, how did you find me here? Martin didn't remember knowing her. He put on a smile and pointed across the street. I just moved here, so that's how it is. The woman suddenly remembered that Martin didn't know her, and quickly introduced herself. My name is Gillian Flynn. I work at Entertainment Weekly. I attended the premieres of The Hills Have Eyes and Jeans. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to interview you. Martin handed over the small gift he had prepared. We'll be neighbors from now on. Gillian accepted it and said, thank you. She made way for the door. Would you like to come in and sit down? Martin declined. I came here mainly to get to know the neighbors. I'm planning a housewarming party this weekend. Please come. Gillian smiled and said, I'll go as long as time permits. Martin said goodbye and left, crossed the street and returned to his home. Bruce said, I've asked about them at the community committee. Hey, old Bruce, you're not interested in her, are you? Martin, this scumbag, never has a good word in his mouth. Bruce replied angrily, I'm worried that you will be screwed. He roughly said, she has a master's degree in journalism from Northwestern University, is the deputy editor of the celebrity section of Entertainment Weekly, and is engaged in novel writing in her spare time, mostly short stories. The house came from the divorce proceeds from her ex-husband. Martin's focus was completely off the normal channel. She got a detached villa worth more than $2 million after the divorce, so getting married is a man's nightmare. Bruce asked, what if Louise Mayer marries you? When? Martin said without hesitation, I will go to her to sign the marriage certificate right away, and live peacefully from then on. If he could hook up with a rich woman of similar age, he would not work so hard to make money and do these messes all day long. Bruce then mentioned another neighbor. Mr. and Mrs. Jones are in the art business. They have a daughter who works in the Sacred Valley. Martin was a little surprised. Same job as Jenna. Bruce nodded. Yes, and the couple isn't shy about it. They sometimes talk about it. They themselves say their daughter has excess hormones in that area. Martin could only say, sure enough, people who work in the arts are not ordinary people. After a short break, the two went out shopping again, calling on Ming, Jessica, and others to help. The weekend soon arrived, and Martin began preparing for the party afternoon. In addition to hiring a professional party company, he also called on Ming, Thomas, and Jessica to help. The barbecue grill next to the annex was lit, and tables and chairs were set up in the front yard around the pool, with a self-service area for drinks. Just after 4 o'clock, Craven, Agia, and Zomi arrived first. Martin took the wine they brought and asked Emily to put it in the living room. Craven glanced at them and said, we're short on pretty girls. Martin smiled. This is a proper party. Craven pointed to the pool and said, we'll have to invite some pretty girls in swimsuits to liven things up. Agia said, after the party, let's go wash our faces together. Martin said, I don't think I'll have time today. Louise and Kate Winslet were in the same car. It's a nice house, Kate said, taking in the yard and the villa. Very beautiful, Martin said deliberately. The price is also shocking. Louise smiled and replied, it's a shame we need a hostess. Martin said bluntly, if you'd like to be the hostess here, I'd welcome you with open arms. Louise just smiled at him and didn't respond. Martin automatically changed the subject. Has the release date for The Man Who Wanted been set? Yes. You and Julie are both very popular now, and Warner Brothers wants to release it as soon as possible, Louise said briefly. It's in November. Let's try to make headlines then, Martin sighed. Another uproar. Kate laughed. My generation of actors followed the production company's publicity plan. Times have really changed. After Titanic, you will achieve financial freedom. The annual sponsorship from the luxury industry will ensure that you don't go the commercial route. Martin led the two and sighed. I'm still a pauper. Making money is my priority, Louise said. A millionaire is also called a pauper. Martin shrugged. In Hollywood, where the average income is over 100 million, what else is a pauper? Kate laughed again. You're getting funnier, she asked. Someday, when you have time, tell us about spies. Martin pointed to the door. Another visitor. Please feel free. He went to greet him. It was McLean, the LAPD's public relations director. Martin had applied for his gun license and concealed carry permit through him. As for the higher levels of Los Angeles politics, he couldn't reach them for the time being. Robert Patrick and several other friends from the film industry also came to visit. Warner Brothers executive Daniel also came. After 5 o'clock, Harold, chairman of the community committee, came to Martin's house with 3 committee members. Martin introduced the guests to them one by one. Harold immediately went to get close to McLean, secretly sighing that he had gained a lot from coming here today. For a manager like him hired by an upscale community, it was very necessary to have a good relationship with the local police. The most popular person at the scene was not Martin, the host, nor the beautiful ladies dressed up like Louise and Kate. It was Martin's neighbors, the Joneses. Mr. Jones told everyone about his daughter. She is very outstanding. She has attended all the prestigious schools from elementary school to university. But God is fair. He gives people outstanding brains and looks, but not reasonable hormone secretion. Craven is knowledgeable and expressed his understanding. This is also an artistic choice. It's not only an artistic choice, it's also a job to support yourself. Mr. Jones did not shy away from it. Some people once laughed at me for this, and I told them that I was proud of my daughter. At that time, I questioned him, how much money did your daughter make from ML? Not a penny. But my daughter has made hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. He also called out, friends. The Sacred Valley is also a masterpiece of art. You must support authentic products. Not far away, Louise whispered to Martin, your neighbors are really interesting, much more interesting than the boring Olsen sisters. I'm staying here tonight, Martin said. You can be the hostess if you want. I'm not interested in being the hostess. Louise's voice was low, but it was full of storm. The first shot in your new home will definitely be mine. Chapter 233 Old Bastard. Martin returned from vacation this week and began his new job. After a lengthy pre-production phase, the crew of The Departed is about to enter filming. Before heading to New York for filming, the crew held a script review and a meet and greet with the main cast at Warner Brothers Studios. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom, gently patted Alan's wrinkled face, and said, honey, go back to sleep. I'm going to the crew. I know. Alan released his hand, feeling so comfortable that he didn't even want to get up. Since you performed so well last night, let me remind you and your boss that it's not easy to get along on a big crew, especially in a situation like yours where your direct competition from the audition is still on the crew. Min asked, any suggestions? Alan didn't answer. Instead, he said, I'll wait here for you. Come back tonight, Uncle Min steeled himself. He decided to recover during the day and make her beg for mercy that night. I'll be there promptly at 7 p.m. Alan said slowly. Scorsese only has his eye on the Best Director Oscar right now. Anyone who stands in his way will become his enemy. So, on set, no matter what happens, don't interfere with filming our work, she stretched. Besides Scorsese, the person with the most say on the crew is Leonardo DiCaprio. He's recommended your boss to the crew. Try to build a good relationship with Leonardo DiCaprio privately. It won't hurt you. Min nodded and said, see you tonight. After leaving the hotel, he drove to the Warner Brothers building and waited in the lobby for a moment before meeting Martin and Bruce. Boss, Min approached. Martin beckoned him, come on, let's go up together. As they walked, Min reiterated Alan's words to Martin. Martin patted Min on the shoulder and said, we treat everyone with kindness and strive to be good people wherever we go. But being a good person doesn't mean being a coward. When the bad guys are doing bad things, we beat them down, Min said. Boss, I'll do whatever you say. Martin and Min entered the crew's conference room. 6 or 7 people sat around a long conference table. The room was a mess, with many items scattered on the floor and tables. A miniature doll lay by the door, its black cylinder half exposed at its center. Nearby, a small ball tied with leather straps lay on the ground. Further in, a black, flower-shaped whip resembling a whisk lay. Looking inside, there were at least a dozen different sex toys. This made Martin subconsciously suspect he'd come to the wrong place. He wasn't on Scorsese's crew, but Jenna's. Martin's gaze quickly shifted from those to the man sitting at the head seat on the left side of the conference table. Judging by his appearance alone, he looked like a natural villain. Jack Nicholson. From the looks of the others, Martin guessed that these toys were connected to Nicholson. He stepped over the miniature dolls and made his way to the right side of the table. According to the crew's unspoken rule, the first seat was definitely Leonardo DiCaprio's. Martin would either take the second seat or Jack Nicholson's seat. But he noticed the second chair had a cushion, the kind you'd find on most desks or meeting chairs. Martin glanced around and saw no cushions on the other chairs. Without hesitation, he gave up the second chair, a symbol of his status, and took the third seat. Mean sat on his other side. Jack Nicholson turned to look at Martin, his lips curled into a smile. Just like the evil Joker he portrayed. Martin smiled back, but said nothing. The two had no previous experience together. Over the next few minutes, the rest of the crew trickled in. Most were surprised to see the sex toys scattered across the floor, but the veteran's eyes naturally fell on Jack Nicholson. It was clear this wasn't the first time Jack Nicholson had done this. Leonardo DiCaprio entered, and seeing the miniature dolls, he couldn't help but laugh. "Are they giving away free gifts?" Martin greeted him. "Hi, Leo." Leonardo nodded and said bluntly, "You're amazing. You've made Kate so happy. Be careful, Sam's coming to pick a fight with you." Martin, knowing he was referring to Sam Mendes, couldn't help but laugh. "Kate and I are just friends." Matt Damon then entered, glanced at the seats, and seeing the second seat next to Leonardo empty, he unceremoniously sat down in it. He settled into the middle, and Martin and Leonardo lost interest in chatting. Matt Damon greeted Leonardo DiCaprio, then turned and extended his right hand to Martin. "You've done something truly remarkable." Whether this was a reference to the Burbank High School incident or something else, Martin didn't bother to guess. He shook Damon's hand and immediately said, "I'm a huge fan. Bourne is so cool, honest people can't get as far as Damon." So Damon echoed Martin's words, "Your fandom goes beyond just the star you love." Martin retorted, "When fans love a star to the core, certain things just happen." Damon smiled, a smile that resembled his appearance, remarkably innocent. Director Scorsese finally entered, glanced at the special supplies scattered across the floor, and said, "Jack, you're doing this again." Nicholson's smile had a sinister edge to it. "A simple meeting is so boring. Let's spice it up a bit." Scorsese, having known him for nearly 30 years, didn't seem to mind. He pulled up a chair and sat down, saying, "Let's begin the script reading." Everyone pulled out their scripts and began to read them intently. The assistant director turned on the slide projector, and Scorsese, drawing on his own homework, explained the plot and the complex relationships between the characters. When Scorsese finished his explanation and reached for his water bottle to drink, Nicholson suddenly pulled a small remote control from his trouser pocket and pressed it. Puff! A loud and long fart echoed throughout the conference room. Martin and Leonardo were near the sound, so they heard it most clearly and simultaneously turned to look at Matt Damon in the center. Everyone's eyes immediately followed Martin and Leonardo to Matt Damon. When the fart died down, Matt Damon said innocently, "It wasn't me." Nicholson quietly pressed the remote control again. Puff! A loud and long fart erupted from under Matt Damon's butt. Everyone's faces shifted in surprise. Leonardo unconsciously moved back, trying to distance himself as much as possible from Damon. Matt Damon suddenly stood up, grabbed the cushion from his chair, and shouted, "Who did this? Who did this?" Several people glanced at Jack Nicholson. Martin smiled at Nicholson. Normally, he would have been sitting in Matt Damon's chair. Unexpectedly, Nicholson pulled out a remote control, placed it on the table, and chuckled, "I did it. This kind of meeting is so boring, I have to have some fun." He looked at Matt Damon and said, "It's just a little prank. You won't hold it against an old man, right?" Matt Damon tossed a cushion onto the conference table. Before Matt Damon could get angry, Nicholson turned to Martin and said, "Originally, I wanted to play a prank on the Los Angeles, no, American hero. I didn't expect the hero to take that seat. He chose another one, Matt Damon turned to look at Martin. Seeing Martin's face full of surprise and innocence, he sank back into his chair. Mean tried to move, but Martin quietly held him back. He turned his eyes to Nicholson and smiled and nodded. Nicholson didn't care, he'd done it so many times before. Scorsese finished his water and said, "Jack, your pranks are over now. Don't show up on set again," Nicholson replied. "I promise." Martin suddenly realized that Scorsese and the old jerk were clearly having a special relationship. The script reading went on smoothly, and everyone seemed to have forgotten the incident. When the meeting ended and Scorsese left, Matt Damon immediately stood up and walked out. Martin ignored everyone else and approached Leonardo. "Let's go out for a drink someday." Leonardo, however, told him something else. "I heard from Kate that you organized an amazing theme party that even impressed that picky old man, Wes Craven." Martin nodded. "That's true." Leonardo lowered his voice and said, "New York is a supermodel hotspot. I'm planning to contact a few of them and rent a yacht or a mansion for a party. Could you help me plan it? These typical parties in the industry are boring." Martin's mind automatically came up with two plans, one of which was a water gun party, Leonardo's favorite. But then he thought, this guy loves this, he must have had a lot of it privately. He asked, "What level of models?" Speaking of supermodels, Leonardo was quite confident, "At the level of Victoria's Secret angels, as long as I extend an invitation, there will definitely be someone willing to come." Martin asked again, "Are they willing to cooperate?" Leonardo was very conceited in this regard. "Of course," Martin agreed, "I will think about it carefully during this period of time." Suddenly, a big head stretched out. Jack Nicholson, a guy who doesn't play by the rules, lay on the conference table with his head stretched out like a turtle. "You two bastards, count me in, or I will call and report you." Martin looked at the old man who looked like a villain, and couldn't see through him at all. Nicholson snorted coldly, "I just live casually and do whatever I want, unlike you who put on masks on your faces every day." I forgot which Hollywood star made the fart cushion as a prank, but I remember there was such a gossip. Chapter 234 Let's do it together. Most of the people in the conference room had left. The crew's three most important actors were sharing their feelings and clarifying their roles, and no one dared to interrupt. Martin watched Nicholson with interest, unable to discern whether he was genuine or just acting. With over 40 years of acting experience, he was hailed as one of Hollywood's finest actors. Perhaps acting had become ingrained into every aspect of his life. Leonardo DiCaprio pointed at Nicholson and said, "You and Marlon Brando were known as the most playful people on the Sunset Strip." Nicholson smiled and said to them, "I want to see what the younger generation can come up with." Leonardo said, "Martin, it's up to you." Martin shrugged, "No big deal." Leonardo glanced at his watch and said, "I'm leaving now." Martin also left a meeting room. Nicholson, ignoring the scattered objects on the floor, also came out. Mean, standing next to him, nodded slightly at Martin. Martin was contemplating something, particularly the relationship between Jack Nicholson and Scorsese. He slowed down his pace, waited for Nicholson to come over, and asked directly, "Old Jack, that Matt, are you targeting me?" Nicholson stopped, suddenly grinned, and actually admitted, "Yes, I am targeting you." Since this kind of person admits it in person, he will definitely continue to say that Martin is waiting for him. As expected, Nicholson continued, "Today, I was planning on playing a prank on you. An old friend asked me to help you. I've been in and out with her for 20 years. I've always wanted to keep fucking her, even if it meant looking at her from above." He chuckled again, "I'm old enough to not care who it is. She asked me to fuck you, and I did. As for who else was behind her, I don't give a damn. I'm going to see God, old man. If Bill Gates showed up, I'd give him a smack. Now everyone knows I fucked you, and she can't resist me." Martin asked, "Who is she?" Nicholson spread his hands. "I've asked around. You're a great fucker. I want to keep fucking her. If you fuck her, what will I do next?" He was a man of few words. "I've been with her for almost 20 years, and I'm still not tired of her." "Do you know why?" Martin was genuinely curious. Mean, standing next to him, thought that to have been able to fuck Nicholson for 20 years, he must be in his 40s or 50s. He must be an expert at this, right? He couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Nicholson said, with an expert look on his face, "You young people, you're too focused on face, breasts, and legs. Over 40 years, I've learned one thing, just being passable is enough." He pointed at Mean's legs. "That's the key. Do you know how hard it is to find someone who can add and suck? Once you've experienced more, you'll understand. Suddenly, Martin saw Matt Damon emerge from the bathroom a few dozen meters behind Nicholson. Just as Damon was about to turn around, Martin quickly reached out and grabbed Nicholson's shoulders and neck, preventing him from turning back. With full enthusiasm, he said, "Hearing you say that, I'm itching to do it. Can we do it together someday?" Nicholson was surprised, his smile filled with wickedness. "You're into that?" Martin didn't even glance at Damon. "To fuck someone, we can only fuck them to the point where they can't take care of themselves if we do it together." Elsewhere, Damon emerged from the bathroom and saw Martin and Nicholson arm in arm. He could hear them discussing how to fuck someone. Who? In this situation, it was hard not to think about the recent fart on the cushion. Matt Damon and Nicholson had no ties. He and Ben Affleck were part of the Weinstein family in Hollywood. Nicholson, with his seniority and impulsive approach, had numerous connections and didn't give Harvey any respect. One of these two had stolen his second leading role, and the other had publicly embarrassed him. Were they together? Matt Damon didn't move forward, but quickly headed for the elevator and downstairs. In the hallway near the conference room, Nicholson noticed Martin's grip on his neck and shoulders was incredibly tight, and a sinister thought suddenly struck him. "Hey, you little bastard, you're not into men, are you?" "I'm a bit of a playboy, but I never go with men." Martin didn't let go. "Don't worry, I only like women." Nicholson wriggled free from Martin's grip. "You're not normal." He pondered for a moment. "Are you plotting against me? Why are you suddenly putting your arm around my shoulders?" Martin spoke frankly. "To deepen our relationship so we can work together to get into trouble." Nicholson glanced around, seeing nothing unusual. "She's my baby, I won't share her with you." The old man was about to leave. "When you have a party with Leonardo in New York, don't forget to invite me along. I'd be so bold as to tell the press." After the others left, Martin and Mean followed him downstairs. They met Bruce in the lobby. Martin said, "When you get to the set, keep an eye out for Matt Damon and Jack Nicholson." Bruce nodded. As the three of them walked out, Mean recounted what had happened in a rapid-fire manner. Bruce said, "I think we should focus more on Matt Damon." He looked at Mean and said, "There aren't many people who could pull a prank like Nicholson. Ask Alan." Mean, who had a date with Alan that evening, agreed immediately. "Leave it to me." After leaving Warner Brothers, Mean sought a place to rest and recharge before preparing for the next round of battles that evening. Martin had an appointment and rushed to an upscale restaurant near South Broadway, where he met Blake Lively. "Sorry, the script meeting just ended," he said, sitting in a booth. Blake waited a moment, but showed no impatience. "That's okay. Work's important." Martin took the menu from the waiter and handed it to her. "Anything you want, don't be polite." Blake spoke with a warm warmth. "I saw you signed a contract with the News of the World and earned a lot of money. I won't skimp on you." Martin wasn't up to the writing skills, so Thomas had to complete the draft required to fulfill the contract. Bruce volunteered, but Martin didn't dare use Bruce. Firstly, Bruce's skills were even worse than his, and secondly, Bruce's topic was called A Guide to Finding the Best Big S's, using Martin Davis' name to write about his rubbish. How could that be possible? After Blake ordered, she curiously asked, "Can we talk about those two spies?" Her eyes sparkled, as if she'd seen a fan of her idol. "Eric's jealous of you. With his brains, if he ever ran into the FBI, he'd be so stupid they'd mistake him for a spy, let alone spot one." Martin was helpless. The spy thing simply couldn't be discussed, so he said, "I signed a non-disclosure agreement with the FBI as a huge bootlicker." Blake couldn't afford to embarrass her idol. She quickly changed the subject. "You're moving. When can I come over to see you?" Martin said, "Today is fine. After dinner, we'll go to Sherman Oaks." When the food arrived, Blake devoured it as quickly as she could, finishing the entire lunch in just half an hour. Martin paid the bill and took Blake to the Escalade from the mall's underground parking lot. Blake saw Bruce driving and immediately greeted him. "Hi, Bruce. Long time no see." Bruce smiled at her. 10 minutes later, the Escalade arrived at the Cody neighborhood and drove directly to Martin's new home. Blake got out of the car and first looked at the yard, lawn and swimming pool. He took a deep breath, put his arm around Martin's arm, and his dog-licking nature came out. "Your scent is everywhere here. It smells so good." Martin invited her to the main house. "This way." Blake followed Martin to visit the house and said as he walked, "When I turn 18, I will move out of home." She sighed. "It's a pity that I can't afford such a beautiful house. How could a good man like Martin bear to let a girl sleep on the streets?" He immediately said, "I have a vacant room here that I can rent to you." Blake was happy and muttered, "I have no money, how can I pay the rent?" Martin's awareness and bottom line are very high. Let's talk about it after you turn 18, he specifically asked. When are you holding your birthday party? Blake said, August 25th. She knew that Martin was about to go to New York to film and might be there for a long time. Female fans would naturally consider their male idol. This play is very important to you. If you don't have time to come back, I will hold a party at home and then go to New York to visit the set. Martin was so shameless. We'll see how the situation is then. Blake was determined. It's a deal. I'll come to New York to see you, and you have to give me a special birthday party. Martin replied, of course. One you'll never forget. Blake was filled with anticipation, wondering what special gift Martin would give her. What kind of special event would he plan? Martin took Blake on a tour of the building. In the basement storage room, he even gave Blake a special souvenir set. It included a crocodile tusk pendant, a carved clown horn, and a jade bracelet. Blake loved it. Even if her idol gave her nothing but a blank piece of paper, she would be happy. A little after 2 in the afternoon, Blake's father called, and she had no choice but to leave. After dropping Blake off back in Burbank, Martin sat in the passenger seat, looking at the dazzling array of shops lining the road. He asked, Brooke, what's a good gift for a girl's 18th birthday? Bruce thought without hesitation, a tusk pendant with a carved ox horn, and a jade piece for important people. I already got a set. Martin, at that moment, became an animal protectionist. I'm worried about the extinction of Australia's saltwater crocodiles and bison. It's better to get something industrial, Bruce said. Diamonds, luxury goods, watches, that kind of thing. Those are always a good idea. He then changed the subject. Why are you suddenly acting like a human being? Martin emphasized, I've always been a good person. I was poor before. Poor people can't afford extravagance, Bruce agreed. He and the Kardashian sisters, for example, used to be all gold. It was only in the last 6 months, after they'd made some money, that they started giving gifts. Martin didn't stay in Los Angeles for long. In mid-July, he followed the crew to New York. Chapter 235 Treasure Boy. New York, known as the world's largest open-air studio, is the first city to be destroyed by Hollywood movies. The crew chose to shoot here instead of shooting in Boston because New York promised a high tax rebate. Faced with huge commercial interests, even a director of Martin Scorsese's caliber still has to compromise. The crew began filming in a studio located at the junction of Brooklyn and Queens. In a telephone booth set up on the outer wall of the studio, Martin spoke his lines quickly while holding the phone. The sound engineer squatted outside, fixed the recording microphone, and lowered his body as much as possible. Director of photography Michael controlled the camera, sliding it slowly along the slide rail surrounding the telephone booth to shoot. Cut. Director Scorsese called a stop. Martin put down the phone and turned around. Scorsese, a wireless headset dangling from his neck, strode over and said bluntly, the tone's off, the emotion's okay, but I think you can do better. This was Martin's first scene, and he wasn't quite in the flow yet. He asked, shall I try again? Scorsese warned, pay attention to the relationship between Colin and Frank. Frank has been instilling Colin's values since he was 12. Frank is, in a sense, like a father to him, and a very strict one. Martin listened intently, his work ethic fully attentive. Scorsese added, during this time, Colin has wanted to break away from Frank, but he hasn't yet had the courage or the actual action. Martin nodded repeatedly, I understand. The cameraman returned to his position, and filming began again. Martin returned to the phone booth, picked up the phone, and began his monologue. His tone was sincere, without a hint of hesitation, but his expression hinted at helplessness and annoyance, fed up with the constant pressure from the other side. Stop. Well done, Scorsese shouted encouragement to Martin. Put all your emotions and energy into it. You can push your limits. Let's do it again. Returning to his specialty, the gangster films, the renowned director held high standards for every aspect, especially the actors' performances. Amidst Scorsese's praise, the scene was taken 3 more times, each time Martin's performance surpassing the last. When the director finally gave the green light, Martin even gasped for air. While the role of Two-Face came naturally to him, actually portraying it on camera was no easy feat. Scorsese approached him and bluntly stated, the first time I worked with Robert De Niro on Mean Streets, he wasn't as good as you. Whether it was encouragement or genuine, Martin was now incredibly confident. Director, You'll find that choosing me wasn't a mistake. It's one of the best decisions you've made in making this film." Scorsese nodded. "I'll wait and see how you perform." He waved his hand. "Take a 5-minute break before we shoot the next take." Martin remained on the set, familiarizing himself with his positioning and lines. All of this fell into Scorsese's eyes. Although he didn't say anything, he felt that choosing Martin was the right choice. Not far from here on the beach, Daniel, a project executive of Warner Brothers, and Graham King, the crew's producer, were sitting under a parasol and drinking coffee together. The latter added sugar to his coffee and asked, "I heard the release date has been set." Daniel said, "It will premiere in North America during the Toronto Film Festival in September next year." He took a sip of coffee and said, "The film has a high investment, and the pressure to make a profit at the box office is huge. We need to think of some ways to promote it." Graham said, "Leonardo and Scorsese have enough appeal. Even if the box office can't make back the investment, the subsequent DVD and television rights market will be enough for us to easily make a profit." Daniel said, "No one will doubt their appeal." Graham added, "Jack is old, but he still has a large number of old audiences supporting him. Matt Damon is not bad either." Daniel reminded, "Don't forget Martin Davis. Look at me, I almost forgot about this newcomer." Graham asked, "I remember he has been working with Warner Brothers. How is it going?" Daniel said simply, "The best result is The Hills Have Eyes." It was re-released after the Burbank High School incident. The North American box office finally reached $115 million. The overseas screenings are basically over, and the global box office is $207 million. Even a veteran producer like Graham was amazed at such box office figures. "It's a blockbuster." Daniel smiled and said, "North American DVD sales have reached $50 million. Martin is the absolute leading actor. He and the film complement each other." The popularity of The Eyes Across the Mountain has also continued to another film, Summer of Jeans. Warner originally expected the North American box office to be around $40 million. Now the North American box office has accumulated $72 million. Most of this extra money is thanks to Martin. Graham said, "He is actually a treasure boy." "Who said he is not?" Daniel said, "Martin's new film Wanted has just completed a rough cut. Do you know our internal estimate?" Graham was surprised. "It's hard to tell the quality of a film from a rough cut." Daniel shook his head and said, "As long as the quality of the film is not particularly bad, with Martin's popularity and Angelina Jolie, it won't be difficult for it to exceed $100 million in North America." Graham asked, "Does Warner Brothers have such confidence in him?" Daniel made a crucial point. "He's not only an exceptional actor, but he also always has the unexpected in marketing. The unconventional marketing campaigns for Museum of Wax and The Hills Have Eyes were all his original ideas. Jeans were a direct beneficiary of the Burbank High School incident. I believe in Martin's ability to stir things up, and he's proven it 3 times in a row." He gulped down his cooling coffee. "I think the marketing for this film put Matt Damon and Jack Nicholson in the backseat, with Martin listed behind Leonardo." Graham said, "Damon's charisma," Daniel reminded him, "he has too few scenes." The two men, seemingly chatting casually, had reached a consensus on the marketing strategy. Filming ended at 11:30, and the crew temporarily called it a day to pick up lunch from the food truck. Martin had his own trailer, where he ate lunch with Bruce. Bruce said while eating, "I just heard that Matt Damon is coming to New York next week." He remembered an important thing: Mean is also coming next week. He spent a lot of time talking to Alan, and it is basically certain that the only person who has been in and out of Jack Nicholson for decades is Meryl Streep. Martin felt a toothache. Oscar winner? No mistake. Just take a look at the song, post, content, and book on 169. Bruce's words were on a different wavelength from Martin's. "Remember, Meryl was married a long time ago, and she still shows off her good wife and mother from time to time, but she's so extravagant in private. I now completely agree with you that marriage is definitely a nightmare for Hollywood men." Martin pondered for a moment and said, "As far as I know, Meryl Streep and Harvey Weinstein have a special relationship." Bruce stopped talking about useless things. "That's not surprising. Sophia and Harvey had a conflict. With Harvey's ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find out that you have a relationship with Sophia." Martin added, "I rejected Weinstein's invitation. He wanted to use that invitation to disrupt my audition for this film. It should be for Damon. Congratulations to you." "No, it should be congratulations to us." Bruce was very aware, there are enemies everywhere. Martin didn't care. He pinched out 5 centimeters with 2 fingers. thought about it, and reduced it to 1 centimeter. The opportunity is so small. How can it fall on us if we don't fight for it? We might as well go back to Atlanta and be a gigolo, Bruce reminded this troublemaker. There's no grudge. Let's get back on track, Martin nodded. Leonardo, Jack, and I have the heaviest scenes on the set. He picked up an apple and tossed it around. Leonardo will be joining the shoot this afternoon. I need to ask him about the Victoria's Secret angels he promised. Bruce was curious, and also interested in learning. Have you thought of a party theme? Martin couldn't help but laugh. I can easily come up with 100. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Leonardo and Jack Nicholson arrived on the set. The three of them took turns filming. Compared to Martin, who had already adjusted to his desired state in the morning, and the talented veteran Nicholson, Leonardo had the most angst. An actor's fame and status actually have little to do with the quality of his acting. During a break in filming, Nicholson approached Scorsese and pointed toward Martin, saying, "This kid's got some talent, only a step behind me back then." Scorsese gave his old pal no face. "You didn't have such good acting skills at his age." In the lounge on the other side, Martin approached Leonardo. "Leo, we've been in New York for 2 days. Where are the Victoria's Secret angels you mentioned?" Leonardo said, "It'll take some time for the news of my coming to New York to spread." He was quite conceited. "If nothing goes wrong, someone will call this afternoon." He asked Martin, "Have you decided on the theme?" Martin nodded and asked, "A yacht or a villa?" Leonardo said, "A yacht. We'll go to the sea and avoid those boring paparazzi and entertainment reporters." As the two were talking, Jack Nicholson came over. "Did you forget something?" Leonardo asked Martin. "What do you think? As long as there are enough beautiful women, I don't mind bringing this old bastard along." Martin, referring to the other party's behavior during their last contact, said, "Old Jack, you have to listen to me when it comes to setting the party theme." Nicholson smirked. "We've already tried every trick we can come up with. I'd like to see what new tricks you can come up with." An assistant approached and said to Leonardo, "Miss Naomi called and asked you to have dinner tonight." Leonardo said, "Tell her to get a few more people together and say I'm going with a great American hero, Martin Davis." Nicholson, anxious, poked Leonardo's arm. Leonardo added, "And there's that old bastard named Jack Nicholson." Chapter 236 Angels. In the restaurant of the Four Seasons Hotel in New York, Martin met the Naomi Leonardo had mentioned. It turned out to be the black supermodel Naomi Campbell. This was completely beyond Martin's expectations. Common sense would have suggested that Leonardo's tastes should be for blonde or brunette white girls, preferably models, under 25. Martin suddenly realized he wasn't as loyal as Leonardo. For example, he didn't mind brunettes or redheads, and his skin color wasn't a problem as long as it wasn't black. And he wasn't limited to under 25. Martin felt mortified to be outdone in this fickleness by the superstar playboy. Naomi Campbell introduced the models who had come with her. "This is Alessandra Ambrosio. This is Adriana Lima. This is Carolina Kirkova. This is Angela Lindvall. This is Julia Stegler." The last one to arrive said, "I think you all know this one, Heidi Klum." Leonardo then introduced Martin and Jack Nicholson. The two were actually familiar with each other, having seen each other's names and photos in the media. Sitting at the table, Martin couldn't help but glance at Leonardo, inexplicably impressed. They were all A-list models. But Martin's mind quickly changed. Naomi asked, "You guys want to attend Heidi's bachelorette party, too?" Leonardo replied, "What's a ladies' bachelorette party without men?" Pointing at Martin, he said, "I've invited all the real hotties in Hollywood." Martin replied, "Leo, that's not what you told me." He addressed the supermodels. "You know what Leo told me? If he invited you, you'd come." Now I know he was just bragging. Heidi Klum raised her glass to Martin. "I'm so glad you're coming to my bachelorette party." Martin also raised his glass. "Heidi, it's my honor." They drank a glass, and while the others were chatting with Leonardo, Martin deliberately asked Carolina, who was standing next to him, "Can you tell me what's going on?" "I'm still confused," KK whispered, "because Heidi is getting married. We've all come to New York from all over to prepare a special bachelorette party for her." Martin nodded. Angela Lindvall, on the other side, blinked her foxy eyes and interjected, "Naomi said she can invite Leonardo to the party. He's even designed a theme for it. Let's come together tonight to discuss it." Martin finally understood. Leonardo's immense charm was part of the story, but the other part was just the perfect timing. Heidi Cruz was getting married, and she was planning a pre-wedding bash. And what woman's bash couldn't be complete without a man? The modeling world is much more extravagant than Hollywood. It was a classic case of a slut meeting a playboy. Even before dinner was over, the conversation had taken a turn for the unspeakable. Ambrosio suddenly said, "In addition to the 7 of us, there will be several new people attending the party. Only you gentlemen are invited." Adriana laughed strangely. "You better be prepared. I'm not afraid to tell you that we models do a lot of exercise every day." Angela Lindwall laughed like a Shivix. "If anyone says he can't do it that day, we sisters will throw him into the sea." Martin was the first to express his opinion. "Whoever begs for mercy will be stripped naked, tied up and tied to the front of the yacht to get some fresh air." Heidi replied, "No problem." She looked at Leonardo. "Leo, what do you think?" Leonardo was a coward. "Let's talk about this later." On the contrary, the old bastard Jack Nicholson was ruthless. "Even if I take medicine, I won't admit defeat." Naomi had had affairs with him several times. "What are your strengths?" "Others may not know, but I do." The old bastard pointed at Martin and Leonardo, stepped on them and said, "What else do these two losers have except being young?" "I'm indeed old, but I have outstanding skills and rich experience," Martin retorted. "No matter how good their skills are, a wimp is still a wimp. They won't turn to stone." KK and Angela nearby burst into laughter. Martin raised his voice, "Leo, stop being a wimp. Show your side." Leonardo didn't mention his loss. Instead, he said, "When Naomi invited me, I said I'd give Heidi a special party theme, so I invited Martin Davis, Hollywood's top pumpkin party expert, to plan it." KK grabbed Martin's arm, excited. "What's the theme?" Having worked in the modeling industry for years, they've experienced everything. Who doesn't want something new and exciting? Everyone's eyes turned to Martin. Martin said, "Some of the gentlemen, please leave now." "Leo, old Jack, don't make eyes at me. I'm talking to you. Get out now." "I'm going to talk to the ladies now. I'll tell you about the men later. Secrets bring surprises, that's the truth." Leonardo nodded and left the room first. Jack Nicholson had no choice but to follow. The door closed from the inside, muffling all the noise. Nicholson said, "He's not going to send us away to try to eat in there? That bastard could do it." Leonardo snorted, pointing at the door. "Those are 7 supermodels who've been through a lot of testing. If that bastard Martin dares to mess around, we'll call an ambulance for him tonight." Nicholson had heard that these Victoria's Secret supermodels maintain a massive amount of exercise and fitness to maintain their toned bodies. They're definitely full of energy. He was actually a little worried now. From what they said, there will be other female models participating. Leonardo understood the situation in the modeling industry. Barbara Feely, Doubtson Crows, Isabel Goulart, Miranda Kerr, they're all models who have just gained some fame. Heidi Klum is now the #1 Victoria's Secret angel. If they can get a recommendation, these people will have a chance to walk in this year's Victoria's Secret show. The old bastard Nicholson's face turned serious. "The situation is very serious." Leonardo grabbed him. "You want to back out? Jack, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. If you don't go, the name of a wimp will soon spread throughout the modeling industry and throughout Hollywood." The old bastard has never been afraid of anyone in his life. "At worst, I'll go there standing and come back lying down." After waiting for a while, the door of the private room opened from the inside, and Adriana said, "Come in." Leonardo and Nicholson entered the private room and saw Martin, holding KK in his left hand and Angela Lindwall in his right, whispering to Heidi Klum. 7 red lipstick marks adorned his face and neck. Leonardo spread his hands and exclaimed, "That's not fair." Heidi Klum ended their conversation. Martin said, "That's fair. The angels are thanking me for my great idea." Heidi clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. "I'm so happy and excited that you all planned, hosted, and participated in my bachelor party. So that everyone can let go of all the stress and have a great time, I have a few suggestions." Leonardo said, "Feel free to suggest them." Heidi smiled and said, "From now on, everyone must refrain from fishing until the party. Everyone attending, please give me a recent report on your experience. It's nothing special, it's for everyone's health." The angels naturally agreed. Martin, Leonardo, and old Jack certainly wouldn't object. After dinner, they agreed to meet up for the weekend and reluctantly said their goodbyes. After seeing off the models, Martin suggested, "It's still early, why don't we go to the bar for a drink?" Leonardo and old Jack, one a Hollywood star and the other a seasoned veteran, also wanted to build a good relationship. "Let's go have a drink." Old Jack led the way toward the bar. Martin and Leonardo followed. The three of them ordered drinks and found an empty booth to chat while they drank. Martin asked directly, "How open are they?" Leonardo said simply, "The modeling industry is much more open than Hollywood. You don't have to worry about the scale. You should worry about whether your body can bear it." Old Jack said sarcastically, "Hero, you are not good looking but useless, right? How about this? The three of us set up a bet." Martin took a sip of wine. "It will be more interesting if we add some prizes," the old bastard immediately said. "The loser's wife will be played with by others." Martin and Leonardo agreed. "No problem." The old bastard slapped his forehead. "I'm so stupid. You two bastards are not married, and you probably won't get married in the future." Leonardo had an idea. "Add some interesting prizes. Whoever is the strongest among the three of us, the other two will promise to do him a favor each." Martin said. "Okay," the old bastard said. "How do we compete specifically?" Leonardo is experienced. Two aspects. One is the fighting time, and the other is the ladies' vote. Martin and the old bastard had no objection. For the sake of fairness, the three of them must not leak the news. They must wait until the party is over before letting them choose. Leonardo brought up another point. "Although this is Heidi's bachelorette party, we can't let her pay for renting the yacht. We have to pay for it." Martin pointed at the old bastard. "You will be responsible for the expenses." The old bastard widened his eyes with an evil look on his face. "Why me?" Martin came up with an excuse. "The three of us are attending as special guests. Leo contacted this opportunity." "Right." Leonardo raised his glass to the two of them. "Without me, you wouldn't know about this party. Without my good reputation among the Victoria's Secret Angels, they wouldn't accept you." Martin pointed to his chest. "The party lasted for 2 days over the weekend. I prepared a theme for each day. They are very satisfied. I have opened up the most critical link." Leonardo agreed. "Heidi said that without your theme, they are still hesitating." Martin pointed at the old bastard. "What about you, old Jack? You shamelessly come to the party and make no contribution. Are you just responsible for showing up? Do you have any shame?" Even though Nicholson was a bastard, he was speechless at this time. "It's so unclassy to be responsible for only taking that piece of food with you." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Bachelor Party. After 3 days of continuous filming, Martin and Leonardo were in top form, much to Scorsese's amazement. Even that old jerk Nicholson didn't pull any pranks on set, seemingly saving his energy for a grand finale. Early Saturday morning, the rested trio arrived at the Long Island Pier. Leonardo had been so influential that he'd rented Spielberg's yacht for the bachelorette party. 12 models were attending Heidi Klum's bachelorette party. By the time Martin and the other two boarded the yacht, they had already gone to the second-floor cabin to change. The yacht blew its whistle and headed out to sea. The old jerk removed his sunglasses, glanced at the sun just rising above the surface, and exclaimed, "The apocalypse has arrived." Leonardo said, "Martin, it's a waste not to film in the Sacred Valley." Martin, however, laughed heartily. "Guys, get ready to enjoy the apocalypse." The three men produced simulated soft resin handcuffs and handcuffed themselves. The handcuffs were just props, they could be broken free with a little effort. This was all part of the party. Today's party was more about revelry than filming a movie, so Martin only set the setting and the general roles of the players. The rest was up to everyone to improvise. Making it too complicated would have been less fun. The setting was the apocalypse. A virus struck the world, killing a vast number of women instantly. Only a few, strengthened by the virus, survived. All men were enhanced in one way or another, rapidly accumulating folly. At a certain point, they would explode and die. Self-rescue attempts would also be fatal. Only by finding a strengthened woman could they survive. Countless men perished, and because reproduction was crucial, the few survivors became a strategic resource fought over by the strengthened women. Decades later, the renowned Queen Heidi of North America celebrated her 30th birthday. Her loyal subordinates found the only 3 remaining men in North America as a gift. The hatch suddenly opened from the outside, and 6 women in tight uniforms entered. Take them to see the Queen. Leading the way was Angela Linwall. With a twisted hand, she exchanged a tacit glance with KK, then automatically moved behind Martin and escorted them out of the hatch and up to the second floor. On the second floor of the cabin, Heidi sat on a throne in the hall, holding an electronic detector that resembled an oversized magnifying glass. Martin and the other two were escorted in and lined up in the center of the hall. All the models were gathered there. Though tightly wrapped in their uniforms, their tight designs outlined the perfect figures. Men. Heidi stood up. Naomi stopped her. Queen, be careful. Check first. Be careful they explode. Heidi handed the electronic detector to Ambrosio, who strode over to Martin and the others. She placed the device in front of Martin. The red light flashed slowly, and a shrill alarm sounded, not too frequently. His energy is gathering. It's already at level 2. Ambrosio grabbed it, his mouth gaping in shock. He's about to explode. Queen Heidi waved her hand. Release his energy immediately. Don't let him explode. Angela Lindwall and KK had been waiting. They pushed Martin to the side of the hall, pinned him down, and began to disarm him completely. Unable to bear it any longer, Ambrosio thrust the electronic monitor at Naomi and declared solemnly, "My sisters are facing the world's greatest threat. I can't let them bear it alone. I have to help them. I'll leave this to you." She broke into a run. "KK, Angie, don't worry, I'm here to support you." The other models glanced at Martin, silently cursing Ambrosio's shamelessness. But the space was already crowded with 3 people, and with Ambrosio, it was already full. Anyone else could only watch. Naomi placed a monitor in front of Nicholson. The red light flashed rapidly, and the alarm blared for a long time. Heidi took a few steps forward and said, "Oh no, he's approaching the point. Special measures must be used." The old man thought to himself, "What special measures? I'm getting special treatment," but this game was fun. He cooperated silently, letting Naomi and Miranda blindfold him and lead him to the back of the hall. Naomi forced open a piece of the cloth, revealing a human-sized cross, and skillfully tied the old man to it. Then, Miranda arrived with a cart of tools. The old man, sensing something was amiss, shouted, "Let me go, so I can see." "What are you doing?" Naomi, in character, said, "Stop making noises. We're saving you. If you don't cooperate, you'll die." The old man, unable to see, opened his mouth and tried to speak, but something was stuffed into his mouth and tangled around his head, forcing him to whimper. Following the same routine, Leonardo DiCaprio was shoved across the hall by Bar Raffaele and Julia Stegler. The world is ending. Once the last 3 men die, humanity will be extinct. This was Heidi Klum's bachelorette party, and she was fully engaged. "We are humanity's last hope. Save them." Heidi unfastened her cape, letting it fall to the ground. She swayed her voluptuous figure and strode forward, carefully examining the 3 party favors. Nicholson was old and overweight. Leonardo DiCaprio was also broad-faced and plump, his flesh sagging. Martin Davis was sunny and handsome, with near-perfect muscularity and the power to destroy the world. Heidi chose to save people and, at the same time, the world. Saving the world inevitably requires immense sacrifice. The consequences were horrific. The next morning, when Martin woke up, Leonardo was still unconscious and could not be awakened. The old man was no better, pale, exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. Naomi had tied him up and enjoyed him alone. Poor Martin had to face a dozen enemies alone. Still in the second-floor cabin's main hall, the front seats had been removed and replaced with a stand. A drum, without a drumstick, was mounted on the stand. Led by Heidi, all the supermodels sat in a circle. They all wore long boots and slim-fitting jeans, highlighting their figures and long legs. Martin walked forward, saying, "On our way back, strip Leo and the old man naked and tie them to the bow to let them catch the breeze." Doubtson Cross replied, "Throw them into the sea to feed the fish." Martin strode up to the drum. "That has to wait until they wake up and let them know clearly that they are in the fish's stomach." Heidi had a great time yesterday. The supermodel who is about to enter the marriage hall is very crazy and is looking forward to today's party carnival. Martin, the theme of the second day. Let's begin. Martin opened the bag on the side, took out a pink water bottle, and threw it to Heidi Klum. Today's theme is passing the flower. I will beat the drum and pass the water bottle from Heidi to the left. When the drum stops, whoever has the water bottle in his hand will go on stage. You can choose anyone, including me, to cooperate and show a special talent. Angela Lindwall asked. Talents like singing and dancing. Martin asked back. The party we prepared for Heidi is a carnival. Do you think singing and dancing are appropriate? Everyone laughed together. Isabel smiled and said, in that case, Using your hands wouldn't be appropriate, would it? No, you can't. And no drumsticks. Carolina suddenly stood up and walked over to Martin. I think a drumstick would be perfect. A few people were too slow to figure it out, so Carolina provided Martin with a right drumstick. As she wiped her mouth and sat back down, Heidi called out, "Begin." The drums began to thump, and the pink kettle was passed around. When the drum stopped, the kettle landed in Adriana's hands. She put the kettle down, walked onto the stage confidently, and said, "A few years ago, I learned some tricks while walking the runway in Europe. Martin, I need your help." With Martin's help, she performed a split and a 360-degree spin. The room erupted in applause and cheers. Martin continued to drum. This game truly opened his eyes. The angels not only loved to play, but each one had unique skills. It's fair to say that to break into the upper echelons of the fiercely competitive and chaotic modeling world, both innate strength and acquired skills are essential. By the end of the game, Martin's fate was tragic, completely overwhelmed by the massive human wave. Leonardo and the old bastard slept until the afternoon. Though Martin's steps were unsteady, he appeared unharmed. He and his female guards barged into the two men's room and dragged them out. In the hall, Leonardo and the old bastard were sitting on the floor. Martin walked past them arrogantly, told the angels about the bet, and asked, "Based on your personal experience, vote. Who is the strongest among the three of us?" Led by Heidi, more than a dozen people shouted in unison, "Martin Davis is the strongest." Martin raised a middle finger in front of Leonardo and the old bastard. "Are you convinced? Do you admit defeat?" The old bastard didn't want to admit it. "I'm just old." Martin waved his hand, and Bar Rafili, Mirandaker and Doubtson Cross stepped forward to deal with Nicholson. Old Jack immediately admitted his defeat. "I lost." "What about you, Leo?" Martin mocked directly. 11 seconds, man." Heidi and the others all laughed. "Yes, 11 seconds. Leonardo pointed at Martin and shouted, "I can admit defeat, but you can't slander me." Ambrosio asked, "Tie them to the bow of the boat, let them go. Martin is a good man after all. He can't bear to see others suffer. These two guys are obviously weak. It would be bad if they got sick from the sea breeze." He seemed to have been promoted to a king. We eat dinner while they watch. Chapter 238, Wedding Invitation. It was already pitch dark. With the exception of Nicholson and Leonardo, who were all talk and no action, everyone else had arrived on the yacht's top deck. After 2 days of fun, everyone was feeling a bit tired. The lights of the dock were dimly visible when Heidi Klum suddenly approached Martin and patted KK and Angela Lindwall on the butt. They immediately made room for her. Heidi leaned against the railing and said to Martin, "I'm getting married next week. Remember to come to the wedding." Martin felt that this was a bit off, a bit strange. "I have a photo shoot, so I might not be able to." Angela Lindwall suddenly turned around, holding Carolina in her arms, and winked at Martin. "KK and I are bridesmaids. Heidi is wearing a wedding dress, and we're wearing bridesmaid dresses." Martin understood immediately and looked at Heidi Klum, who gave him a meaningful smile. The modeling world, the supermodels, were so terrifying. If anyone discovered this, they would be beaten to death on the spot. Martin, a good-natured man, knew what was going on. "I'll have to look at the filming schedule. I might not be able to adjust. I don't have much influence on the crew." Heidi Klum didn't force him, saying, "I'll keep that drum." Martin nodded. "As long as you're happy," Carolina asked, "What's the name of this game?" "It sounds awkward." Martin struggled to explain. "Chicken drum piercing flowers." The yacht approached the dock. The second floor of the cabin was a mess. Leonardo had already contacted a professional team to clean it up, with Nicholson footing the bill. The two men lay in the cabin, still recovering. Nicholson's age made sense, after all. But Leonardo was only in his 30s. The whistle blew, and the yacht quickly docked. Heidi Klum and a group of supermodels were the first to disembark, leaving the Long Island pier in the darkness. After a while, Martin and the other two finally disembarked. Leonardo, having recovered, walked in front. As Nicholson descended, he suddenly stopped and swayed. Martin quickly grabbed him and asked, "Shall I call 911 for you?" "Absolutely not." Nicholson grabbed Martin's arm tightly. "Even if I die here, my reputation cannot be ruined." Martin used the bastard method to deal with the old bastard. "You have to give me the hush money, right? I always can't control my mouth when chatting with friends in the circle, such as old perverts like Craven." Nicholson finally understood that this little bastard has always remembered the account of the script meeting. He snorted coldly, "Don't expect me to help you get rid of people. I'm old and can't handle it. Martin put his arm around Nicholson's shoulders and said, "What's our relationship? How could I betray you?" Nicholson, with a strong man on top of him, looked at the water beneath his feet and said, "Don't worry, you and Matt Damon, I'm on your side." Martin said nonchalantly, "It's just Damon. With Scorsese in charge, can he bring Weinstein in? Warner Brothers won't buy that fat guy's story." Nicholson said, "You've got the root of the problem, you idiot." Martin helped the old bastard off the boat. Nicholson glanced back and said, "I'm old. I can't even handle Naomi Campbell alone. I have to admit it." Leonardo said, "Man, you're out of date." Nicholson gave him a middle finger. The relationship between the three people was obviously much closer. Martin sneered, 11-second man, you have the nerve to talk about old Jack." Leonardo immediately launched his signature three-hit combo, squinting, glaring and roaring, "Martin Davis, if you slander me again, I will fight you to the death." Martin clapped his hands and got ready. "Come on, Leo, don't just talk tough." Leonardo pointed at Martin. "No wonder Kate said you are a bastard. Next time there is such an opportunity, I swear, I will never take you with me." The sage Martin spoke particularly tough. "It's good to be alone." Nicholson held his waist and said, "Assholes, the car is here, let's go." The business car driven by Bruce stopped at the pier. Martin and Leonardo still had a conscience. They supported Nicholson on the left and right to the car, got in the car and returned to the hotel. In the car, Leonardo asked, "I heard they want to invite you to Heidi's wedding." Martin answered honestly, "I declined." He didn't hesitate when it was time to admit defeat. "I'm afraid of being shot." Leonardo said, "Actually, I want to go to the wedding." Martin casually replied, "You could propose to Gisele Bündchen. Marriage? Are you kidding?" Leonardo said seriously, "As much as I love Gisele, she's 25, you're truly loyal." Martin had nothing but praise. Leonardo patted the front seat. "Jack's been married before." "What did marriage give him?" Nicholson said with a stern air, "I can tell you from experience, if you want to make it in Hollywood, don't get married. Being single is always the best." Back at the hotel, the three of them said nothing more and retired to their rooms. Martin slept soundly that night, feeling as if he'd closed his eyes and opened them again and it was already dawn. Sure enough, exercise is good for sleep. Arriving on set, Martin emerged from makeup. The crew was already filming Nicholson's scenes. Cut. Scorsese called a halt to filming. "Jack, what are you thinking about? It's time to work. Get your act together." Nicholson, still working diligently, replied, "Give me 5 minutes." Scorsese returned to the director's chair. A few minutes later, filming began. Scorsese quickly called another halt, circling Nicholson and saying, "You're not in good shape. Don't tell me you spent these 2 days of weekend off having sex." "Absolutely not," Nicholson said confidently, because he had been the one being fucked the entire time. Scorsese was unceremonious with his old friend. "If you don't get your spirits up, I'll have someone give you some stimulants." After the director left, Nicholson muttered, "I've lost my rights when I'm old. I get bullied by women on the boat, and laughed at by two little bastards when I get off the boat. And now I'm in trouble on the set." He asked for a glass, walked to the bar, pointed to a bottle of whiskey, and said to the extra playing the bartender, "Pour me a drink." The extra, unsure of how to respond, looked at the director. Scorsese said, "Fill him up." Nicholson drank the drink, waited a moment, then patted his chest and said, "Let's get started." Perhaps it was the alcohol that had boosted his spirits. Martin was amazed. "That works," Leonardo, standing next to him, said. "He's a drunk and a jerk to begin with. A little alcohol helps fuel his performance. Many actors in the industry have this habit." Martin nodded slightly. "No wonder Hollywood is full of drunks. They say you're talented and get into the groove really quickly." Leonardo spoke seriously about his work. "How do you adjust when you're not feeling well?" Martin replied with equal earnestness. "I find someone I like and have sex. When I am in a good mood, the mood naturally comes." Leonardo waved his hand. "That method doesn't work for me." Martin shrugged. "Because you've had too many girlfriends." After Nicholson's scenes with the Frenchman were finished, the crew went into a break. The three people who had done that together naturally bonded. Nicholson burped. "It'll probably take 2 weeks to recover," Leonardo said. "Naomi called me this morning and said you weren't answering her calls, so she wants to ask you out again." Nicholson shook his head repeatedly. No, Martin was curious. "Leo, I didn't realize you were still in touch with Naomi Campbell." Leonardo spoke with the tone of a veteran advising the younger generation. You've been eating the same thing for a while, so it's good to change up your taste every now and then. When men get together, the topic of conversation always involves women. 15 minutes later, the crew resumed filming. Martin and Leonardo were also scheduled to appear. It was a scene where the two male protagonists would face off without seeing each other. Colin and Frank had arranged to meet at a movie theater, where they were followed by Billy. Unlike the clean and tidy theaters of Hong Kong films, the set was not only filthy and messy, but the films shown were also of that standard. There was no poetry or painting, only gangster realism. Nicholson, the old Dirk, even brought out his treasure chest, pulled out some special toys, and handed them to the staff on set. Find a way to make them look used or worn, and then throw them in the theater. Several male staff members glanced at each other and instinctively squeezed their legs together. The female staff member glanced at the rubber stick in her hand, wondering if she should find a place to make it look truly used. Scorsese not only didn't stop Nicholson, but actually approved of his actions. Bringing props to a theater to see a film like this was perfectly normal. Even for this scene, Scorsese gave Nicholson free rein. As filming began, Martin pushed open the shabby door of the theater and entered. After a quick look, he found Nicholson, pulled down the brim of his hat, and quietly walked over to sit in the row behind him. On the screen, a film called Sacred Valley was playing. The old Dirk, acting freely on set, actually started hitting the screen. He truly deserves to be one of Hollywood's most perverted actors. In this scene, Nicholson turned Martin and Leonardo into ashes in seconds. Nicholson roared, then turned around and whispered a few words to Martin, handing him a file bag. The other party did not follow the script, so Martin could only improvise. You didn't do it up there. Nicholson smiled evilly. I'm old, there are no more in stock. Martin put away the file bag and said, next time, let's go to another place. There are too many perverts here, Nicholson whispered. You have to learn to adapt. With your situation, you will become a pervert in a few years, he snorted. Either mess with others or be messed with. Which one do you choose? Martin had a blank expression, but he was realistic. Of course, mess with others. He stood up and walked towards the corridor. Stop, Scorsese shouted. Very good, this one passed. Chapter 239 Damon is coming. In a dark alley, Martin, his Patriots cap pulled low, as if sensing someone's following him, quickly steps forward and ducks behind a wall. The camera, mounted on a sliding track, pans over. Martin pulls a dagger from his pocket and leans against the wall, his chest heaving rapidly, his emotions tense. Footsteps approach. With incredible speed, he dodges and strikes the approaching attacker with a single blow. Draws the knife, he turns and runs, dashing to a busy intersection and disappearing into the crowd. Next, Leonardo, as the pursuer, undergoes a nearly identical scene. These two scenes will undoubtedly be cross-cut into countless short takes in post-production. Over the past few days, Scorsese has keenly noticed a subtle chemistry developing between Martin, Leonardo, and Nicholson, who often whisper to each other when not filming. He immediately adjusted the shooting plan, moving the scenes involving the three of them closer. The effect is remarkable, and the three main actors are in exceptionally good form. That day, the crew took a long break in the afternoon. Min, who had just arrived from Los Angeles, found Martin and whispered, Matt Damon is on the crew and may come over soon. Martin nodded. I see. Min moved to a chair next to him and sat down. Boss, I'll keep an eye on him. It's not that serious. Martin calculated the time, stood up, found Nicholson, and asked, where's Leo? Nicholson pointed to a place not far away. He's on the phone. This bastard was full of evil thoughts. It seems that someone from Victoria's Secret leaked the last party to Gisele Bündchen. When he comes back later, we should give him some encouragement and encourage him to break up. Martin was too lazy to get involved in such nonsense. It's not any good, Nicholson said. Haven't you noticed when we were chatting recently? That bastard Leo said several times that every time he had a conflict with Gisele Bündchen, they would have a big fight. According to my guess, Gisele Bündchen broke up with Leo because of the party that day, and he will definitely come to the crew to make a scene. Such a scene is very rare, he asked Martin. Don't you want to witness the super gossip of Hollywood superstars with your own eyes? Compared with Nicholson, Martin is really a good man. Then you can make a phone call and call the other Victoria's Secret angels together. That will be exciting. Nicholson despite, a rotten person. Think you are rotten. Martin is innocent. After all, it is you, the old bastard, who is polite? Leonardo came back and looked very angry. As soon as he came over, he said, "I want to dump her. I must dump her. She is 25 years old and still quarreling with me." Nicholson added fuel to the fire. "She is 25 years old and old enough to have wrinkles. If you don't dump her, will she be your grandmother?" Martin just muttered, "No woman in this world can stay young forever." Nicholson glared at Martin, as if to say, "You actually turned against me at the last minute." How could an honest man with principles and bottom lines like Martin encourage someone to dump his girlfriend? He just said, "There is no shortage of young women in this world." Leonardo put his hand on Martin's shoulder. "Man, I've dated more than 20 girlfriends, but I still don't see things as clearly as you do." Nicholson asked, "Did she get mad at you?" Leonardo nodded slightly. "She scolded me and will probably come to New York. Based on my decades of experience, she will definitely come. Leo, you and Martin are my brothers. I can't bear to see you follow my miserable path." Nicholson looked like he was thinking for the young people. "Some women don't know their place. If you love them a little more, they will take it for granted that they are princesses and queens. They will only ask for endlessly and never know how to give back." All his good words were paving the way for the bad words that were to come. "I suggest you call all the Victoria's Secret angels over and let the women see that Leonardo is never short of women's love." Leonardo was tempted, but quickly realized his mistake. Pointing at Martin and Nicholson, he said, "You two bastards, you're waiting to see me make a fool of myself, aren't you?" Martin replied, "When my girlfriend and I break up, I can invite you back." He nudged Nicholson with his arm and said, "You can too, old bastard." Nicholson replied seriously, "Of course." Leonardo pulled out a chair and sat across from them, sneeringly. Two single bastards. Martin and Nicholson were speechless. These two bastards had publicly declared their singleness more than once. Meanwhile, Matt Damon emerged from the makeup trailer and arrived on set, accompanied by associate producer Taylor. The crew was taking a break, mostly gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat and relax. Matt Damon immediately spotted the 3 actors with the heaviest scenes. Martin, Nicholson, and Leonardo were gathered together, chatting about something, occasionally rubbing shoulders, creating a lively atmosphere. Damon signaled with his eyes, "Have they always had a good relationship?" Taylor whispered, "Very harmonious." Even director Scorsese found it strange, but there have been rumors recently that they seem to have had a party together. Damon wanted to understand the situation as soon as possible to decide on a response strategy. How did Martin perform? Very good, second only to Nicholson. Scorsese thinks he is more flexible in acting than Leonardo. Taylor belongs to Dyson Studio, the investor who supports Matt Damon, and will not mislead him. Director Scorsese has said more than once that Martin Davis is a very correct choice. Damon nodded slightly. Taylor suggested, "The crew is now well coordinated, and the filming is going particularly smoothly. The 3 most important actors are willing to cooperate with each other, and Scorsese is quite satisfied. If you have any ideas, it's best to put them aside for the time being and focus on work." Damon glanced at the 3 people who were joking. "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash," he reminded Taylor. "Please keep an eye on Martin Davis and Jack Nicholson for me. I have accurate information that they want to get rid of me." Taylor was a little surprised. There is such a thing. Damon thought of the conversation between Martin and Nicholson that he overheard on the day of the script meeting, and he felt a little headache. What kind of bad things could this pair of bad people do? Elsewhere, Nicholson said, "Damn it, Damon seems to be looking at you." Martin, with Bruce watching from behind, said without turning, "He's looking at you. You made someone fart in public, how could anyone not want to fuck your ass?" Nicholson grinned, "No one in this world can fuck my ass, that's not right. I remember Naomi using a wearable one on the yacht." Leonardo, the chance for revenge, was too good to pass up. He exposed the old bastard directly. "She used it when she was with you." Martin moved his chair aside, away from Nicholson. "I misjudged you. You actually still have this hobby." Nicholson scoffed, "When you're my age, you've had your fill of fun and will actively seek excitement." The 3 chatted for a while, then the makeup artist came to touch up the makeup and filming resumed. Inside the studio, Bruce, the part-time prop master, walked across the set, checked all the props, and returned with a nod to Martin. Damon was about to join the filming. Although a Hollywood star of his stature wouldn't joke about his future, Bruce remained cautious. On set, Martin was filming a scene with Colin and Damon's character, Dignan. The 2 of them rehearsed their movements and rehearsed their lines. The crew had a problem with this slide and wasn't ready yet. Martin offered, "Actually, I've always loved your movies." Damon, confused, followed suit and asked, Which one? Martin replied. Jason Bourne. Really cool, he added. Actors like us aren't like the CIA, fighting each other to the death. Damon paused for a moment. The movies exaggerate that, Martin nodded. Yet, it's just work. When friction arises at work, there are always ways to resolve it. Damon stared at Martin. You're right. It's just a job. We might not see each other again after this. Martin offered his hand. Look, we can find common ground. Damon gently shook his hand. But I still have to say, I don't like you, Martin said. I'm not Franklin. He left it at that. He didn't want to engage in a pointless argument with Matt Damon. No matter what he did, it wouldn't change the cast. Damon remained impassive, his natural good persona. Filming soon began, with Martin and Damon performing their scenes together. Colin confronted Dignan, demanding the undercover list he had. Dignan, of course, refused to give it, leading to verbal altercation between the two. Perhaps trying to prove something, Damon immediately gave his all, seemingly aiming to outperform Martin in his scenes. Martin had been filming for over a week and was in top form, his performance effortless and controlled. Only after this take was Scorsese called a cut. He stepped down from the director's chair, entered the set, and said to Damon, "Back off. You're pushing too hard." Matt Damon nodded, spun in circles, muttering something to himself, as if it were his own way of adjusting. The crew returned to their positions, and filming resumed. But within 5 seconds, Scorsese called a cut again, this time barking, "Damon, back off." Got it? Back off. Damon's subsequent takes were choppy and uneven. Scorsese, however, remained irritated, considering Matt Damon was a newcomer. During a break in filming, Leonardo said, "I don't know what that bastard Martin said to Damon. He was deliberately trying to outshine Martin in our scenes together." Nicholson said, "He's mentally unbalanced, and his performance is over the top, even worse than yours." If anyone else had said this, Leonardo would have objected, but when Nicholson said this, he didn't refute it, but continued to focus on Damon. He's too eager to prove himself to Scorsese. Nicholson couldn't help but laugh. Even if he's wrong, Scorsese never admits it. How could a great director be wrong? The fault lies with the actors or the screenwriter. Chapter 240 The Asshole Trio. As expected, the crew had a prominent model visiting the set. Gisele Bündchen flew back to New York from overseas and, unable to wait a moment, headed straight to the set, dragging DiCaprio into his trailer. The sound of an argument emanated from the trailer's open window. The constant barking was as intense as the filming of this particular film. The others, though curious, kept their distance to avoid being slammed. Only two jerkish individuals brought in a simple table and chairs, sat in the shade, and drank iced Coke while arguing. Only Martin and Jack Nicholson could pull off such a shameless act. A piece of shit like you, throwing a party with a dozen models. Gisele Bündchen wouldn't have been furious if DiCaprio had been with any other woman, but he was messing with a model from her agency, and some of those bitches were flaunting it in the modeling world. How could she tolerate that? She started the Brazilian lion roar. "That thing of yours looks like the Titanic, but in fact it's not even as good as an octopus. Aren't you ashamed?" Leonardo was so angry that his hair almost exploded. "Shut up and stop slandering people." Not far from the window, Martin picked up an iced Coke and raised it to the old bastard. Gisele's words are worth a drink. Nicholson was afraid that the people inside couldn't hear it, so he clinked a bottle with Martin. "Cheers to Leo's Titanic." Martin took a sip of Coke and said, "Those little bitches sold Leo." Nicholson said, "If the opportunity is right, they will sell you out too." Martin disdainfully, "I'm a happy bachelor. Why should I be afraid of them?" Nicholson listened to the quarrel in sight and said, "Leo is really a wimp. Except for his tough words, he is soft in other aspects." He clamored to break up, but ended up dragging his feet. Martin could see clearly that Leonardo had made up his mind to break up. After all, Bündchen was 25 years old. He gestured, "Let's help Leo. Let's shout together." Nicholson, a wicked man, desperate for chaos, slammed the table and shouted, "Come on, shout, 1, 2, 3. Martin had already given Nicholson the slogan. Nicholson yelled, "Leo, break up." The crackling sound of his voice echoed dozens of meters. Martin, however, was laughing and didn't even shout. Nicholson pointed at Martin, making a note of the mess, but he refused to stop and shouted again, "Break up, keep going." He not only shouted, but also opened a parasol, and a banner automatically pulled up from under it, celebrating Leonardo's breakup today. The trailer door slammed open, and Gisele strode out. She raised her middle finger at Martin and the old bastard and angrily spread her legs. Don't you like to mess around with supermodels? Come on. The supermodel is right here. Come on and do it if you're brave enough. Martin and Nicholson immediately backed off. No matter how shameless the two were, Leonardo still had to take care of his reputation. Giselle snorted coldly and strode away. Leonardo got out of the car, put his hands on his hips, walked back and forth a few steps, stretched out his hand and nodded at Martin and the old bastard. I must be blind to have such bad friends like you. Martin did not hesitate to turn the tables. It was obviously you who wanted to break up, so you asked us two to come here as witnesses. What happened? We were despised by your girlfriend. Giselle Bündchen left, and he came again. Leo, you must compensate Jack and me for the mental loss. Nicholson was of course on the same front with Martin at this time. If you didn't invite us, how could we two be so bored as to come here and watch you quarrel? As he spoke, he picked up the Coke bottle, clinked his glasses with Martin, and drank the Coke together. Come on, master, cheers. Martin opened the icebox next to him, took out a bottle of Coke, and tossed it to Leonardo. Either sit down and drink it together, or go and get your girlfriend back. Leonardo opened the Coke and emphasized, ex-girlfriend. Already an ex-girlfriend, he clinked the bottle with Martin and the old bastard. Celebrate my return to being single and regaining my freedom. Martin raised his Coke bottle and said, congratulations on your return to being a happy bachelor. Silence returned to the crew. Despite the frenzied reports in the entertainment media about Leonardo DiCaprio and Giselle Bündchen's breakup, it didn't cause much of a stir on set. As long as Martin and the other two stayed calm, the crew was fine. This film only had one significant female character, and often with fewer actresses, the crew would have fewer problems. Matt Damon, aside from trying to outdo Martin during filming, didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The outcome couldn't be changed, and causing a scene on set would only incur Scorsese's dislike. Leo, now single, entered a new phase of his career. He was in high spirits during filming, nailing many scenes in a single take. Even Scorsese felt that Leo's acting had improved considerably. Do you know why you can't win the Oscar for Best Actor? Women are holding you back. During the lunch break, Martin, considering the vast number of young women in Hollywood, said to Leonardo, Leo, give up those slutty women, stay single from now on, or turn to the arms of a male compatriot. You can win the Best Actor with this movie. Leonardo could tell that this guy had bad intentions. You want to eliminate a strong competitor? I won't let you succeed. He suddenly realized that the trio was missing an important member. Where's that old bastard Jack? Martin didn't know either, waved, waited for Bruce to come over, and asked. Bruce pointed casually. Meryl Streep came to visit the set, and Nicholson went into the rest trailer with her. Leonardo sneered. One is in his 50s, the other is in his 60s, and they are still so horny, so shameless. But Martin thought of a good idea. Leo, the last time Giselle Bündchen came here, that old bastard asked me to have sex with you. You won't forget this, right? Leonardo still remembered Nicholson shouting come on, break up outside the window, and asked, what do you think? Follow me. Martin found the props team and asked the person in charge, Doug, I remember you prepared some firecrackers. Doug replied, yes, there are some. We will use them when filming a scene. Martin stretched out his hand to ask. Give me a few. Doug grabbed a handful, stuffed it into Martin, and warned, don't mess around on the set. Martin said, am I the kind of person who messes around? Don't worry. Doug looked at Leonardo. Leo was reliable at first, but since the filming of this movie started, he hung out with Martin and Nicholson, and gradually became unreliable. The crew nicknamed him the Asshole Trio. Leaving the main crew, Martin led the way toward the rest trailer, offering Leonardo several large firecrackers as he went. Want to let this thing go? Leonardo had already pulled out his lighter. I've let it go a few times. I know how to do it. Martin also grabbed a lighter. The two of them approached Nicholson's rest trailer with light footsteps, quickly approaching the trailer. 20 meters away, voices emanated from the half-open trailer window. Nicholson, speaking vulgarly, cursed Jesus, while another female voice called out to God. The trailer seemed to sway slightly. Martin, hiding behind a commercial vehicle, said to Leonardo, watch your tactical moves. Follow me. Leonardo followed Martin closely, his interest high. Martin, using the tactical moves Bruce had taught him, quickly and quietly crept under the trailer window. Leonardo was facing him. Martin nodded at him and whispered, 1, 2, 3, they both lit firecrackers and threw them through the window. Leonardo even imitated the movies, yelling, "Fire in the hole, bang, bang." Explosions echoed from inside the trailer. Although the window was facing the storage area, the explosions immediately alerted the two people inside. "Ah!" Meryl Streep screamed. Martin turned and ran. Before Leonardo could escape, he lit another firecracker and threw it through the window. "Leo, Martin, you bastards," Nicholson knew who would do such a rotten thing. Clutching a stick, holding his briefs with one hand, he opened the trailer door and rushed out. "I'm going to kill you." He only saw Leonardo. Martin had already run away. Nicholson threw the stick at Leonardo with all his might. Leonardo dodged, lit another firecracker, and threw it back at Nicholson. With a bang, firecrackers exploded in the air, raining down countless pieces of paper. Meryl Streep, wrapped in a blanket, emerged from the trailer door. "Curious, Leonardo," Nicholson replied, "and Martin Davis." Meryl was surprised. "You were with him?" "I was with Martin. Everyone on the crew knows it." Nicholson pulled up his briefs. The old pervert stood in front of the trailer and said, "I've given you a favor. From now on, it's my business." Meryl was not happy. Nicholson bluntly stated, "You want another Oscar? Go ahead and lick Harvey Weinstein. I won't interfere. But I'm not close to that fat guy, so why mess with that little pervert Martin Davis?" He nodded. "I'm old, and this isn't as tough as a Coke bottle. You might not know, but the gunman Martin Davis shot on the head with is dead. That's a bummer. Let's get going." Meryl went back to get dressed and asked Nicholson, who had followed her in. "Don't you want another Oscar?" Nicholson casually replied, "One is enough." "Why do you need so many?" Meryl said no more, dressed, and left the set. After changing, Nicholson didn't confront Martin or DiCaprio. Instead, he sat on the sofa and pondered the matter. That afternoon, while Martin was on set filming, Nicholson quietly approached DiCaprio. "It has nothing to do with me. It's all Martin's fault." Leonardo betrayed his companion without hesitation. "It was his idea. He asked the props team for the firecrackers. I just followed behind and shouted go." Nicholson said, "I believe you. He found Leonardo because of Martin." "Leo, have you noticed that since the crew started filming, Martin, the bastard, has done a lot of bad things, from the bachelor party on the yacht, to your breakup with Giselle, to today when Meryl and I almost got cramps and got stuck? It was all because of him messing around behind the scenes." Leonardo thought for a moment. "He always watches our good show, and we two make a fool of ourselves." Nicholson clenched his fist and pounded the table. "Find a chance to mess him up together. There should be 2 more chapters today, and I'm writing it now." Chapter 241, "The one who messes with you will be messed with." On the set, Martin stood in his office, eyes closed, resting. Bruce, the prop master, quickly checked all the props and, as he passed by, whispered a warning, only audible to the two of them, "Watch out for the ashtray." Martin glanced at the glass ashtray on his desk and took note. Across from him, Matt Damon circled in his characteristic way, adjusting his posture. The next scene to be filmed was the physical altercation between Colin and Dignan after Quinlan was killed by the gang. Damon opened his eyes and frowned at the sight of Martin across from him. Although he hadn't done anything since Martin's initial conversation on set, the dislike he felt hadn't subsided. Dislike for someone can be inflicted by even the smallest thing. As they were about to film a physical altercation, Damon's eyes swept across the other man's handsome face, craving a punch. He'd trained extensively on the Bourne filming scene, and his eyes unconsciously drifted to the ashtray on his desk. Suddenly, Damon felt uneasy, and then he noticed Martin watching him, a strange smile plastered on his face. That smile reminded Damon of a video he'd seen, of Martin on top of a fierce gunman, cola bottle smashing down on his head. He immediately dismissed those inappropriate thoughts. It was just a role, no need to bother. The crew was ready, and with the script supervisor's clapperboard, filming began. Martin and Matt Damon got into a heated argument, with the latter initiating the fight. The argument turned into a brawl, with 7 or 8 actors trying to pull the two apart. Mean, who played Colin's black police officer, even stepped forward to push Damon away. As they were being pulled, the two exchanged punches and kicks, as if they were real enemies. "Stop, we got this one," Scorsese praised. "You two did a great job." Martin adjusted his costume, glanced at Damon, and left. Mean followed him. "Boss," Martin waved his hand. "Same old story, you better keep a close eye on him." Mean nodded and left. The crew was about to change locations, and there was a long interval between the next scenes. Bruce came over at this time and gave Martin his cell phone. Blake. Martin found a quiet place and called Blake lively. "We're just filming." Blake asked directly, "Can you go back to Los Angeles on my birthday?" Martin is a man of principles, and the reality does not allow it, so he said, "The crew's schedule is very tight, and I can't coordinate a vacation. How can the three principals be given up easily?" Blake was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it in his voice. "It's okay, I'll go to New York to find you." Martin saw Leonardo quietly approaching and said to the phone, "I'll wait for you. I have something to do here, let's talk later." Seeing Martin hang up the phone, Leonardo asked curiously, "Which supermodel do you plan to establish a long-term relationship with?" "No." Martin thought of Leonardo's rich experience and said, "A friend who will be 18 soon. Help me think about what gift to give her." Leonardo thought about it and said, 18 years old. So you have hidden one. Okay. My personal suggestion is that if she is not an adult yet, the best gift is for you to turn her into an adult. Martin handed the phone to Old Bush. "Leo, let's be serious." Leonardo was amazed. "No way? You scumbag want to have a serious relationship." Martin was unhappy. "The ladies I have dated are not even a fraction of the ones you have dated." "How dare you say I'm a scumbag?" Leonardo suddenly had an idea. Without changing his expression, he helped Martin seriously. "As for the women in the circle, my suggestion is luxury goods. The more expensive the better. I am an absolute authority on this point." Martin believed this. Leonardo has been involved in more than one scandal since he was 16, including the ones he had. As for an unforgettable coming-of-age ceremony, besides turning her into an adult, there should be a ceremony or something, right? After all, you are a leader. Leonardo's words were particularly sincere. "Since you can't go back, just hold a party in New York. Jack and I will help you, and you can personally invite Scorsese. Then people will have both gifts and face. How glorious it will be." He lowered his voice. "That's how I got Giselle in the first place. Do you know who I snatched her from? Football superstar Ronaldo. It was because of the courtship ceremony I organized that made her glorious enough. In the first 2 years, she ignored all the rumors about me." Martin heard the last sentence and said, "I don't know many people in New York." Leonardo said, "I can introduce you to a party company. It can be done for $50,000. Money is the confidence of a man." Martin is now confident. "Okay, not to mention the Coca-Cola endorsement, the News of the World manuscript fees and the Hilton hotel compensation were all paid. The $1 million upfront salary for one and half of the $1 million salary for the departed were also deposited into his account. With both consumption and investment tax deductions, Martin finally had some money, not just real estate and cars, and he bought some stocks. During this time in his previous life, the extras scene he was in was relatively closed, and he was completely absorbed in his dreams of stardom. He couldn't remember anything else these days except Apple. Many actresses would travel thousands of miles to Jiangling for a kidney transplant. Leonardo DiCaprio continued, "Can you tell me who she is? I'm curious." "The girl who can make a jerk stop?" Martin had no problem saying, "Blake Lively, the star of Jeans." Leonardo sighed and shook his head. "You're really quick to act." Blonde hair, long legs, and a figure more voluptuous than a model's were also his style. Leonardo felt that with Martin's awful style, he'd probably already been making moves during filming. After the crew finished relocating and adjusting, Martin returned to filming. Leonardo approached Nicholson, observed him carefully, and whispered, "I just got a tip. A girl Martin's pursuing will be coming to New York soon." He recounted his findings. Nicholson bluntly replied, "Such a great opportunity. We'd be doing a disservice to God if we didn't get Martin." Leonardo replied, "I thought so too. He's always secretly playing pranks on us, and we can only watch." Nicholson pondered, "What are you going to do? Remember the banner you put up?" Leonardo remembered the celebratory sign beneath the parasol vividly. "You told me that jerk Martin made it?" Nicholson nodded. "Martin borrowed some equipment from the props team and made it himself," Leonardo said. "Great. We'll help him put up a banner and celebrate for him." Nicholson grinned. "That bastard must pay." After confirming the time for Blake's arrival, Martin sent formal party invitations to key crew members, including director Scorsese. He also took time out to visit a luxury boutique on Fifth Avenue and buy a Cartier women's watch. The party company also provided several proposals for Martin to choose from. After deciding on one, Bruce drove back to the hotel. "You're not the same as before." Martin knew what his old friend was talking about. "Without money, you have to live your life. With money, you can enjoy life." He suddenly changed the subject. You've been taking commissions from me for a long time. You should be more generous when it's time to spend money and try to get Kim's sister as soon as possible. Bruce, with a rare sense of conscience, said, Isn't that a bad idea? Oh, when did you ever have any morals, you bastard? Martin asked. Bruce said seriously, My plan is to satisfy Kim first, then break up with her, and then have a real relationship with Chloe. Martin realized that he had overestimated Bruce. Bruce said slowly, I heard Chloe mention that she and Kim have a half-sister. Martin raised his middle finger and pointed it at Bruce. You're completely inhuman, Bruce retorted. I'm just stating an objective fact, not something I'm going to do. Martin's face was full of disdain. In Manhattan, at a very ordinary Starbucks, Leonardo DiCaprio met Alessandra Ambrosio. You missed Heidi's wedding. She went straight to the point. We are very unhappy, Leonardo said. It has nothing to do with me, right? You can't blame me for someone's absence. Ambrosio crossed his arms. We made a lot of preparations and wanted to have a crazy time like we did at the bachelor party, but no one came, Leonardo said directly. It's all Martin's fault. Old Jack and I reminded him, but he was a coward, afraid that Heidi's husband would find out, Ambrosio said. Heidi's wedding day was not a safe period. She was going to take a gamble, so she was not happy either. Leonardo has communicated a lot with the modeling industry over the years and has seen a lot of bad things in the modeling industry. He was not surprised at this and said, the expectations were dashed, full of expectations, but in the end it was all in vain. Ambrosio said, if it were you, you would be happy. There is a chance to deal with that bastard Martin once, Leonardo said quickly and asked, will you join? Ambrosio paused for a moment before responding, of course we'll join. I can tell you, aside from Heidi, who's away on her honeymoon in the Caribbean, I can get at least 7 people over, she asked curiously. Did you come up with this idea? No, Leonardo said. Martin came up with it. Ambrosio was confused. Leonardo simply replied, he used this method on me when Giselle and I broke up. Ambrosio's focus shifted. It must have been a spectacle, Leonardo said. The whole crew is talking about it, so I won't let this bastard go. Ambrosio nodded. How about this? Let's get a room at the hotel. When the party starts, give us a call and we'll head over. It's going to be fun. Leonardo specified the time and place and left the cafe. Ambrosio hurried back, calling his contacts on the way. Chapter 242. A Dream Comes True. New York, JFK Airport. The sun had already set as Blake Lively wheeled her luggage out of the gate after a flight delay. A crowd of people gathered near the gate to greet her, but she didn't see Martin. Instead, she saw his valet, Bruce. Hey, Blake, this way, Bruce said, taking the suitcase. Blake brushed back her blonde hair and asked directly, where's Martin? He's not here. Bruce pulled the suitcase out. He couldn't get through to you on the plane. He planned a party for you tonight, and many guests have already arrived, so he had to go back to greet them. Blake glanced back at the airport and said, it's all because of the flight delay. Arriving in the parking lot, Bruce put the luggage in the car and waited until Blake got in. There's a surprise, he said. Thank you, Bruce, Blake said, excited. New York traffic was snarled, and by the time the car arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel, it was dark. The car pulled up in front of the hotel, and Bruce said, Ballroom 2, let's go. Does this look good on me? Blake was wearing simple jeans, a t-shirt, and sneakers. Bruce nodded. No problem. Blake got out of the car and hurried into the hotel. He asked for the location of Ballroom 2, then walked upstairs and into a hallway, almost jogging. At the end of the hallway, the red wooden door of the ballroom opened from the inside, and Martin emerged. Blake rushed over and hugged Martin, lifting her feet off the ground and throwing herself into his arms. I missed you, she said simply, hugging him even tighter. Martin kissed her forehead. Me rabbit, he patted Blake on the back. Come in, there are a lot of guests. Blake took Martin's hand and entered the ballroom. The lights in the hall dimmed, and the birthday song began to play. In the flickering candlelight, Mean wheeled out a large cake. Martin nudged Blake. It's 2 days late. I hope you like it. Blake walked over and blew out all 18 candles. The lights came on, and applause broke out. Blake realized that many of the people who had come to celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony were people she had never dared to imagine. Famous director Martin Scorsese, Oscar-winning actor Jack Nicholson, and her former idol Leonardo DiCaprio. With so many people attending her coming-of-age party, Blake felt like she could brag about it forever. Martin really put so much thought into it. Her slightest hint of displeasure was completely washed away by excitement and joy. After Martin introduced Blake to everyone present, Leonardo quietly approached the banquet hall entrance, pulled out his phone, and made a call. He waited for the ring and quickly hung up. Nicholson, who had been keeping an eye on Leonardo, raised a glass and clinked it with his old friend Scorsese, saying, "The show's about to begin." Scorsese knew that the three eccentrics on the crew were prone to causing trouble, but since they never affected filming, he didn't bother to ask, "Did you and Leo orchestrate this?" Nicholson glanced at Martin. "Should the jerk stay a jerk? This bastard actually tried to betray me and Leo. He can't forgive him." Scorsese thought to himself, according to Hollywood scripts, the right path is for the prodigal son to return. Upstairs, Angela Lindwall, Carolina, Doubtson Crows, and Miranda Kerr, all dressed in sky blue jeans and white t-shirts, were led by Ambrosio out of their hiding room and headed towards the second-floor ballroom. Angela and KK held two specially designed telescopic poles. Doubtson held a folded red banner. Turning into the hallway leading to the ballroom, Ambrosio said, "Get ready." Angela and KK pulled out the telescopic poles, while Doubtson and Miranda hung the banners on the poles. Everyone burst into laughter, finding this hilarious. The ballroom door opened, and Leonardo emerged, asking, "Are you ready?" Ambrosio gestured, "We're just waiting for you to open the door." Leonardo couldn't help but laugh, then turned back to the ballroom, waving, "Come in, girls, pull up." Ambrosio followed. As Leonardo entered, he called out to Martin, "Hey, another customer." Martin turned and saw Ambrosio. Given his thick skin and mental fortitude, he naturally didn't react. Before he could react, Angela and KK entered, each holding a telescopic pole with a red cloth draped between the ends. "Fuck," Martin cursed inwardly, vaguely suspecting something bad was about to happen. But it was too late to stop him. Blake looked at the incoming women curiously. She knew the first three, renowned supermodels, often seen on the covers of fashion magazines. What were they doing here? Angela and KK moved quickly, stepping to the sides as they entered. The telescopic poles rose, automatically unfurling a banner. A line of oversized gold lettering on a red background stood out. Supermodel sisters congratulate Martin's friend on her 18th birthday. At that moment, the entire room fell silent. Doubtson, Miranda, and Isabella entered and shouted in unison, "Happy birthday, Martin's girlfriend." "Ha ha ha ha!" Unbridled laughter erupted, and Nicholson, the old bastard, collapsed in laughter. Scorsese nearly spit out the wine he'd just taken. He wanted to laugh, but to save face for the director, he coughed violently. The rest of the crew was laughing. The asshole trio, messing with each other all the time. Leonardo looked at Martin with a cocky look, thinking, "Finally, I've got you." Martin pointed at Leonardo. Ambrosio, ever the troublemaker, waved at Martin. "Hey, honey, you promised us you'd go to Heidi's wedding, why don't you go?" Martin calmly agreed, "I've had someone deliver the gifts." Blake looked from Martin to the supermodels. Coming from an acting family, she wasn't stupid, so she had a vague idea. Martin walked over, and Blake automatically followed. Leonardo even winked at Martin. Martin quietly gave him the middle finger. Blake caught up with Martin, linked her arm with his, and quickly composed herself, putting on a warm smile she'd trained for celebrity status. "Thank you for coming to my party. Your gifts are very unique." She stepped forward and took the telescopic poles from Angela and KK. "I like them. I'll take them." Ambrosio studied Blake with interest. Her figure looked about 17 or 18, and her face looked like she was in her 20s. According to Leonardo, she was only 18. To be able to achieve this at 18 was not easy. Was her mind as mature as her face? Martin took the telescopic pole and banner from Blake and handed them to Bruce, who had followed behind. He said, "Welcome, please come in." Blake smiled back and said, "Please come in." Leonardo gave Ambrosio a look, urging her to continue. Ambrosio pretended not to notice, leading a group of sisters over and smilingly asking, "Martin, where did you find that princess? She's not only beautiful, but also has a wonderful personality, never afraid to repeat a kind word," Martin aptly said. "She must have saved the universe in a past life." Blake smiled at Martin, then took his arm again and invited everyone into the banquet hall. Ambrosio, KK, and the others entered the room and immediately went to greet Scorsese. Blake went to cut a cake, and Leonardo came to Martin. "How is this surprise?" Martin said, I think I was so scared that my central nervous system is malfunctioning. I can't help but tell everyone I meet that Giselle called Leonardo a mollusk, even worse than an octopus. Leonardo put his arm around Martin's shoulders. Don't slander me, Martin reminded him. Giselle said that herself the day you broke up. Leonardo knew Martin wouldn't lie, so he acted nonchalant. If that were the case, how do you think I could pick up so many women? You used to pick up girls with your face, now it's your fame, Martin said, belittling him, but he also boasted about himself. Unlike me, I rely on my hard power. Leonardo wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but thinking of the bachelor party on the yacht, he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. After Blake finished cutting and distributing the cake, he gave one piece to Martin and pointed at Ambrosio, KK, and Angela Linwall. I'm going to talk to someone, Martin said. I'll go with you, Blake stopped him. Men shouldn't get involved in women's private conversations. She walked off alone. Leonardo asked, aren't you worried? Martin retorted, are you worried Giselle will find out you're cheating? Leonardo understood and dismissively said, scumbag. Martin responded with the same words, Hollywood's biggest scumbag. Elsewhere, Blake, Ambrosio, and the others sat at a lounge table. It was unclear what they were talking about, but on the surface, at least nothing was amiss. Ambrosio deliberately said, don't you want to ask us why we're holding up the banners? Blake smiled, looking like a mindless licker. No need. Martin is my idol. Everything he does is right. I wasn't with him before, so I have no right to demand anything of him. Angela and KK exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Blake added, I'm the one pursuing Martin, not Martin pursuing me. Ambrosio was speechless. Perhaps Leonardo hadn't expected this girl to be this kind of person. That's not fun, KK said, feeling bored. Let's go. A few minutes later, Ambrosio and the others were the first to say goodbye to Martin. As the supermodel sisters left, the others followed suit. Scorsese and Nicholson walked together to the private elevator. The old man said with regret, I didn't expect that little girl to be so calm. If she hadn't made a scene, there would have been no show. Nicholson said, you're not being polite. Scorsese adjusted his glasses. Who says great directors can't gossip or watch the fun? You have to understand one thing, art comes from life. Leonardo approached from behind. Nicholson said, your work is just average. Leonardo said, as long as Martin can't give her a coming-of-age ceremony tonight, we'll win. The elevator descended, and Scorsese was the first to enter. After the party ended and all the guests left, Martin took Blake to his room. Blake hadn't mentioned getting another room. Her visit to New York was like a fan's pilgrimage to her idol. She surveyed the room. It's in good condition, much better than in Mexico. Martin went to find the gift he'd prepared, saying, this is a big crew. They have money. Blake looked at each room and asked, which one should I stay in? You can choose any one. Martin found the gift box and said, give me your hand. Blake held out her hand, even closing her eyes in agreement. Martin took out a Cartier women's watch and personally placed it on Blake's finger. Blake opened her eyes, delighted. It's beautiful. Martin sorted the box and set it down. I was planning to mail it back to Los Angeles, but then you said you were coming to New York, and I thought I'd put it on you myself, so I didn't mail it. Blake stepped forward, draped her arms around Martin's neck, and raised her head slightly. Martin didn't hesitate, leaning down to kiss her. The soft, sweet kiss gradually turned passionate. Blake suddenly broke free, stepped back, and sat on the sofa. I'm going to shower first, Martin said. I'll run the tub for you. Blake nodded slightly, packed her suitcase, grabbed a towel, and other toiletries, and went into the bathroom. Martin was filing the tub. The man's back was almost perfect. Blake took a few steps back, and like running with a ball while playing beach soccer, he swung his long legs and rushed towards Martin. Martin was perfectly cooperative. As Blake collided with him, he fell into the tub with a plop. His big feet deliberately slammed down on the water, sending a burst of water like waves, splashing over Blake. With a smooth pull, he pulled Blake into the tub, soaking her body. Blake pulled herself up, facing Martin, and took off her soaking t-shirt. A slaving fangirl, chasing her idol with only one ultimate goal, to overthrow her. That night, Blake lively successfully slept with her idol. Martin also gave her a nearly perfect coming-of-age gift. When the sun rose again, Blake opened her eyes, saw Martin, and went over to kiss him on the cheek. Good morning, Blake's boyfriend. Martin kissed her forehead. Good morning, Martin's girlfriend. Blake rushed over, hugging her tightly, biting and scratching him. making Martin laugh. She said, "Now I know for sure this is real. I'm not dreaming. My dream has come true. Tell me the truth. Have you been wanting to sleep with me for a long time?" Martin, the scumbag, eagerly turned the tables. "Have you been plotting to get me over?" Blake had already succeeded, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. "When the jeans crew first arrived in Mexico, I just thought you were handsome and strong, my type. Then, after the rattlesnake battle, I started thinking about how to sleep with you." She was overjoyed that her plan had succeeded. "After Burbank High School, I swore, even if it meant losing my dignity, I would sleep with you. Don't you know, that's the best gift a female friend can give to a male idol." I'm updating 10,000 words a day. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 243 You are discriminating. Chapter 243, You're discriminating against me. Thomas, who had just arrived from Los Angeles, was a bit anxious at the Four Seasons Hotel's cafe, constantly glancing toward the entrance. A few minutes later, Martin finally appeared at the door. Thomas waved. Martin ordered a cup of coffee and came to sit across from Thomas. "I just called yesterday, and you're already here today," Thomas said. "You're quite influential now. Having a girlfriend is no small matter. It affects so many people, so I had to come and deal with it right away." He asked, "Did you go out in public?" "No," Martin said without hesitation. "We stayed in the hotel room both weekends," Thomas warned. "Be careful not to cause any trouble." Martin nodded. "I'm careful. A girlfriend isn't just a temporary companion, you need to communicate well with her. It's best not to make it public at this stage." As Thomas's agent, his first priority was work. "I'm having Natasha talk to the wanted crew. It would be best if your relationship could coincide with the film's promotion." Martin had no objection. "I have no objection. I've had preliminary discussions with Blake, and it's not a big deal. After all, coming from a family of entertainers, he understood a lot about the ins and outs of the industry, which made him a lot less worried." Thomas added, "Blake's agent is also with WMA. I spoke with her before I came here. Blake won't be going to college and has officially entered Hollywood. Her father, Ernie, is preparing a second film for her. Your relationship with her would also suit their needs." Martin thought for a moment and said, "Work out a detailed plan with the wanted crew and send it to me or Bruce. I'll be the one to talk to Blake herself." Thomas replied, "Okay. I'll be in New York for 2 days and then back to Los Angeles." The two quickly left the cafe. Martin met Bruce in the lobby and went upstairs together. Since no one was around, he briefly explained the situation to Bruce. Bruce asked, "Have you given up on Aniston?" Martin was surprised. "Did we have a plan involving Aniston?" Bruce remembered, "My suggestion was that you should take down Aniston after Jolie." He shrugged. "That's not necessary now." Martin didn't want to bother with this jerk. Bruce handed the People magazine in his hand to Martin. "Julie went to Africa from the Middle East and stayed in Africa for a long time. She will return to North America next month. If she knew you had a formal girlfriend, she would probably go crazy," Martin said directly. "After a few sticks, she will be obedient." Bruce knew that Martin had contact with Jolie, and asked, "When did she and Pitt announce their breakup?" "I guess Pitt has known about it for a long time," Martin said casually. "The two may be discussing it, and then attract a wave of traffic." After Mr. and Mrs. Smith was released, Jolie ran to the Middle East and Africa and didn't see Pitt at all. It would be weird if Pitt didn't notice the problem after a while. When Martin returned to the room, he found Blake packing her luggage and asked, "Have you booked the tickets? The flight is for tomorrow morning?" Blake was very helpless. "Dad just called me and he's planning to put together a new project." She came over and kissed Martin. "The Jeans project was a great success, and Dad has the support of Warner. I will continue to play the leading role. The new project should be a youth comedy similar to Jeans." Martin had just talked with Thomas about Ernie Lively and said, "Since you have chosen not to go to college, just focus on your development and go back." Blake was reluctant to let her go. "We just got together, my part will be over in about 10 days at most, and I will go back to Los Angeles after that." Martin talked about a series of issues that might arise between the two of them. "My agent, Thomas, has talked to your agent, and they both think that our affairs should not be made public for the time being." Blake took over. "Dad knows I came to see you, and he also told me about this when he called me just now. Born into a family of performing arts, she could easily accept this and even felt that there was no problem. If you have no objection, we will handle it according to what they said for the time being." Martin nodded. "Okay, Hollywood's commercialism permeates every aspect of life, including celebrities' relationships and even their marriages. Blake held out her hand. "Give me a key to your house. I'm tired of staying home, so I'll stay the night." Martin handed her a set of keys. Master bedroom on the second floor. The annex is where Bruce lives. With their separation imminent, Blake refused to leave her room, desperate to sleep with her beloved boyfriend more often. The two of them stayed up late. The next morning, Martin had to rush to the set early for filming, and Bruce took Blake to the airport. Matt Damon had a minimal role and had left New York after filming Ramp last week. Filming was in its final stages. The crew had been organizing press events for the past few days to promote the production. Martin arrived on set after finishing his makeup. Scorsese glanced at him and asked, "Do you need an extra morning to rest?" "No," Martin thought to himself. "Director, keep your composure and don't be like that old jerk Nicholson." "I'm in great shape right now." Scorsese nodded, returned to the director's chair, and sighed that youth is the best. Leonardo DiCaprio then approached, punched Martin's arm, and angrily shouted, "Jack and I have unanimously decided to expel you from the scumbag trio." Martin grumbled, "Why? Am I not a scumbag enough?" Nicholson approached, puffing smoke from a cigar. "Men with steady girlfriends don't deserve to stand alongside us." Martin pointed at them and said, "You're discriminating." "Discriminating, understand." Scorsese then shouted, "Jack, get out of the set." Nicholson left the set, which had been recreated as a rooftop. The crew then cleared the area, asking media photographers to temporarily turn off their cameras, though they were allowed to observe the filming. Martin and Leonardo rehearsed their moves, and filming began for the rooftop confrontation between the two protagonists. The dialogue in the scene was entirely based on fuck. In the short, 10-second sequence, Martin and Leonardo uttered at least one fuck every second. There was no poetic sentiment, it was all American street realism. Both Martin and Leonardo were in excellent form. In moments of extreme rage, Leonardo didn't overly rely on his signature three-shot combo to convey emotion. Even so, it took 5 takes of the long take before Scorsese was satisfied. Then came a small-scale gunfight. Another mole blew Leonardo's head off, and Martin quickly blew both the mole and the detective, played by Mean, off their heads. The characters' emotions were concentrated in this moment. After filming, Martin and Leonardo were exhausted and sat in the dugout, silent. It wasn't until the crew moved to another location that Nicholson took over. During a passionate scene between Franco and his mistress, the old bastard displayed the nasty side of old-school actors. He demanded something like flour be poured on the actress playing the mistress's buttocks. When she refused, he then demanded sex toys be thrown all over the set and coke poured on her bare back. Scorsese didn't see the problem, and the actress readily agreed. After filming these scenes, Nicholson arrived at a break area. Even a scumbag like Leonardo couldn't stand it anymore. "You're so fucking childish." "That's evil, not childish," Nicholson argued confidently. "Compared to my old buddy Brando, my professionalism is at least as high as the Empire State Building." Martin agreed. "You old bastard, you really know how to compare yourself to others," Nicholson said. "Yesterday, I did a good thing, and you all will praise me when you hear about it." Martin said, "I know that the paparazzi who has been guarding the Four Seasons Hotel for a long time has a broken motorcycle exhaust pipe. I'm going to kill you." "Martin," Nicholson gestured to Martin, slitting his throat. "I went to see a play, and a 15-year-old girl named Lawrence actually seduced me and asked me to bring her into the industry. I firmly refused." Martin exposed his true identity. "You're afraid, not enlightened," Nicholson rarely refuted, but remained silent for a moment, thinking of an old friend. After the afternoon shoot, Martin and the other two spoke to reporters. Nothing special, just some commercial flattery. Each of them praised the other as Hollywood's best actor, the best personality, and the most dedicated. Nearing mid-September, Martin's scenes were coming to a close. During a police operation, Colin took advantage of Frank's isolation and shot his boss. On the set, gunshots rang out, and Nicholson fell into the bucket of an excavator. Martin lowered his gun, looking over with a complex expression. Suddenly, relief faded, and he shouted for help. As director Scorsese called cut and passed, Martin approached, grabbed Nicholson, and gave him a hug. "Old bastard, when we get back to LA, you have to invite me to a party at your house on Bad Boy Boulevard." Nicholson and Marlon Brando had lived on Mulholland Drive in Beverly Hills for several years, and Warren Beatty also lived nearby, earning the street its nickname, Bad Boy Boulevard. "No problem," Nicholson replied. Martin walked off the set, shaking hands with each crew member to express his gratitude. Because he was running low on stock and didn't have any with him, he didn't give out any souvenir sets. Bruce had already placed an order with Australia. Martin approached Scorsese, shaking his hand and then hugging him. "Director, I've benefited so much from this role. Under your guidance, I can feel my acting skills have reached a new level." Scorsese nodded slightly and said, "You're incredibly talented. I haven't met many actors your age who act better than you. Martin, act well and don't let this talent go to waste." Martin pointed to his heart and said, "I'll keep this in mind." Finally, Leonardo DiCaprio came over and presented Martin with a commemorative gift on behalf of the crew, handcuffs in a glass gift box. He had used these prop handcuffs to handcuff Martin during filming. Leo whispered, "When I get back to Los Angeles, I'll throw a big party. If you don't come, I'll expel you from my jerk club." Faced with the coercion of a Hollywood mogul, what could a small-time actor like Martin do? He simply agreed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. Be gentle next time. Returning to his home in the Cody neighborhood, Martin found it spotlessly clean. On the living room coffee table sat a note from Blake, who had been responsible for cleaning the house. Even the wine cabinet and refrigerator were stocked with Martin's favorite drinks. Bruce brought out 2 bottles of wine, gave one to Martin, and said, "This girl cares about you more than Eliza, Anne, and Julie do." Martin pulled out his phone and called Blake. "My dad, my idiot brother, and I are going out of town to meet with screenwriters and buy scripts," Blake said with regret. "It'll be a few days before I get back to Los Angeles." Martin said, "That's okay. I'm in Los Angeles right now." After chatting for a while, he had just hung up when someone called back. The number showed Harold. He was the chairman of the social committee. Martin answered the call immediately and said hello. The other end said, "Just saw a report online. Are you back from New York? Paparazzi are so fast these days." Martin sighed, adding, "I just got home less than half an hour ago." Harold invited him. "Today is a community wine tasting day. If you have time at 3 p.m., come to the Community Theater Plaza." Martin, who had never attended a community event before, agreed immediately. "I'll be there on time." He put away his phone. "There's a free wine tasting this afternoon." Bruce immediately put down his unopened beer and said, "I'm saving my stomach for the free drinks." Before 3 p.m., Martin entered the community theater. The theater had a plaza that could be used for public events. At that moment, there were many long dining tables and plastic seating tables, all filled with a variety of alcoholic beverages. Beers included Budweiser, Cordon Bleu, Heineken, and Corona. There was also plenty of other wines, tequila, and whiskeys. There were also advertisements, which must be part of the brand promotion. After all, the residents of the Cody community were high-quality customers. Harold then came over, shook Martin's hand, and said, "I saw a photo of you with director Scorsese in the newspaper. Will you bring us a masterpiece this time?" Martin smiled and replied, "Director Scorsese's work has always been a guarantee of quality." Harold led Martin and Bruce into the venue. This wine tasting day is an open event. You can taste all kinds of wines and socialize freely. The community is also creating a platform for residents to socialize. Martin saw the crowd and said, "I feel it." After Harold left, Bruce went to get a small glass of gin whiskey. Martin took a sip and found it quite delicious. He was about to find someone he knew to join in the socializing when his neighbor across the street, Gillian Flynn, a reporter for Entertainment Weekly, came over. "Hi, Martin." She was not polite. After greeting him, she asked directly, "Can you reveal some news about Scorsese's new film?" Some things can be said to the outside world, and the crew also needs the protagonists to promote it. Martin lowered his voice. "Others can't tell. We are neighbors." "I'll give you a little information," Gillian said. "Yes, we are neighbors." Martin changed to a mysterious tone. The role played by Jack Nicholson this time is called The Ultimate Incarnation of Evil by director Scorsese. Gillian immediately took out a notebook from her pocket, wrote it down, and asked, "Neighbor, is there anything else?" How could Martin miss the opportunity to brag about himself? "In order to prepare for the role in this film, I went to BPD to experience life, patrolled with a patrolman, fought against crime and drugs with the detectives from the Detective Bureau, and learned a lot of professional skills. Jillian wrote everything down and wanted to ask more. Martin interrupted in advance, I can't say any more. If I say more, the crew will find me and hold me accountable for breach of contract and leaking the news. Jillian put away her pen and notebook, smiled and said, you are a good neighbor. Martin joked, according to the rules of your industry, shouldn't you pay me a news informant fee? Jillian also smiled, no problem, I can apply for it. No need, we are neighbors, we help each other. Martin's information is not given in vain. Maybe someday, I will need your help with something. Entertainment Weekly is one of the most famous entertainment magazines in the United States. Jillian smiled and said, call me if you need anything. Just then, a middle-aged man came over. She called out to him and said to Martin, let me introduce you to a friend. Martin participated in the wine tasting to expand his social circle, and nodded immediately. Okay. When the middle-aged man came over, Jillian introduced him. This is Alan Green. He's the distribution editor of the Los Angeles branch of Empire magazine. Like me, he also writes novels part-time in his spare time. She signaled with her eyes. Alan, there's no need to introduce Martin. Empire is the largest film magazine in the UK, and is distributed in North America, Australia, Russia and other countries. Martin and Alan shook hands and exchanged a few words. Alan spoke with a British accent. I didn't expect you to move into this neighborhood, Martin. Martin smiled. It just so happens that Jillian and I are neighbors. He was curious. In your industry, do you all write novels on the side? Jillian replied, I'm not really a writer. I've only written a few short stories, and I was able to publish them because I knew so many people. Alan is different. His novels have been published. Martin asked Alan, can I have the honor of reading your work? Alan said, of course. It's called Dark Realm, and I can give you a copy. Martin thought the editor of Empire magazine would be useful, so he specially exchanged contact information with him. My home is not far from here. I'll go back and pick up a copy, Alan Green said and left the square in a hurry. Jillian said, it's not easy to persist in amateur writing. Most books sold only modestly after they were published, but everyone harbors the hope that a film company might pick it up and turn it into a movie, then they'd be rich. After all, the percentage of original films in Hollywood's biggest hits is shockingly low, and most of them come from adaptations. Martin asked directly, is that what motivates you? Jillian nodded slightly. Of course, that's why I keep persisting. She wasn't polite. Having you as a neighbor gives me a little more hope, Martin said. When you write a book, I can be your first reader. Jillian smiled and said, please recommend it to me. Martin nodded. No problem, it was just a recommendation. The decision on whether the film company would use it wasn't his. Alan soon returned from home and gave Martin a signed copy of his novel. Martin glanced at the title Dark Realm on the cover and handed it to Bruce behind him. I'll take a closer look when we get back. Bruce put the book away, figuring Martin might not finish it in a month. Alan was delighted, harboring some hope of getting a recommendation from Martin. Hi, neighbors, you're here. Mr. Jones, an artist whose daughter works in the Sacred Valley, walked over quickly, accompanied by a young woman who clung to his arm. Alan nodded and took his leave. Jones smiled at Jillian, then shook Martin's hand and introduced the pretty woman next to him. This is my daughter Jenna. She's an artist in the Sacred Valley. She's about to release a new film, and she's committed to supporting legitimate content. Martin added politely, I'm a staunch supporter of legitimate content. Jenna offered Martin a handshake. Hello, Martin. I really enjoy your film The Hills Have Eyes. Martin paused. He couldn't say he really liked your Sacred Valley film, could he? He smiled. My pleasure. Jenna continued what her father had been saying. This weekend, my new film is having a premiere in West Hollywood, and I've reserved seats for friends and family. Martin and Jillian both declined, citing lack of time. After chatting for a while, Jenna spotted a familiar friend and left alone. Jillian also left. Jones continued to chat with Martin. As a father, he was very concerned about his daughter. Martin, you know a lot of people in Hollywood. If there is a suitable role, please introduce it to Jenna. He also said politely, if you need any art, you can come to me. Martin thought of something, searched his pockets, and found that he didn't have any, so he asked Bruce, do you have any bullhorn carvings? Because Martin often gave gifts to people, Bruce had some with him and handed it to him. Martin handed the clown carving to Jones. You're a veteran in the art industry. How is the quality of this? Jones examined it carefully, rubbing it with his hand. A little crude, but very thoughtful. Then if your work is acceptable, But the professional training isn't there. He examined the clown's base. Lily Carter, Martin asked. Do you think she has talent? Not bad, Jones said, clearly not being polite. She needs a good teacher. Different professions can be very different. Martin had Bruce inquire about the neighbors and learned that Jones was a veteran. Do you know anyone in this field? Jones said, I know a sculptor at Cal Arts. Martin briefly explained Lily's situation, and Jones suggested that if she wanted to pursue a career in this field, she could apply to Cal Arts. It was one of the first private institutions funded by Walt Disney, and with Martin's connections in Hollywood, he could certainly secure a prestigious letter of recommendation. Even if she didn't become a sculptor, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find a job as a special prop maker in Hollywood after graduation. Of course, all of this depended on Lily's willingness. Martin took note of this and called Atlanta. Jones's words turned around and came back to his daughter. It's a pity that I can't attend Jenna's new film premiere this weekend. Martin was surprised. Didn't she reserve a seat? It's mainly because I would be embarrassed to see the male actor. Jones sighed. The clip will be played on the spot, and when the male actor comes to say hello, how should I respond? Martin thought about it carefully, and it was indeed difficult to respond. Jones said again, should I pat the male actor on the shoulder and tell him, boy, you did a good job just now. It would be better if you were a little gentler next time. 2 updates today. Chapter 245 Time Management Master. Martin, expressing his admiration for a true artist like Jones, even had a drink with him. Art is a form of faith, capable of transcending the mundane. Bruce nudged Martin from behind and reminded him, to your left, Jennifer Aniston. Martin turned to see Aniston chatting with a woman and asked, why is she here? Bruce whispered, Aniston is from Los Angeles, born in Sherman Oaks. Her parents divorced and moved to New York, but after she became famous, her mother returned to Sherman Oaks. Martin said, you know a lot, I thought you'd need it. Bruce said innocently, so I researched Aniston. Martin replied, you're a real manager. He held out his hand, pen and notebook. Bruce opened his bag and pulled out a pen and autograph notebook. Martin always carried these dining utensils with him. As the person walked away, Martin simply went over to them, and upon meeting them, he delivered the classic line, excuse me. Aniston turned around and recognized the person after just a quick glance. Although the two had never met, they both knew who the other was. Aniston smiled, hello, Martin. Hello, Rachel. Martin handed over a pen and notebook. This is a bit presumptuous, but since 1994, you have been my favorite female star. Not only an idol, but also my goddess. Aniston took the pen and notebook from Martin's hand, signed on it solemnly, and asked curiously, do you live in the Cody community? Martin nodded, I moved here at the end of June. He didn't know Aniston, so he tried to find the topic from their common profession. Besides friends, have you had any new works recently? I will definitely support them. Aniston handed the pen and notebook to Martin. A movie was supposed to be filmed, but it was delayed due to some unexpected events. Martin understood what the unexpected events she was talking about, and did not dwell on the topic. Friends ended too quickly. I really hope that it can be filmed forever, so that when I am old, I can still see you on the screen. There will be a day to say goodbye. Aniston's words were slightly emotional. Martin struck up a conversation. We could actually film a reunion episode every year. I'm sure the audience would love it. Aniston paused for a moment, then said, that's a great idea. I'll propose it to the production company. Martin then responded, leave me your contact information so I can keep you updated on the latest developments. Aniston gave Martin her personal business card. Martin also gave her his. As Aniston watched Martin walk away, she suddenly remembered something. Back in April and May, many tabloids had hyped up rumors about Martin and Jolie. But Pitt had already divorced her for Jolie. Aniston shook her head, unwilling to dwell on such a shady person and situation. Harold from the community committee pulled someone over and introduced him to Martin. This is Kane, the owner of the Angel Shooting Club. Standing before Martin was a man with neatly combed hair. He offered Martin a glass and invited him. I heard Mr. Davis is very interested in shooting. Martin clinked glasses with him, took a sip, and said, I grew up in the slums of Atlanta. As far as I can remember, there's been constant gunfire. If we want to protect ourselves and our families, the only option is to pick up a gun. Kane offered him a membership card. The Angel Club will provide the most comprehensive service. Martin took a look. It was a 1-month pistol shooting experience card. He accepted it. Is the club in Sherman Oaks? Harold continued. It's by the sea, very close to the community. The community's annual shooting competition is held at the Angel Club. Next month is the annual shooting competition day. Martin deliberately asked, "Can I make an appointment to be the champion in advance?" Kane said, "I'm also a member of the community and will participate in the competition." Harold added, Kane served in Afghanistan. Many soldiers returning from leave often go to the Angel Club. Martin, you will definitely benefit from practicing shooting there. Martin smiled and said, "I'll definitely go check it out soon." The shooting gallery in North Hollywood was limited in size and a bit far away, so Martin didn't mind going somewhere else. The wine tasting lasted until the evening, and Martin and Bruce left. On the way back, they ran into Jones and Jenna again. Jenna deliberately fell behind and said to Martin privately, "I heard Caden talk about you." Martin was confused at first, but then he remembered who Caden she was talking about. "Jenna and I filmed Zombie Gigolo together, and I got to know a lot of artists through her." The latter name was very helpful to Jenna. She took out a business card and slipped it into Martin's hand. "If you're organizing a party and need a lot of young, beautiful women, you can contact me." Martin understood. She was trying to attract clients. Hollywood and the Sacred Valley weren't completely isolated. Even some political leaders would seek out Sacred Valley actresses. If nothing else, their skills were definitely superb. Jenna continued, "I can even get young female models." Martin didn't respond, just nodded slightly. There were many similar people and companies in Los Angeles, and the competition seemed fierce. Back home, Martin checked the time and called Atlanta. He chatted with Elena for a while before asking her to pass the phone to Lily. "What do you want to talk to her about?" Elena asked bluntly. Martin said, "About college. I had Lily's sculptures reviewed by an art expert, and he thinks she has great talent." With her sister's future at stake, Elena stopped nagging and called Lily over. In the Northville neighborhood, after hearing Martin's explanation, Lily said, "California Institute of the Arts, right? I'm thinking of applying to universities in Los Angeles next year, but my social practice isn't quite up to par." Martin said, "I'll have someone write you a letter of recommendation." He urged, "Practice more. I'll mail you a batch of horns later, as an early 17th birthday present." Lily's face nearly fell. Who gives someone homework as a birthday present? Afraid Martin might change his mind, she didn't dare show it. She said sullenly, "Okay, mail some more." "Okay, that's all," Martin said, and hung up. Lily's chest swelled with rage as she listened to the busy tone. She muttered, "I'll make your clown even more sinister later." Elena then asked, "Are you sure you want to apply to a university in Los Angeles?" Lily nodded. "Sure," Elena said. "Actually, local universities in Georgia or even Ivy League schools are good. With Martin's connections to Coca-Cola, it'll be easy to find you a suitable internship." Lily said, "I want to go to Los Angeles." Elena stared at her, her palm slowly clenched into a fist. Lily raised her hand, slammed herself with a punch, and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Elena said nothing. Lily punched herself again and said, "You can punch yourself 5 times a year until I graduate from high school, until you're satisfied." Elena waved her hand. "Your future is yours, you have the freedom to choose." Lily stepped forward, hugged Elena, and muttered, "We're family." Elena looked up slightly to meet Lily's eyes, realizing that she was now taller than her. Lily put her phone away and returned to her room. As she went upstairs, Hall, who lived downstairs, suddenly popped out of his room. "The family she's talking about, besides my sister and me, must also include that idiot Martin." Elena glared at him fiercely. "Go back and do your homework. If your grades don't improve, I'll hire you a tutor." Hall asked, "A female tutor?" Elena, still the same Elena, picked up a baseball nearby and threw it. Hall ducked his head, and the ball grazing his scalp. When Hall reappeared, he saw his other sister, Lily, standing at the corner of the stairs, staring at him, an oak baseball bat in hand. Brothers have no human rights. Hall could only return to his room and tackle his homework. Compared to setting traps and harming others, studying was far more difficult. In the Cody community, Martin hung up the phone and, keeping time, called Blake Lively. They couldn't agree on a price for a film script, and it would take some time. Many new screenwriters often have high self-esteem, hoping to become famous overnight and command a high price. This idea is not wrong, every script is the screenwriter's child. But the status of screenwriters in the industry is truly worrying, with producers eager to squeeze them to the point of being unable to care for themselves. The phone call lasted over an hour before Martin finally hung up. Just as he was about to take a shower, Julie called from Africa, chatting about lofty topics like democracy, freedom, and child welfare. Half an hour passed in a flash. Martin suddenly realized that he had unknowingly become a master of time management. Fortunately, that thief Julie had a mental health problem and would probably be gone soon after she returned. Martin put down his phone and glanced back to see Bruce sitting on the sofa, intently reading a book. Great. Bruce has one more burden to bear. Martin came out of the shower and found Bruce still reading. So engrossed, Martin asked curiously, "Alan's novels are wonderful? Can you understand them?" Bruce said, "I'm your manager, and this is my job. Under normal circumstances, a manager's biggest responsibility is to help clients choose projects and roles. But Martin's situation is special, and he never asks Bruce for this. Bruce is more like a bodyguard and a scavenger." Martin was very exhausted today and was about to go upstairs to sleep. He said to Bruce, "Read it carefully, and tell me the story and your thoughts after you finish reading it. You have to wait 2 days." Bruce closed the book and went to the auxiliary building. "My reading level is worse than yours," Martin said, "although what I write is shit. I have no problem understanding books and scripts." Chapter 246 New Projects, New Choices. The next morning, Martin arrived in Century City and entered the WMA office building. As usual, Bruce went to chat up his assistant, Natasha, while Martin went into Thomas's office alone. Thomas's desk was piled high with documents. Seeing Martin enter, he said, "I'm all ready." Martin grabbed a bottle of water from the freezer and sat on the couch. Thomas placed the documents on the coffee table and said, "I've printed out all the scripts and projects that seem suitable for the company, any that have a glimmer of hope." Martin spotted the first one, featuring one of Hasbro's signature toys, Optimus Prime. He took the script. Thomas said, "Hasbro, DreamWorks and Paramount are collaborating. DreamWorks is the adaptation producer, Spielberg is personally serving as the producer, and the director is Michael Bay, who just messed up Escape from the Island. The expected investment is more than $150 million US." Martin didn't read the script and asked directly, "The male lead." Thomas took the script and turned to one of the pages. He pointed to a concept drawing of a soldier and said, "The second male lead, the captain of the U.S. Special Forces team." Martin still had some impression and vaguely remembered which role it was. "Give it up." Thomas opened his mouth, but couldn't help but. "This is a project of Spielberg and Michael Bay." Martin picked up the script and flipped through it, and said, "The real protagonists are Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. The male lead is at most third." "What about the second male lead?" Thomas put it aside for the time being and picked up the second document, a few pages of paper in a book titled The Last Man. He gave the book to Martin. "David Heyman, the producer of the Harry Potter series under Warner Brothers, plans to remake Warner's old film I Am Legend. I heard that the plot is different from the original, and he plans to use the plot of The Last Man Standing." Martin knew that the copyright of this movie was completely in the hands of Warner Brothers. Thomas added, "I haven't got the script yet. We should use the one written in the 90s. Warner Brothers was interested in pairing Ridley Scott and Arnold Schwarzenegger, but later abandoned it due to the high budget." He added, "But I'm sure the film follows the same man one dog one gun formula you mentioned." Perhaps the success of the same formula helped Warner Brothers make the decision. Martin asked, "What are the requirements for the lead actor?" Thomas replied, "The last one, as the name suggests, is that if the film needs to be carried by one person, newcomers are definitely not on Warner Brothers and David Heyman's radar. The lead actor must have sufficient box office appeal." Martin recognized his own shortcomings. "I don't have enough box office appeal," Thomas said. "If Wanted is a big hit, maybe we can make some money." Martin replied, "Keep an eye on this project and strive for it if you can." He understood that the film's success was partly due to the fame of the novel and the original film itself, and partly due to the lead actor's appeal. Perhaps the latter was more crucial. The latter role was from Zodiac, confirmed to be directed by David Fincher. Susan Downey, who changed her last name after marriage, has already secured a major role for Robert Downey Jr., and 3 other key roles are being sought. This is also an adaptation. Thomas has also prepared the original novel for Martin. Martin was a fan of David Fincher's style in his previous life, having read almost all of his works. Zodiac is likely a relatively mediocre one. Martin flipped through the script and said, "The protagonist's role is not prominent enough, so move him to the back." Thomas said nothing more, but took out another document, also with a novel. "The director you told me you were focusing on, Christopher Nolan, the director of the new Batman movie, is planning to adapt Priest's novel The Prestige into a movie. Warner Brothers has already bought the copyright, and Jonathan Nolan is currently writing the script. Martin asked a key question: has Warner Brothers given the green light for the project? Thomas nodded. It has been given the green light. If nothing goes wrong, we will prepare for filming next year and release it in 2007. Martin took the novel of The Prestige. Keep an eye on Nolan's project. If there's a chance, you can contact him or his wife first. Emma Thomas has been serving as the production manager for Nolan's projects. Thomas asked. She seems to be over 35 years old. Should we mobilize Mean? Martin shook his head. Let's figure it out first, then we can talk about anything else. Thomas nodded. I understand. Martin picked out the two books, The Last Man and The Prestige, and said to Thomas, keep an eye on the two projects, I Am Legend and The Prestige, and give up on the others. Thomas was actually quite optimistic about Transformers. After all, he could work with Spielberg. But Martin was also being realistic. When he could land a lead role, why bother playing a supporting role to a robot? I'll make appropriate contacts with Warner Brothers with Martin as a client. Thomas gradually gained confidence. Martin took the book and said, you keep working. I'm leaving. Thomas walked him out of the office. Martin waved to Bruce, and they went downstairs together. Halfway through, he tossed two novels to Bruce. New Harvest. Bruce glanced at the cover and said, I haven't finished reading Dark Domain yet, and you got two more copies. The two of them left the office building and got into the Escalade. Martin asked, what's Alan's book about? Bruce started the car and drove slowly out. Once he was on the main road, he said, the male protagonist is a writer with a personality similar to yours. He daydreams all day long, but he doesn't have any ability. In short, he's a loser. Martin nodded. A standard loser start. Are there any cheats? Cheats? After listening to Martin's simple explanation of the word cheat, Bruce said, of course there are cheats. The male protagonist encounters a drug. After taking it, it can stimulate a person's potential, including their stupid brain. They can even learn a foreign language in a day and master a skill, such as finance or fighting. Hearing this, Martin suddenly became serious. Continue. Bruce wasn't particularly good at storytelling, so he could only express it his way. Take that drug, and an idiot becomes a wise man. Making money is like picking up leaves in the woods, and you exude the charm of Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm talking about the Leonardo from Titanic. He struggled to form his words. His abnormality was discovered by a capitalist. I haven't seen the rest of the story yet, but I imagine the capitalist seizes the drug, and the hero fights back with the drug-enhanced abilities. Martin thought of a movie he'd seen, a favorite among the loser crowd. A quintessential YY film. The Chinese title should be Limitless. He remembered watching it with an extra. Afterward, the extra fantasized about taking the drug for a long time, earning him the nickname the one who can't stop taking it. It's a perfect movie for ordinary people. Take the drug and become superheroes, earn a ton of money, and seduce many beautiful women. Author Alan Green, as expected of someone working for an entertainment magazine, understands what ordinary people envy most about Hollywood stars. Isn't it all about mansions, fancy cars, beautiful women, and, most importantly, money? As for the original lead actor, he's probably still a minor actor. Martin asked, where's the novel? Did you bring it? Bruce pointed to the armrest compartment. In there. Martin opened it and took out a novel Alan had given him. Let's go read a book somewhere. Bruce found a nearby coffee shop, parked the car, and went in with Martin. After 2 coffees, they patiently read the novel. Martin quickly skimmed through Dark Realm while Bruce started reading The Prestige. Both underachieving students were very attentive. Martin might not be a good writer, but he had a good grasp of basic reading. The novel and the film were certainly very different, but the plot and structure were largely the same as Limitless. Martin was certain that this was the original novel. He pulled out his phone and called Thomas. Please check the sales of a novel called Dark Realm by Alan Green. Gillian had said at the wine tasting that this was the only work Alan Green had ever written. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Thomas called back. It was published in 2001, and has sold less than 40,000 copies so far. Martin was not suitable to come forward in person. You and Jessica contact the publishing house and the author himself, and buy the film and television adaptation rights of this novel in the name of my film studio. Thomas didn't understand. It has a limited number of readers and is not of great value. Martin said, because of this, it won't cost much to buy it. If it really can't be adapted, the loss won't be much. Thomas thought about it and it made sense, and said, let Jessica talk to it. And I'll be her deputy, Martin said. Okay, I'm at ease with you watching over it. Thomas moved quickly. I'll go to the studio now, Martin called Jessica first. If there was no special business, she and Emily would stay in Davis' studio to deal with fan and online affairs. Bruce had already put down the Prestige and pointed at the novel. Are you sure it's your next target? Martin put the novel away. Getting the adaptation rights for this one shouldn't be a problem. He glanced at the other two novels separately. Getting the lead role in one of these two would be a surprise, Bruce said. Nolan? He's not very famous. Aside from the new Batman movie, I haven't heard of his other works, Martin said simply. He's one of the top emerging directors right now. Warner Brothers values him very much, and Legendary Pictures is fully behind him because he brought Batman to life. The Master and Superman are the most important assets of DC and Warner Brothers. Martin picked up the book. Let's go. Bruce followed him out. It's a pity Batman doesn't have superpowers, Martin asked casually. Does having money count? Bruce was stunned. With his level of wealth, it counts. Having money is the most realistic thing. It can bring the whole city along for the fun. Chapter 247 Hollywood is too conservative. On the streets of New York, the midday heat was still scorching. Yount had just finished a business trip and parked his car next to a convenience store. He went in to buy an iced Coke. Inside the transparent freezer, a red can sported a brand new design. The convenience store owner suddenly said, "Blue looks good, too, red is my religion." Ted opened the freezer, pulled out a red can, pointed at the brand new image of Martin, and declared, "He's my leader." Another young customer suddenly exclaimed, "Cult of Coke, forever." Ted raised the can and responded with the most popular line from Martin's blessing speech, "May the world have Coca-Cola." The convenience store owner muttered to himself that the members of the Coke cult were all idiots brainwashed by Martin Davis. Ted grabbed another can, paid, and returned to his car. He opened one and guzzled it, feeling cool from head to toe in the scorching heat. He looked at the design on another can. Martin, the leader, had changed his look, dressed in ordinary clothes. He leaped up and flung a can of Coke out with his right hand. The phrase "I'm in control of my life." Back at work, Ted logged into MSN during a break and entered the New York fan group. He found pictures posted there. Two shocking pictures popped up, wanted posters. The first, Wesley. The next, Martin's. Ted picked up the unopened can of Coke and saw that the picture on the wanted poster was almost identical to the can, the only difference being that Martin was holding a gun instead of a can. The other picture, Fox. The picture showed Angelina Jolie, holding a pistol with an extended magazine. Clearly, this was a movie promotion. Earlier this year, Ted had won a chance to attend the premiere through a viral marketing sweepstakes called Eyes Across the Hills. Soon after returning, he joined Martin's New York fan group and successfully purchased a commemorative can of Coke, becoming a member of the Coke cult. The guy next to him swivels over and casually picks up an unopened bottle of Coke. Martin's new movie, Wanted, is coming out soon. Go buy it yourself. Ted snatches the Coke back, saying, "This movie is collaborating with Coca-Cola for marketing." The guy points to the Wanted poster on his computer, then to the can. "They've even released a movie-themed Coke," Ted says. "Coca-Cola treats the leader well, it's all about business," the guy says. "Did you see their latest financial report? Sales increased by 7% in the quarter after Martin signed them, thanks to the Coke cult's marketing." Ted shoves the Coke into his mouth. "Never mind. It's coming out in November. It's your treat." As October approaches, promotions for Wanted begin in full swing, with the official release of the main poster. Martin and Jolie are shown on either side of the poster, while Morgan Freeman, nearly two-thirds smaller, stands above and behind the two leads, looking his usual impressive self. All three of the most popular actors appear on the main poster. Even before Jolie returned from Africa, news about her was already making the rounds, particularly in the international news sections. Photos of her with war refugees, as a UNHCR ambassador, and articles she'd written appeared in mainstream North American media. America needed someone like her to stand up, and to some extent, Jolie was catering to mainstream America's needs. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, released in June, grossed over $180 million in North America and over $340 million worldwide, marking a significant turnaround in Jolie's core film business and boosting her popularity. Her active involvement in current social events elevated her profile and expanded her influence. In the post-production studio at Warner Brothers, Martin, wearing a headset, dubbed several scenes. That fat woman is the most disgusting boss in the world. She makes us do the same old repetitive work every day and doesn't even pay for overtime. I'm so depressed I'm about to explode. It's so fucking miserable." Martin delivered these lines with eloquent emotion. Director Leterrier, a Frenchman, exclaimed, "Well said, Martin. I seriously doubt you've ever been abused by your boss." Martin removed his headset, emerged from the studio, and asked, "What did you say?" Leterrier repeated himself. Martin shrugged, "I've encountered some unscrupulous bosses in Atlanta." Leterrier replied matter-of-factly, "If you run into that many times, you should unite and strike." "We French are either on strike or preparing to strike," Martin replied. "It's Paris, after all." Leterrier nodded. "Parisians have a wealth of experience and tradition in this area." Martin asked curiously, "Don't the Parisian police suppress the police? They're often surrounded." Leterrier, seemingly joking, "Then take off your weapons and join the strike. Being a police officer is a job, so of course you have the right to strike." Martin thought it made perfect sense. Their workday ended there, and they left the studio together. A beautiful French actress was waiting at the door. Upon seeing Leterrier, she embraced him and then kissed him passionately. Martin prepared to leave. Leterrier broke free from his female companion and introduced himself. "My girlfriend, Ella." Tall and slender with a stunning figure, Ella greeted him. "Hello, Martin." Martin shook her hand and exchanged a few pleasantries. Famous directors, like celebrities, never lacked a female companion. Martin remembered that when filming began, Leterrier's girlfriend wasn't this one. During the shoot, she switched boyfriends, and then back to her girlfriend towards the end. Now, it seems, the girlfriend has changed again. Leterrier patted Ella on the back and said, "Wait for me in the front hall. I have something to talk to Martin about." Ella obeyed and went to the front hall. Leterrier glanced at Ella's back and said, "How is she?" "She's sexy, isn't she?" Martin complimented him. "You have excellent taste." He initially thought the French director was trying to show off, but Leterrier's next question was unexpected. "Are you interested in having sex with her?" Martin looked up at Leterrier in surprise. Leterrier was very open. "We can do it tonight." Martin naturally declined such an unceremonious invitation. "I have a girlfriend, and I love her very much." Leterrier, somewhat disappointed, said, "Okay, we'll talk some other time." Martin left first. Bruce appeared from the corner and followed him. Leterrier frowned. Hollywood is so conservative. Martin went to the other conference room to wait for Thomas and the Warner Brothers team to arrive. Bruce also entered, and seeing no one else in the room, he said, "The director is disappointed." Martin reminded him, "You forget, he's a two-way street person. He had a boyfriend during filming." Bruce said, "There are so many eccentric people in this industry. Fame and fortune magnify people's desires." Martin patted him, then pointed at himself. "We're the same." Bruce said, "No, we're not as perverted as them." There was a newspaper nearby, and Martin immediately saw Julie. He picked it up, only to discover that the New York Times had published an article signed by Julie. The title was very Julie. "In the future, how we respond to the refugee crisis will become a benchmark for measuring freedom, democracy, and human rights." The article listed data gathered by Jolie during her travels in the Middle East and Africa. It's undeniable that the American media's portrayal of her as a saint is not only due to the broader social context, but also crucially, her own marketing. The conference room door opened, and Thomas and Daniel entered, each pulling out a chair and sitting down. Daniel, seeing the newspaper in Martin's hand, said, "I've spoken to Jolie and asked her to return by the middle or end of next month. She's currently arguing with Pitt over the phone, trying to maintain the relationship until she returns to Los Angeles before officially announcing her breakup." Martin understood. That's going to generate a huge amount of traffic, and the American media will go wild again. Daniel said, "Jolie has found a very good reason to break up. Besides movies and her children, she wants to devote all her energy to charity and refugee relief. She has no time for personal relationships." Martin was certain that Jolie had woken up. This move was sure to stun the liberal media. Daniel added, "So, the publicity focus for this period will be on you." Martin, of course, actively cooperated. "No problem. What's the specific plan?" "Your relationship with Blake Lively is a key point." Thomas took over, speaking of Martin's personal affairs. "I've already fully communicated with Blake's agent and her father, Ernie. As soon as Blake returns to Los Angeles, you'll announce your relationship. Any new projects Ernie is planning will also be announced at the same time." Martin asked, "When Blake leaves the airport and I meet her?" Daniel shook his head. That wouldn't be appropriate. The place is too crowded, and there are too many uncontrollable factors in the photos, he specifically explained. Your first public photos must be stunning to attract as many people as possible. So we've planned a street shoot, a completely controlled one. Street shoot was never meant to be street shoot. Martin understood this early on and replied, "Okay, you guys plan the details." Daniel asked, "If you and Blake live together later, please inform the crew." Martin, having chosen the path of celebrity, was aware of this. "I'll give you at least 3 days' notice." The photos, of course, belonged to Martin and Black, who would later sell them to the media. These were standard publicity methods. Daniel had provided a detailed plan, and incidents that occurred during filming would also be used to promote the film. For example, Martin humbly sought acting lessons from Morgan Freeman, asking for advice on various roles. Martin thought of something he could use for publicity. "Next month, there's a shooting competition in my community of Cody. If I place well, I could feature it in the news." "That's a good idea." Daniel nodded. It fits the role. As Martin was leaving the studio, he ran into Chad, the action director. Chad lived on the edge of Malibu, not far from the Angels Shooting Club. Martin simply arranged for him to go shooting together that weekend. Chapter 248: Success and Failure. At the outdoor shooting range, Martin, gripping his M9 pistol tightly in both hands, advanced with tactical speed. As the gunfire continued, the gangsters and targets fell one after another. In the safe area outside the range, club owner Kane said, "He's a good shot. He's definitely one of the best in Hollywood." Bruce, also a military veteran, shared the same topic and chimed in, saying, "He has some talent and is willing to spend time practicing." Chad asked curiously, "Why?" Bruce explained simply, "In a place like ours, guns are essential for civilized living." The gunfire stopped, and Martin flipped off the safety and emerged from the range. Kane glanced at his stopwatch. 1 minute and 55 seconds, and no mistakes. "That's a pretty good time. Even if I were competing, I wouldn't be much better." Martin put away his gun and asked, "Is that what the community shooting competition is about?" Kane shook his head. "No, it's fixed target shooting. That's my specialty," Martin boasted. "I'll definitely hit full marks with both pistol and rifle." Kane laughed. "Today I've met a competitor." A staff member approached and said, "Boss, Marcus is here, and he brought his 2 dogs." Kane said and walked back. Martin and the other 2 simply went back inside. Kane was approached by a burly, bearded man with 2 dogs on a leash. Kane asked, "Are you going back to Afghanistan?" Marcus squatted beside the dogs. "They'll just have to stay with you. You guys always leave your pets with me." Kane went over and stroked the dog's head. "Do I have to charge you double?" Marcus just smiled and looked behind Kane. Kane said, "Let me introduce you to some new friends. With more friends, it will be easier for you to find a new job when you retire." He called a staff member, took the 2 dogs away first, and then brought Marcus to Martin and others, introducing them one by one. Although Marcus is not a fan of celebrities, he also took a photo with Martin. Several people came to the rest area and sat together to chat. Marcus is currently serving in Afghanistan. He is here on leave and will return to Afghanistan in a few days. Bruce is a soldier and is very curious about the situation in Afghanistan. He also has common topics with Marcus and Harold, and the conversation is quite lively. Martin only occasionally interjects a word or two. Chad also asked a lot of questions. Marcus was very interested in Chad and kept chatting about action directorship. "I have a colleague who joined the army and worked as an extra in Hollywood. He suggested that I consider this career after I leave." Having just met, Chad was hesitant to explain the hardships involved, so he said vaguely, "Hollywood shoots a lot of gunfights every year." Marcus said, "I'll be discharged next year. I'll ask you for advice when I get back from Afghanistan." Chad replied, "No problem. You have my contact information. Feel free to call me." Martin and Bruce glanced at each other, sensing something was amiss. Chad, a veteran stuntman with over a decade of experience in Hollywood, also sensed something was amiss. According to Hollywood cinematic conventions, Marcus's words were clearly a flagrant offense. In Hollywood, anyone who said something like that was essentially a dead giveaway. Marcus didn't stay long and quickly excused himself. Martin and the others returned to the fixed target range to continue their shooting practice. At noon, Thomas called. Martin and the others finished lunch nearby and rushed to the studio. Martin had plenty of money. This month, Davis Image Studio officially moved out of Pacific Pictures' office building and rented the second floor of Warner Brothers Studios across the street. The facilities were relatively Spartan, after all, a shell company designed to facilitate investment and legally evade taxes. When Martin arrived, Thomas and Jessica were already waiting in the reception room. The former said, "There's something I need to explain about the negotiations for Dark Realm." Martin had initially expected to secure the rights smoothly. "Any competitors?" "No," Thomas said. "It's more complicated than I thought. Alan Green is a member of the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America, a group similar to the Screen Actors Guild, and they sent representatives to the negotiations. Also, the book's publisher is Random House, the largest publisher in North America, so the adaptation rights couldn't be bypassed." Martin then pointed out the key point: copyright fees. Thomas said, "They want a $300,000 upfront fee, plus the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers Association's share of the profits." Martin understood this. Once you join the association and pay dues, the association will naturally protect its members' interests, similar to the Writers Guild. So, whenever the conditions are right, screenwriters and writers will eagerly join their respective organizations. Martin bluntly stated, "Lower the copyright fees if possible, and only give the lowest possible percentage of profit later on." Thomas checked the time and called Jessica. "Come on, let's go back and try to get it done today." Getting Jessica out quickly would free him, as an agent. These matters were outside the normal scope of an agent's duties. But Thomas had no choice. Martin was the only client he could handle. 2 days later, the film and television rights for Dark Domain were officially negotiated, with a $200,000 upfront fee plus the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers Association's minimum 0.55% share of the North American box office. As a member of the Screen Actors Guild, Martin enjoyed the benefits and privileges afforded by the union and found American unions truly appealing. However, as an investor, he cursed and threatened to shut down other unions and associations. The relationship between the butt and the head is truly complex. With Dark Domain in his hands, Martin also met with Brad, the screenwriter he had collaborated with on Wanted. Brad expressed his desire to carefully read the novel before confirming his suitability. Just one mistake. Just like actors and directors, a screenwriter's future is inevitably impacted by a botched project. Regarding the director, Martin was certain the film wouldn't be directed by a top-tier director like David Fincher, but he had no idea who it would be. He could only wait until the project had a solid foundation before recruiting a suitable director. I Am Legend and The Prestige had both received bad news, with the former bringing bad news. Thomas had made preliminary contact with producer David Heyman. Martin has been working with Warner Brothers for a long time, including on the upcoming Wanted. "I'm well aware of that," David Heyman, knowing Martin's connections, spoke politely to Thomas. "I saw an internal preview of Wanted. It's a very cool film. Martin's acting and charisma were on full display. Based on my years of experience, I'm sure it will be a success." Thomas simply smiled. He was telling the truth. Wanted had received a very positive response at the Warner Brothers preview. Truth often leads to a different meaning. Sure enough, David Heyman added, "I'm very optimistic about Martin's future. He could potentially carry the box office single-handedly in a few years. But I Am Legend begins filming next year. It's a one-man show, requiring a superstar whose charisma alone can carry the entire film." Thomas, knowing Martin's chances were over, still smiled, trying to build a good relationship with A-list producers like David Heyman. He said, "Martin played the one-man, one-dog, one-gun formula so well in The Hills Have Eyes." David Heyman agreed. "Strictly speaking, it was the success of that film that inspired me to push forward with I Am Legend." Thomas lamented, "We met at the wrong time. It's a shame we missed the mark." David Heyman smiled and offered politely, "There are still opportunities for us to work together." Looking across Hollywood, there wouldn't be more than 5 actors suitable for this project. Thomas tentatively asked, "David, who do you have in mind?" David Heyman thought for a moment and replied, "I've offered Will Smith an offer, but he's still considering it." Thomas completely gave up. Martin was now a far cry from Will Smith. If it weren't for the heroic impact of the Burbank High School incident and the spy incident, Will Smith's back would have barely been visible. A $20 million salary plus a share of the post-production profits was a whopping sum. Thomas left Warner Brothers with a heavy heart. This time, without Martin's call, he'd managed everything on his own. "I still have a long way to go. Only when Martin becomes a superstar will I be qualified to become a partner," Thomas stroked his receding hairline and hurried forward with his bag. I trust Martin. I can't relax. Millions are already beckoning me. He then found Daniel, and through Daniel's connections, he met Nolan's wife, Emma Thomas, for coffee. Emma Thomas, a shrewd British woman, formed a husband and wife team with director Nolan. One oversaw filming and production, the other managed the set logistics. Warner Brothers had already given the green light to the Prestige. After a brief conversation, Thomas immediately abandoned the plan to use the nuclear weapon mean. Emma Thomas and Nolan had a good relationship, and asking Mean to flatter them at this time would only have a negative impact. Thomas presented Martin's profile, along with a recommendation from Daniel, a familiar figure to both parties, to Emma Thomas, seeking a possible collaboration. With a revitalization of Batman, Warner Brothers and DC's most important asset, the Nolans had gained some influence over their own film projects. Thomas was busy securing new roles and opportunities for Martin. Martin was also busy. After more than 2 weeks of negotiations, Ernie Lively secured the script for a campus comedy. Once the buyout agreement was signed, he would return to Los Angeles with the Black siblings. Black's project was about to begin, and Martin was also promoting his new film. The two sides hit it off, using Martin and Black as the focal point to attract attention and boost publicity. A relative from my hometown is visiting for medical treatment these days, so I'll have to go to the hospital frequently. I'll do my best to update twice a day. A middle-aged man. Chapter 249 Real Street Photography. At the Hyatt Regency Los Angeles, a seemingly ordinary sedan pulled into the underground parking lot. Blake Lively pulled out her phone, checked the room number Martin had sent her, exited the car, entered the dedicated elevator, and rode up to the top floor. The double doors swung open, and Blake immediately saw her man of honor. Having just returned to Los Angeles from out of town, she couldn't wait to come over. Martin was standing in the doorway, smiling at her. "Ah!" Blake screamed, lunging at him like a cannonball. She collided with Martin, her legs lifting off the ground. Martin held her tightly, carrying her into the room. Blake, a slut, opened her mouth and bit Martin's face. As the door closed, Martin slapped her toned buttocks and said, "You bit the wrong spot." Blake released her teeth, jumped off him, and bared her 2 rows of neat, beautiful teeth. "You bit the wrong spot. I'll bite every part of you and taste it all." The slut's greed for her man of honor had reached a certain level. The female fan was incredibly enthusiastic and thoughtful, letting the male idol lie flat on his back. Thus, a plot that could be set in the Sacred Valley unfolded, an unspeakable story between the male idol and the female fan. In Sherman Oaks, Martin's neighbor, Gillian Flynn, returned to the Cody community after a busy day as darkness fell. In a car parked on the side of the road, the driver's window rolled down, and Bruce called over, "I'm here." Gillian had received a call from Martin that day and immediately got in the passenger seat. "Brooke, what's going on over the phone?" "I can't tell you," Bruce said. "I've got a big story for Entertainment Weekly." Gillian immediately thought, "I remember the next issue's cover will feature Martin and Wanted." "That's not all," Bruce said roughly. "Martin is officially dating Blake, the heroine of Summer of Jeans. It hasn't been revealed yet." "How about having the news and photos in Entertainment Weekly?" Gillian, the deputy editor of the celebrity section, immediately expanded on the topic. "I remember Blake was one of the 16 people Martin directly saved. A hero saving a beautiful woman, and then a beautiful woman falling in love with a hero. With a little publicity, it's sure to be a huge topic," Bruce said. "The crew and Warner Brothers will also communicate with Entertainment Weekly. You can help push it and try to get a good cover." The other party delivered the news, and Gillian responded appropriately, "No problem, I'll keep an eye on it." She then asked, "Do you need me to send a reporter to help you take photos?" Bruce shook his head. "No, I'll give you the photos then. I'll wait for your big news." Gillian got out of the car and left, going straight home. Bruce took out his cell phone and called Thomas first. When he was about to call Martin, considering his old friend's strength, he edited a text message and sent it. After a while, the message came back. Bruce knew that Martin was busy, so he simply drove to the satellite city of Venice, called Khloe Kardashian on the way, and asked her to go out for a drink. Kim was very busy and went to New York, so it was easy for Bruce to find reasons and excuses, not to invite his sister, but to call his younger sister. At noon the next day, the costume designer and stylist hired by the crew entered the suite and began to style Blake. Of course, Martin could not escape. As Blake's hairstylist was styling her hair, she asked with concern, "You're not paying for all this, are you?" "No." Martin, sitting next to her, asked. "Why do you ask?" Blake lowered her voice and said, "If they ask you to pay, I'll go to Dad and ask his project team to reimburse you." Martin reached out and hooked Blake's finger. "It's been a while since someone showed such concern for me." Blake grabbed Martin's finger with her backhand and gently tickled it. "You're not only my boyfriend, but also my idol." Martin could only say that Blake did everything a normal female fan would do. As for abnormal female fans, it's better not to consider them. Take Manson's female fans, for example. They're terrible. Martin then asked, "What script did your father buy?" "It's called Elvis and Annabelle," Blake said simply. "A love story," she continued. "My father is also discussing another project with Warner Brothers. I'm not entirely sure, but I know it's a campus comedy set in New York City, possibly to be made into a TV series." Martin nodded. "That style suits you perfectly." The costume designer quickly arrived, carefully selecting casual clothes that suited Martin and Blake's personal styles, accentuated their figures, and made it clear they were a couple. At 3:30 p.m., the group of more than a dozen people set out. 3 vans headed for Malibu as a preliminary meeting. Blake got into Martin's Escalade, and Bruce followed. On the way, Thomas called, "It's not crowded right now, hurry up." The Escalade quickly arrived at the beach, not far from Jeffrey's, and parked in an open space. The stylist rushed over, took a look at Martin and Blake's makeup, gestured to the cameraman, and said, "Let's get started." Martin took Blake's hand and walked along the shoreline toward the beach. Although dressed casually, the two of them were meticulously styled, looking both handsome and attractive. The photographer set up his camera, but wasn't satisfied with the lighting. He shouted, "Gobo!" An assistant immediately took up the gobo and stood beside Martin and Blake, strolling along the beach. Blake was prepared, but this was his first time doing street photography, so he was inevitably nervous. The photographer reminded him, "Blake, relax and be natural. You're just on a normal date with Martin." Blake remained silent, adjusting his breathing and pace. Martin whispered, "Next time we go shopping, the camera will be 10 times as much as today. Get used to it." Blake nodded vigorously, turned around, hooked her arms around Martin's neck, lifted her leg, and kissed him, then unceremoniously stuck out her tongue. She did it all smoothly and naturally, her face and body radiating genuine joy. The assistant carrying the gobo was fed a mouthful of dog food, mentally cursing words that began with F as she constantly shifted angles to match the two's kiss. The photographer's challenge was to capture photos that were both beautiful and street style, a real challenge. After a passionate kiss, Martin held Blake's hand and continued walking, chatting about their fun times in Mexico. Blake was amused and couldn't stop laughing. If you ignored the sun visor, it would have been just a normal stroll through the streets. Many of the beautiful and cool street shots of celebrities and supermodels are actually taken this way, and most of them have regular media partnerships. Martin and Blake leaned on the railing by the shore, quietly admiring the sunset. The photographer had already taken nearly 100 photos, but only 10 or so would be selected. Blake watched the sun set over the ocean and said, "It would be wonderful to watch sunrises and sunsets like this together every day." Normally, Martin would have said something like, "I'll always be by your side," but being a man of principle, he said, "So, let's seize every beautiful moment." Blake nodded, leaned forward, and kissed Martin again under the setting sun. An 18-year-old girl, savoring the beauty of love. Martin pointed to the famous Jeffrey's restaurant in Malibu in the distance and said, "I've got dinner reservations. Let's go." To capture the best street photography, Blake had only a light breakfast and skipped lunch altogether. She was also hungry, so she dragged Martin along, saying, "I want a fancy dinner." Martin quickened his pace, and together they got into the Escalade, calling, "Bruce, drive." Bruce, however, remained composed, saying, "Wait a minute, let the photographer go." True to their passion, Martin and Blake could only wait a few minutes. The photographer arrived near the restaurant, selected a spot, and called. Bruce then drove over. The Escalade parked outside the restaurant, capturing the entire process from Martin leading Blake out of the car to the moment they walked hand in hand into the restaurant. He snapped dozens more photos. Martin then went to the west side of the restaurant, admiring the sunset and savoring the food. The overwhelmed female fan, unable to contain her excitement, dragged her idol to a distant photo session, gazing at the ocean and the setting sun. While the two were enjoying themselves, those outside continued to carry on with their burdens. Bruce picked up his phone and made a call. Thomas, tell them to hurry up and select the photos and give them to me by 9 tonight. I'll send them to Entertainment Weekly." "Got it," Thomas said, not even having time for dinner. He greeted everyone else in the van and said, "Let's go, let's get back to the studio. We have work to do." The crew had fully paid for overtime, and the photographers relied on this to make a living. They immediately packed their gear, got in the van, and headed straight for Burbank. On the way, Thomas ordered pizza and had it delivered directly to Warner Brothers. He also needed to work overtime, and he had to personally review all the selected photos before he could be sure. At 8:30, Bruce drove Martin and Blake back to the Hyatt Hotel. After waiting for a while outside the hotel, Thomas drove over. In the hotel cafe, they met up with Gillian Flynn, whom they had arranged to meet. Gillian received the photos and returned home to spend the night writing about them, reflecting on her passion for writing a novel. The new issue of Entertainment Weekly has arrived, featuring Martin in his wanted look on the cover. The cover features a photo of Martin and Blake holding hands, admiring the sunset. After being saved from a mob by Martin Davis, Blake Lively chose to fall in love with her hero. Meanwhile, Martin's blog also posted photos of him and Blake making heart gestures. Bruce sent some private photos of Martin and Blake to paparazzi like Jody. The gossip media followed suit. Martin and Blake, the darlings of the world, even typical gossip publications like American Rumors were exaggerating. Blake Lively said Martin is her idol, her hero, her man, and now she's embracing all of that. Chapter 250 Under the Spotlight. After a layover in Atlanta, Julie's flight headed west, gradually arriving in Eastern California. The flight attendant approached. "Mom, the newspapers you requested." "Thank you." Julie nodded slightly, accepting the thick stack of American newspapers. The flight attendant, slightly excited, said, "You're a role model for women." Julie flashed a friendly and approachable smile. Over the past 3 months, from June until now, she had traveled to numerous countries in the Middle East and Africa, frequently speaking out and advocating for the United Nations and freedom and democracy. She had also adopted a third child, finally earning the recognition of the American public and media. After the flight attendant left, Julie's smile faded, her thoughts suddenly turning to her teacher. From the failure of Alexander the Great last year to now, she had experienced tremendous ups and downs in her life, and Martin was the key to her resurgence. Following Martin's teachings, Julie applied them to her own understanding, transforming herself into a role model for America. She had already completed the initial stages of her transformation from a slut to a saint. Thinking of this, Julie felt that as a student, she owed her teacher more tuition. But after the ins and outs of filming in Atlanta, Julie was acutely aware that Louise and Martin were definitely not in a committed relationship. Martin also refused to call Louise or Kelly Gray at that moment. Julie was gradually losing interest. Being a student and a teacher alone couldn't sustain the escalating desires of Julie, who had become a saint. Julie was flipping through the newspaper, and suddenly her movement slowed down. She came across a gossip article with a photo of Martin and Blake Lively kissing. Martin and Blake, growing together, becoming better people together, seeing the two officially dating, Julie was instantly excited. She didn't even hear her son calling for her. He reached for her hand, and Julie winked at the babysitter, who quickly coaxed the child back. In that moment, she couldn't think of anything else. Excited, Julie read on. The new issue of Entertainment Weekly featured an interview with Martin and Blake. Blake said that even before they started dating, Martin was her idol, her hero, and her best friend. Every day with Martin was as joyful as meeting him for the first time. Martin said Blake was her best companion, someone who made everything beautiful. Julie closed the newspaper and looked out the window. Still no Los Angeles buildings in sight, she felt a touch of impatience. At that moment, she wished she had a gun and could force the pilot to speed up and reach Los Angeles sooner. Martin's attraction to Jolie was once again unleashed. Jolie thought of her bachelor, Brad Pitt, and couldn't help but shake her head. Nearly an hour later, the flight landed safely at Los Angeles International Airport. Jolie had already contacted the media, and as she emerged from the gate with her family, she was surrounded by reporters from the Los Angeles Times and People magazine. After more than 3 months of touting her chastity, Jolie's status had risen significantly. Her transformation from a prostitute to a saintly figure had even garnered widespread support from the American public. A swarm of reporters blocked Jolie at the terminal exit. Airport security arrived to maintain order, and Jolie gave interviews. After asking some questions about freedom, democracy, And children, Damien, the People reporter Jolie had agreed to meet, suddenly asked, "Why didn't I see Brad Pitt pick you up at the airport? He didn't accompany you to the Middle East and Africa. Is there something wrong between you two?" Jolie replied solemnly, "I've decided to move on from this relationship and remain friends with Brad. He's a good man who loves children and family. We've both invested a lot in this relationship. For example, she sometimes calls him while she's doing business with Martin. But this trip to the Middle East and Africa has taught me one thing: there's more to this world than just love. There are many things more important than love." Jolie reached over and took her newly adopted third child from the nanny. "Like children, like peace, democracy, and freedom. From now on, I will focus my limited energy on charity and fighting for the survival and human rights of refugees around the world," she declared. No one is born a refugee. A sudden silence fell, with Damien being the first to applaud, and the surrounding reporters applauding Jolie in support. "Thank you," Jolie said, and she boarded the van that the crew had brought to meet her at the airport. The others got into the car behind. The car started, and Julie turned to look at the reporters behind. Her teacher, Martin, had pointed out a bright future for her. She took out her cell phone, dug out Martin's number, and called. "I'm back." Martin was a little confused. "Congratulations, you've completed your transformation." Julie glanced at the three children, intending to leave them to the nanny later, and said, "I want to come find you." Martin said, "It's not convenient, I'm helping someone move." Julie immediately guessed, why? "Blake Lively is going to live with you. She's 18 years old, at the age to leave home and be independent, and she has nowhere to go." Martin said, "I had no choice but to take her in." Julie was excited. "You bought a new house? Is it big?" "I'll come to you." "You send her away." "No, you let her stay in the house and find a way to prevent her from disturbing us." "She wants to join us." "That's fine, let's do it once." How could an honest man like Martin be an accomplice of CEO's thief? Don't be ridiculous. I have a very good relationship with her, and I plan to be devoted to her. This further aroused Julie's nature. "You and her are moving today. I won't disturb you. You wait for me." Burbank. Martin hung up the phone, put the phone on the armrest box of the Escalade, turned his head to look behind, and could roughly judge that there were at least 2 cars and 3 motorcycles following. He asked, "Brooke, have you notified everyone? Why are there so few paparazzi?" Bruce turned into a wealthy neighborhood and said, "Most people know Blake is moving in with you. The most valuable photo is the one of her walking into your house with your luggage. They're mostly waiting at the Cody neighborhood." Martin's phone rang. It was a text from Thomas about Julie. He quickly read it and said, "As soon as Julie returns, she'll be grabbing the headlines. I'm the male lead in Wanted, and I can't let her steal all the fun." Bruce said, "If she becomes popular as the female lead, it'll attract a lot of people to watch Wanted." Martin nodded. "That's good for us, too. Countless Hollywood cases have proven that, as long as the quality of a film is basically guaranteed, the surge in exposure for the leading actors and actresses before its release can effectively boost box office sales. Of course, that doesn't include disgusting scandals." The Escalade stopped in front of a detached villa. Martin got out and made a phone call. The villa door opened, and Blake Lively, accompanied by her brother Eric, walked out, carrying a suitcase. Each of them was dragging a large suitcase. Martin quickly stepped forward, took the handle from Blake's hand, and deliberately shielded her face with his body, as if to avoid being photographed. But this didn't dampen the paparazzi and reporters' enthusiasm. The more he blocked their way, the more excited they became, snapping away at their cameras. Martin put the 2 suitcases and a backpack in the Escalade's trunk and said to Blake, "Get in." Blake smiled at him and climbed into the back seat. Eric, however, stopped them at the car door. Martin asked, "What's wrong?" Eric pointed at Martin and said, "Be nice to her, or I won't let you go." Martin nodded. "I will." Blake, however, wasn't buying his brother's words, and, rather displeased with his threat, said, "You should find someplace to get some exercise first." Eric opened the car door. Martin got in the car and, before closing the door, invited him, "Come visit me sometime." Eric waved his hand, his face expressionless and silent. The Escalade started up and headed back to Sherman Oaks. More reporters and paparazzi were following behind than before. Blake looked back and said, "It's quite entertaining. I find it quite interesting. Some people experience the stress of the spotlight, leading to emotional breakdowns. Others are born to live under the spotlight. Blake falls into the latter category." As the car entered the Cody neighborhood and stopped in front of Martin's house, paparazzi and entertainment reporters appeared from all directions like secret agents, their cameras trained on the Escalade. Bruce, of course, wouldn't just drive into the house. Would that disappoint his journalistic friends? He and Martin had strong professional ethics. While they were eating their own meals, they also took care of the jobs of those working nearby. Bruce got out first and opened a small door. Martin and Blake got out on either side, each pulling a suitcase, and walked side by side towards the door. Even at a distance, the sound of camera shutters could still be heard. The suitcase seemed particularly heavy, and the two did not walk very fast, as if they were walking on the red carpet. During the walk, Martin even stopped, took Blake's backpack, and slung it over his shoulders. The paparazzi took another round of photos. Many of them were even so happy that Martin and Blake were so understanding that they let them take pictures and gave them thumbs up. Apart from anything else, the heroic couple who saved the beauty officially started living together, and the photos were definitely valuable. After a long pause, Martin finally took Blake's hand and walked into the house. As the small iron gate closed, many reporters and paparazzi got on their own vehicles and left. Some of them were still unwilling to give up and continued to wait. Fortunately, the houses in the Cody community are relatively far apart, so it will not affect the neighbors too much for the time being. Entering the living room, Blake saw Old Bull going to the annex building and asked, "Martin, I have no money to pay the rent if I live with you. What should I do?" Martin looked at Blake's toned body and said, "You are a smart girl. I believe you will find a way." Blake smiled brightly and said, "Once a day, just consider it my rent to you, okay?" How could you bear to refuse a good man like Martin? He replied, "Sure." Blake blinked and said, "I'll pay today's rent first, otherwise I won't be able to concentrate on my work." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.